Yi Yuan, you're still young. Make sure not to have your body milked dry by these vixens. Pei Wenqiang was very displeased when he saw that Yi Yuan actually took in these girls. These beauties nearly took his life just now. If they entered samsara, then forget it. But now, what did following Yi Yuan count as? Moreover, Pei Wenqiang saw that Yi Yuan and that woman in yellow actually communicated using divine sense later on. There must be more than meets the eye. It was just that the existence of Jun Tianyu, this thorn, made him incredibly wary. He could only make jeering remarks. Indeed, once he said that, everyone looked at Yi Yuan with strange gazes. Even if these girls were divine soul bodies, their looks were extraordinary. 2. Could this action of Yi Yuan's be to form a harem? Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent look and said, "This is my matter. What has it got to do with you? You, humph. Even if you want to indulge in sensual pleasure, you need to walk out of this ancient grotto too," Pei Wenqiang said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Want to walk out of this ancient grotto? I advise that you better not have those devious thoughts, let alone that your elder brother is whatever 7 holy sons, even if he is the Jade Emperor, it's useless here too." This sentence choked Pei Wenqiang badly, deflating his temper straight away. Originally, he really wanted to do some shady things, but with Yi Yuan saying it like this, he really did not dare to move anymore. Very clearly, apart from his cultivation realm being a little low, Yi Yuan's methods could be seen as if endless streams, more than what they could imagine. If without Yi Yuan, forget about those bewitching arts earlier, even that river of weak water earlier, they could not cross it. Walking all the way until now, the greatest reliance of their group of people was actually this divine traversing realm boy with the lowest cultivation realm. Yi Yuan, seems like there are no other paths. Do we enter this hall or not? Ying Tianya came forward to ask. Yi Yuan darted him a glance and said, "Didn't you say that you can sense your junior's location?" Ying Tianya smiled bitterly and said, "No idea why. I could still sense him outside the grotto. But ever since entering the grotto, we seem to have lost the connection between us." Yi Yuan could not help musing to himself when he heard that. If what Ying Tianya said was true, this place seemed to be exuding the thick smell of a conspiracy. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "No other choice then. Enter and check it out." Everyone came before the hall's door, but Pei Wenqiang and the others were all akin to birds startled by the twang of a bow, not daring to step forward. This ancient grotto was incredibly strange. Who knew if there would be any hidden mechanisms on top of this hall's door? Yi Yuan went forward directly to push the door and enter. But nothing happened. Only when Pei Wenqiang and the others saw the situation did they set their minds at ease, following Yi Yuan into the great hall. Transmission array! The moment they entered the hall, someone immediately exclaimed. Inside this great hall seemed to have nothing else, but actually it had 2 transmission arrays. And right at this time, a faint phantom condensed and formed. Everyone arriving at this place already passed the tests previously. You all are my Xielingzi's fated individuals. My Xielingzi's lifespan has already ended. But I didn't look for a successor and treat this matter as a regret. So, before I passed away, I've prepared 2 paths for you all. That transmission array on the left, I've designed 3 tests for everyone. The person who passes can inherit my Xielingzi's mantle. Everything that I, Xielingzi, have learned and hoarded throughout my life are all behind this transmission array. As long as you all are able to pass through the tests, all of this is yours. That transmission array on the right leads to the outside world. People not willing to accept the test can leave of your own accord. The phantom said. The phantom was an old man dressed in a Taoist attire, long hair fluttering, with a sage-like appearance. But he called himself Xielingzi One, making people's jaws drop. Very clearly, this Xielingzi was the owner of the ancient grotto. And Xielingzi's words immediately stirred up a huge uproar in the crowd. So, that weak water river and the beauties in the plaza from before were actually all tests. Looking at the situation now, this Xielingzi is probably also a Tao profound realm powerhouse at least. If we can inherit his mantle, we'll soar to the skies with one bound. Heh, inherit mantle? You guys are thinking too much, right? Those two tests previously were already so staggering. If we go in to accept the test, then what difference is there from seeking death? That's right. This place is so bizarre. What are we still staying here for? Our little lives are more important. These martial artists split into two factions very quickly. One faction wished to enter the transmission array on the left, while the other faction wanted to enter the right side transmission array and exit immediately. To these martial artists, the inheritance of Tao Profound Realm was too alluring. One had to know that the master of this Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was also just a first-level Tao Profound Realm. If they could inherit Xielingzi's mantle, it could really be said to be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Therefore, the majority of the martial artists all leaned towards the left side's transmission array. Master Yi, which side should we go? Ying Tianya listened and obeyed. Yi Yuan's words readily now. If talking about who had the greatest right to speak here, it was none other than Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang did not speak, but hearing Ying Tianya asking, his ears unwittingly twitched too, wanting to hear what Yi Yuan had to say. But Yi Yuan said, "Actually, I want to know, if we don't take both paths, what kind of outcome will it be?" Not taking both paths? However, this hall doesn't seem to have other paths to take. Ying Tianya said. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when he Shuming laughed loudly and said, "Not taking both paths. There is naturally a third path to take." As he said, he circled around the two transmission arrays and came to the sides of a traditional square table at the back of the hall. This action of his immediately caught everyone's eyes. Everyone became curious with what he Shuming wanted to do. It was only to see he Shuming move one of the candlesticks on the old-style square table slightly. A scene which astonished everyone happened. A surge of essence energy flooded the entire main hall very quickly. Under everyone's stares, a third transmission array actually opened up behind those two transmission arrays. There is actually still a transmission array, concealed so deeply. Turns out that those two transmission arrays previously were actually both traps. Alchemy Saint, he is indeed well deserving of being a Tier 7 array master to actually be able to find this concealed transmission array. If we entered one of them, it would probably be hard to escape this calamity. So close, so close. Being duped by that Xielingzi just now, I almost fell for it. When everyone saw this third transmission array, each and every one of them huffed in relief. This third transmission array was concealed so deeply. Using one's butt to think, the two previously were also both traps. That Xielingzi made it so pleasant sounding to the ear. Thinking now he had malicious intentions. He Shuming looked at Yi Yuan smugly, clearly putting on a display of strength. Ever since he knew Yi Yuan, he had been suppressed by Yi Yuan all round, constantly. But when everyone was discussing which transmission array to enter just now, he discovered that this candlestick seemed to have some different aspects. The moment Yi Yuan said this, it clearly indicated that Yi Yuan made it out, too. How could he Shuming be willing to let Yi Yuan enjoy all of the limelight alone? So he dug out this third transmission array right away to make a comeback. Indeed, looking at everyone's reaction right now, the effects of this action was excellent. Alchemy Saint and Tier 7 Array Master, these two plaques were not hung for fun. To the vast majority of people, this represented acknowledgement. In comparison, it was clearly much harder for Yi Yuan's cultivation realm to want to obtain the recognition of a bunch of heaven enlightenment realms and boundless realms. He Shuming found this concealed transmission array and was immediately praised to the skies by people, especially Pei Wenxiang. He sent over raving compliments straight away. "Master, he indeed lives up to your name. Just this skill in array formations. I think it's above some people," Pei Wenxiang said. Pei Wenxiang's words were actually said very implicitly. He had long perceived that Yi Yuan clearly saw through this concealed transmission array too. Otherwise, he would not have said it like that. It was just that in comparison to Yi Yuan, Pei Wenxiang clearly hoped for He Shuming to be able to take the upper hand more. Even though Pei Wenxiang knew that Yi Yuan's overall strength was much more formidable compared to He Shuming to be able to irk Yi Yuan, he was still very willing. Haha, not at all, not at all. Just some insignificant skill. City Lord Pei is too courteous, He Shuming said with a delighted laugh. Seeing everyone finally give Yi Yuan the cold shoulder, He Shuming had unspeakable exhilaration in his heart. TCH, what is he even showing off for? Truly a vile character intoxicated by success. Luo Fong at the side said with an unhappy look. Their side had basically fallen out with He Shuming completely already. So, seeing He Shuming's appearance of being proud of his success, Luo Fong was very displeased too. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Alchemy Saint, he has also been repressed for a long time. Just let him enjoy a little. After everyone flattered He Shuming for a while, the topic ultimately still had to return to which path to take. But since He Shuming found this concealed transmission array, seems like this question was unnecessary too. Since Master he already found the genuine transmission array, then let's enter inside. Pei Wenxiang said in a clear voice. Hold on. Everyone was just about to set off, but they were stopped by Yi Yuan. Pei Wenxiang said with a smile that wasn't a smile. What does Master Yi feel? Somewhat unwilling to submit now that you didn't find this concealed transmission array? Yi Yuan said with a smile. I naturally have no objections about you wanting to enter this third transmission array, but don't blame me for not warning you. If you really enter inside, bear the consequences yourself. Yi Yuan's words made Pei Wenxiang alarmed inwardly, but he still had a disbelieving look on his face as he said, Heh, are you jealous of Master He? So you're deliberately exaggerating things to raise the alarm? I say, can you, brat, have a little breadth of mind or not? Yi Yuan said smilingly. All right then, go on and then I won't stop you. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look, but it made Pei Wenxiang involuntarily waver. Their group of people being able to walk until now was all relying on Yi Yuan's measures. Pei Wenxiang already noticed Yi Yuan outside the grotto and felt that this boy was not simple. After entering, the various kinds of means Yi Yuan displayed made him feel even more curious. Now, Yi Yuan said that this third transmission array had a problem. Pei Wenxiang had no choice but to harbor all sorts of suspicions. Yi Yuan, don't think that you can use a few words to beguile the minds of people because you displayed some tricks previously. Why don't you say, if this third transmission array isn't the true passageway, then why is it hidden just now? He Shuming said unhappily. He was only smug for a little while just now, and Yi Yuan came out again to stir up enmity. It would be weird if he could be happy. In He Shuming's view, Yi Yuan saying this was absolutely beguiling the minds of people intentionally. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, how about this? Those willing to follow Master He into this third transmission array can go in right now. Master He, since this third transmission array was discovered by you, why don't your elderly self take the lead? I'll go then. Who's afraid of who? He Shuming, being triggered by Yi Yuan like this, could not keep his face anymore and walked towards the third transmission array. Everyone, don't fall for this punk's trick. This brat likes to play these little tricks the most. This third transmission array is absolutely fine. Those willing to follow me in, enter together. He Shuming said loudly. As he was speaking, He Shuming already walked to the front of the transmission array. But when he turned around, he discovered that not a single person followed. If Tan Wu was still around, he would definitely follow He Shuming. But sadly, Tan Wu was long killed on the spot by Jun Tianyu. The other martial artists exchanged glances, looking at each other. There was actually no one who moved. Even the Pei Wenxiang, who lauded him to the skies earlier, did not move either. He Shuming's old face turned bright red with a whoosh all at once. You all! This sort of situation was seriously too embarrassing. He was already willing to take the lead to enter, but the others actually did not give face. Except, concerning everybody's life and death, who dared to regard it lightly? If everyone knew absolutely nothing about Yi Yuan, they would definitely choose to believe he Shuming right now. It was just that Yi Yuan's means, everyone had all witnessed it before. A word from him now, the weight was completely different. Even if they still harbored suspicions, they did not dare to easily brave the dangers either. Master He, looks like everyone doesn't have any confidence in your judgment. But it looks like you're rather confident in your own call. Why not? You go in yourself then. Perhaps this transmission array leads to the divine realm and you can return straight to the divine realm, Luofeng said, with a cold laugh. He Shuming wished that he could find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. But Luofeng's ridicule still made He Shuming calm down completely. If Yi Yuan really was not joking, then if he went in, Master Yi, which side should we take? In the end it was still Ying Tianya, who could not resist asking. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, honestly speaking, I actually don't know which side to take either. If possible, I'd rather not take one. It's just that I feel the one we must not take the most is this third transmission array. Instead, everyone was taken aback from shock when they heard this. Ying Tianya asked, why is that so? Yi Yuan said, actually, though this third transmission array is concealed to a formations path expert, it's not hard to find, regardless who they are, as long as they are able to walk until here, whose formations path attainments would be low. Therefore, I feel that this candlestick is a flaw that's Lingzi deliberately left behind. The goal is to make people take this third transmission array. Yi Yuan's analysis made everyone shudder with fear. They did not think in this aspect at all prior to this. Hearing Yi Yuan analyze it like this now, this hidden transmission array was completely a huge pit. This Xielingzi was absolutely a person adept at scheming. Even when dead, he grasped the mental states of everyone perfectly too. Under normal circumstances, once a group of people discovered a hidden transmission array, they would definitely think that this hidden transmission array was the safe one right away. But in truth, this transmission array was the least safe instead. Then we'd better take the two transmission arrays previously? Ying Tianya said hesitantly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, those two transmission arrays probably have danger too. But relatively speaking, it should be a little better compared to the third. But looks like if we don't pass through one of the transmission arrays, wanting to get away will likely be quite difficult. Yi Yuan already carefully surveyed this great hall before. Apart from these three transmission arrays, there did not seem to be other paths to take. Which was also to say that they must choose one of the transmission arrays to pass through. What to do now? Doesn't that mean that no matter which path we choose, there will be danger? Ying Tianya said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, nobody dares to guarantee what kind of situation is over at the transmission array side. But if I have to choose, I'm leaning more towards that transmission array on the right. That transmission array on the right? Are you joking? How can there be such a bargain? If it's really as you say, how can that Xielingzi possibly let us leave easily? Pei Wenxiang said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, what you said is right. Moreover, I know that most likely the majority of the people are thinking this right now. Furthermore, I feel that this Xielingzi is deliberately setting up a misleading strategy. Probably is to make us think this way. Where this transmission array leads definitely isn't the way out. But it should be the safest path among these three paths. Yi Yuan finished talking. Everyone involuntarily started musing. If not for Yi Yuan, they would not have thought at all that these three transmission arrays actually contained such convoluted scheming. Seems like everyone had been led along by the nose by this Xielingzi starting. From when they walked into this grotto, it seemed like each step they took, it All could not escape that Xialingzi's plotting. This kind of feeling was akin to a pair of eyes staring at them in the dark, like a prickle on their backs. A dead man who had died for countless years was actually able to achieve such precise scheming. This person was simply too frightening. Everyone felt that what Yi Yuan said was very absurd, but they could not find a better reason to refute Yi Yuan. Moreover, they also perceived that Yi Yuan himself actually did not have a lot of confidence either, because no one knew where the transmission array led, either. But without a doubt, Yi Yuan's analysis was the greatest counterattack against Xialingzi. Ying Tianya sucked in a deep breath, seemingly making a very firm resolution. As he said, "Master Yi, I'll listen to you. We'll take this right side. Transmission array." As he said, Ying Tianya actually walked straight towards that transmission array. Luo Feng immediately grabbed Ying Tianya when he saw the situation and said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, better let me be in front." Finished talking, Luo Feng took a step and entered inside the transmission array. Ying Tianya did not have the least bit of hesitation either, directly entering the transmission array. "Brother Jun, let's go too," Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tianyu nodded slightly and entered the transmission array together with Yi Yuan. These few people taking the lead to enter the transmission array, what else did the rest have to say? Very clearly, trusting Yi Yuan at this time, the chances of survival was absolutely much greater than trusting He Shuming. Pei Wenqiang was afraid of losing sight of Yi Yuan and entered the transmission array first. The others also entered one by one in succession. He Shuming had a look of dilemma and finally stepped inside too. When everyone all disappeared into the transmission array, the originally hollow eyes of that faint phantom of Xialingzi actually became spirited. This Xialingzi was originally just an array formation projection. At this time, it actually contained intelligence. Only to see Xialingzi smile sinisterly and said, "Heh heh, what a clever boy." But to want to escape from the contingencies this old man set up, how can it be something that easy? Jeej. Amidst the strange laughter, Xialingzi's faint phantom gradually vanished. A light flashed. Figures of people walked out from inside the transmission array. It was total darkness before their eyes. Even if martial artists' visual prowess far surpassed ordinary people, the areas they could see were merely around 100 feet or so. What kind of place is here? So dark. Why do I feel like we seem to have entered a tomb? With you saying this, it's really so. Could it be that this is that Xialingzi's tomb? After a couple of words, everyone discovered this place's peculiarities very quickly. Could it be that this place is the true core area of this ancient grotto? Which is also to say that us coming over from this transmission array was the correct choice, Ying Tianya said. Ying Tianya knew that concealing the risk of this ancient grotto made Yi Yuan unhappy in his heart. Therefore, he basically stood firmly on Yi Yuan's side. Afterward, in order to obtain Yi Yuan's forgiveness, Ying Tianya was considered to have figured it out. Wanting to exit this ancient grotto, it still had to depend on Yi Yuan in the end. Therefore, him entering the transmission array without any hesitation earlier was in order to express his firm stand. Ying Tianya, stop flattering Yi Yuan. This place is full of sinisterness. There might be some danger. Saying that this path is correct now, be careful. Not to smack your own face in a while, Pei Wenqiang said. Ying Tianya said with a cold smile, don't follow after if you have the capabilities. Already came and you're still making sarcastic remarks at one side. Your skin is really thick. You look at Master He after entering, he didn't even let out a fart. This is being sensible. He Shuming's old face flushed red all at once again. But for the sake of keeping his small life, he still kept his mouth shut sensibly. Tan Wu already died. His position right now was very awkward. It was better to be a little low profile. Ying Tianya, you're courting death. What? You think I'm scared of you? The two people exchanged words, getting dangerously explosive for a moment. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Pei Wenqiang, just stop for a bit. Everyone is like ants on one line right now. If you really want to take the road to ruin, I won't stop you either. But if you want to leave alive, behave yourself. A little. Keep stirring up trouble. I don't dare to guarantee that something won't happen next time. Pei Wenxiang's expression changed as he said, Yi Yuan, are you threatening me? Here, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Threaten you? With this bit of strength, how can I dare to threaten you? Or perhaps, in this place, do I have a need to threaten you? Inside this grotto was filled with dangers and did not need to threaten at all. When they encountered danger again, Yi Yuan just had to push the boat along the current would do. Pei Wenxiang also knew that the areas currently relying on Yi Yuan right now were many. This threat that wasn't a threat was very practical. He gave a cold snort and actually really did not speak anymore. The group of people continued exploring ahead, incredibly cautious along the way. But in a rare moment, no dangers appeared at all. No idea how long either, it suddenly became bright in front of them. They actually arrived at an open and wide zone. In? How fragrant! What smell is that? It's actually so fragrant. All of a sudden, a wave of delicate fragrance came over, boring into everyone's nostrils, immediately making them have a feeling of refreshing their hearts and minds. When Yi Yuan saw everyone's intoxicated appearance, his expression involuntarily changed and he hurriedly yelled, Don't smell! This fragrance is poisonous. However, it was already too late. Thud, thud, thud. The group of people fell weakly to the ground one by one. It was clearly the symptom of being poisoned. Why do I feel weak all over? Unable to use any essence energy at all. Just what the hell is this thing? To actually lose all essence energy with a sniff of the fragrance. The group of martial artists, they were all whining incessantly. They did not expect to succumb again by accident. Boundless Realm martial artists were all collapsed on the ground, unable to move at all. Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists were slightly better, but the situation was not very good too. That yell of Yi Yuan's had some effect in the end. The other martial artists sealed off their sense of smell right away. Only then did it prevent the tragedy of the poisoning deepening. You guys are also too careless. Inside this grotto is filled with traps. Everywhere. This light fragrance clearly problematic and you all actually still fell for it. Yi Yuan said with a frown. Not afraid of godlike opponents. Only scared of pig-like teammates. Already until now and these guys were all still so forgetful, succumbing so easily. Simply don't know how the word death was written. What kind of poison is this? I only sniffed a little bit just now and I'm actually weak all over. Feels like I'm unable to muster up essence energy. Pei Wenxiang also said helplessly at this time. His reaction was already very quick. But he still fell for it. Although it was not to the extent of collapsing to the ground like the others. If they were to fight at this time, he most likely was not even Yi Yuan's match. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, This is the floral fragrance of the strange nether flower. A poison specially targeting martial artists' essence energy. Those inflicted with the poison, their meridians will shrivel up, and they will be limp all over. Their essence energy can't be mustered up at all. If you all smell a little while longer, you don't need me to save you. You'll definitely go and meet King Yama directly. Yi Yuan's current mood was very foul. What made him unhappy was not that these people got poisoned, but the strange nether flower. In his previous life, the poison he and Ji Xingyang got inflicted with was refined using the strange nether flower. This might was incredible. Yi Yuan didn't think that he would actually encounter the strange nether flower again here. How could this not make him vexed? But the Tier 9 strange nether flower was extremely rare. Even with the divine realm's vast territory and abundant resources, it was very seldom to be able to see it as well. The rank of the strange nether flower these people smelled shouldn't be high. Otherwise, with their cultivation realm, how could they still be alive? Forget about them, even if Yi Yuan had the origin magnetism spirit would Protecting his body, it could not ward off the poison of a Tier 9 strange nether flower too. However, Pei Wenqiang perceived the meaning in Yi Yuan's words and could not help saying joyfully, "Your meaning is, you're able to treat the poison in our bodies." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Why should I treat you?" Pei Wenqiang didn't expect that Yi Yuan's words previously actually came true so quickly. It was truly retribution. "This, I can give you earth essence crystals. Also, I assure you that after you treat me, I absolutely won't make things difficult for you anymore." Pei Wenqiang hurriedly said. Yi Yuan took a look at him and said with a cold snort, "From entering the grotto until now, you finally said something decent. Brother Jun, you're poisoned the least. Stay behind and take care of them. I'll go find the way to get rid of the poison." In this group of people, Jun Tianyu's alertness was the highest. Therefore, he was poisoned the least. Except that hearing Yi Yuan's words, his brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "You going by yourself is too dangerous. Better for me to come along with you. If these people die, then they die. Nothing to feel pity about." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The flora fragrance of the strange nether flower is so thick it should be nearby. I can handle it alone. Brother Jun, better stay behind." "This? All right then." After Yi Yuan left, Pei Wenqiang suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Younger Brother Jun, just what background does this Yi Yuan have? He possesses such strength at a young age. At the very least, he's also an alchemy emperor. Successor, right?" Truthfully speaking, Pei Wenqiang really admired Yi Yuan very much. His bad temper towards Yi Yuan was primarily more on the fact that Yi Yuan did not give him any face. Jun Tianyu said coolly when he heard this, "Younger brother Yi, is it? He's just a lower realm ascender." Pei Wenqiang nearly jumped up, exclaiming in shock, "What? You're saying that he's just an ascender?" Pei Wenqiang never would have dreamed that such a prodigious youth was actually just an ascender. As the ruler of a city, Pei Wenqiang was too familiar with ascenders' strength. Among a million ascenders, there might not be one with accomplishments. Even if there was one with accomplishments, it was also not possible to be this freakish like Yi Yuan. From outside the grotto until now, the various means Yi Yuan displayed was simply fantastical. An alchemy path genius like this was actually just an ascender. Hearing Jun Tianyu's words, the group of martial artists were very surprised, too. For a moment, there were many discussions. And right at this time, a black shadow slowly walked out from the darkness. "Who's there?" Jun Tianyu's brows jumped up. If any enemy came at this time, it was not some good thing. That black shadow's profile gradually became clear. A young man dressed in a blue garment appeared in front of everyone. "Junior, Su Yan." When Ing Tianya and Pei Wenqiang saw the arrival, they both had looks of astonishment. After Ing Tianya stared blankly, he immediately revealed an expression of wild elation. "Junior, it's really great that you're all right." Ing Tianya immediately went up to welcome, but right then, Jun Tianyu grabbed hold of him. "Brother Jun, what are you doing?" "He's my junior apprentice brother, Su Yan. With him around, he can ensure our safety." Ing Tianya even thought that Jun Tianyu was mistaken and hurriedly explained. Jun Tianyu's brows were tightly locked, an appearance as if confronting a formidable foe as he slowly said, "There's a problem with this person. Sai, I've been very close with Junior since young. I can recognize him even if he turned to ashes. What problem can there be?" Ing Tianya said without a care. "You told us previously that your junior was poisoned by a peculiar poison, so he needed an alchemist to come in and treat. But you look at him, how is there any hint of being poisoned?" Jun Tianyu said, "Senior apprentice brother, you take a look at me, who else can I be if not Su Yan?" the blue-clothed youth said with a smile. Ing Tianya was slightly hesitant. He also felt that it was somewhat amiss. The timing Su Yan appeared was seriously too coincidental. Moreover, if he was completely fine, why did he send him a message? "You say that you're Su Yan?" Do you have any proof? Ing Tianya said alertly. Senior apprentice brother, have you forgotten? Back then we secretly descended the mountain and were punished by master to repent facing the cliff. For a year. Also, when we were small, I was bullied by our fellow apprentices. It was you who stepped forward to beat them off. Su Yen stated a number of incidences in a row and finally made Ing Tianya loosen up his guard. Even Jun Tianyu gradually became relaxed too when he saw Ing Tianya's expression. This sort of thing, if it was not the person in the flesh, it was completely impossible to know. Junior, it's really you. Ing Tianya went up to hug Su Yen with an agitated look. But right at this time, Su Yen suddenly smiled evilly and said, You fools, actually delivered yourselves to the door one by one. Truly foolish to the max. Better let me exonerate you all. Yi Yuan finally found the strange nether flower all by himself following the floral fragrance. This was a sea of flowers, and at the center there was an altar. On the altar there was a massive coffin. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing. Hope spirit wood. Strange nether flower, soul-sealing stone. No wonder there are so many strange nether flowers here. Turns out that it is to borrow the power of the strange nether flowers to seal up a divine soul. Looks like this ancient grotto is indeed a scheme set up to exist countless years. Ye Yuan said as his expression changed slightly. Strange nether flowers were able to make martial artists lose essence energy. But it still had another function. Coupled with hope spirit wood and soul-sealing stones, it could reduce the expenditure of the divine soul to the maximum degree. Yi Yuan saw that the altar was constructed entirely from soul-sealing stones. At first sight, while the coffin was made from hope spirit wood. Assembling these things together and complementing with secret arts, one could seal up the divine soul and keep the divine soul from perishing. This sort of method was extremely obscure. Yi Yuan only saw it before in an ancient record. Now, seeing this altar and coffin, he immediately connected it together. Humph! Looks like this Xiaolingzi has wishful thinking of resisting the heavenly Tao, wanting to obtain the opportunity to revive through this sort of means. Looks like Qin Meixian, they all being refined into puppets and placed in the plaza was not by chance. This kind of method requires large numbers of martial artists' divine soul as nourishment, while us, these people, entering the ancient grotto precisely provides this kind of opportunity for him. Such insidious means, Yi Yuan said with a cold sneer. This sort of method was very vicious, requiring large numbers of living souls as a sacrifice. Therefore, Yi Yuan was very repulsed with this too. It was just that revulsion was revulsion. Even if he knew Xiaolingzi used this sort of means, Yi Yuan did not have that ability to counter it either. According to Yi Yuan's calculations, this Xiaolingzi strength should be peak Tao profound realm. Furthermore, he had extraordinary attainments in the formations path and alchemy path. How could the contingency set up by such a person possibly be wrecked by a divine traversing realm boy? But Yi Yuan could confirm one point. Being able to arrive here indicated that the transmission array he chose was right. If he went to choose the other two transmission arrays, it would surely be even more perilous. The pressing matter on hand was to cure those people. Otherwise, once there, divine souls were devoured by Xiaolingzi. The consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Regarding finding the antidote, this sort of thing, Yi Yuan was still very adept. Since there was such a large patch of strange nether flowers, there must be the antidote item here. Either way, these strange nether flowers could not cause harm to Yi Yuan. Hence, he also started searching with no scruples at all strange nether flowers, this kind of exotic poisonous object. Under normal circumstances, the antidote item could be found in the vicinity. It was just that people who did not understand medicinal theory, even if the antidote was placed in front of them, they would not recognize it either. Roughly an hour later, Yi Yuan finally found the antidote item under a thicket of strange nether flowers. The pinnate star grass. This process lasted close to 4 hours. Yi Yuan found a total of 8 stalks of pinnate star grass, using to resolve the strange nether flower poison of so. Many people should be more than plenty. Obtaining the antidote, Yi Yuan was just about to leave, but heard a series of groaning sounds. Help! Indistinctly, Yi Yuan heard someone calling for help. But in this place, apart from those martial artists traveling together with him, who else would call for help? And this voice clearly came from the direction of the coffin. This direction was direct opposite from the direction he came from, making it even less likely to be the martial artists traveling with him. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, but finally still decided to leave. This place was too dangerous. Who knew if this cry for help was a major trap or not? But just as he was about to walk away, that voice came over once more. Help. I am Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands. Su Yan. Hearing this name, Yi Yuan finally could not resist stopping his footsteps. He was not foreign to Su Yan, this name. Wasn't it precisely Ying Tianya's junior apprentice brother? Ying Tianya said that his junior was poisoned with a peculiar poison. That was why he would find him to come with He Shuming. Now, this sort of situation, could it be that what Su Yan was inflicted with was this strange nether flower's poison? With a couple of leaps, Yi Yuan arrived in close proximity of the altar. Indeed, he saw a blue-clothed youth lying at the fringe of the altar, on his deathbed. His appearance was miserable. "You're Su Yan?" Yi Yuan asked with furrowed brows. Su Yan nodded his head with a feeble look and said, "Aye, it's precisely me. Little brother. You actually know me. Could it be that you're brought in by my senior apprentice brother? You showed up here, what about my senior apprentice brother?" Yi Yuan's brows knitted slightly. Sweeping a glance over Su Yan, he discovered that he was indeed poisoned very severely. Being poisoned or not, it was impossible to hide from Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not let his guard down and kept observing Su Yan's expression continuously. The tiniest bit of his actions all could not hide from Yi Yuan's. It was just that during this process, Su Yan's expression did not have any irregular aspects. It was just the expression of a person who had despaired, but then saw hope. "Your senior apprentice brother was poisoned too. He's just over there. I'm here to find the antidote for him," Yi Yuan said. Su Yan was overjoyed when he heard that and said, Really? That's great. Little brother, could you bring me over to meet my senior apprentice brother or not?" Yi Yuan said, "How will you go over like this? I better treat your poison first." As he said, Yi Yuan brought out the square cauldron and refined the pinnate star grass into juice. Then, placing in a container, he took out a bit for Su Yan. Can this thing work?" Su Yan asked doubtfully. "Of course it can," Yi Yuan said coolly. Su Yan drank the pinnate star grass juice dubiously. Indeed, he discovered that the essence energy within his body recovered little by little. Before long, Su Yan stood up like someone who was fine. "Ha ha! Little brother is indeed not an ordinary person. Great kindness can't be thanked with words. Su Yan will definitely repay generously." Su Yan clasped his hands and said. But Yi Yuan said indifferently, "You're welcome. I was trying my best to do what was entrusted to me too. How can that do? My senior is my senior. I'm me. Oh right, quickly bring me to go find senior apprentice brother. I'm very worried about him too," Su Yan said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and led Su Yan over to the place everyone was resting. "Young master, something is wrong with this person. You got to be careful." Yeah. Yuan was just walking when the Qin Meixian inside the spatial spirit artifact actually transmitted to him through divine sense. Inu. Yi Yuan's reaction showed that he was not too surprised. Rather, it was Qin Meixian who had a look of astonishment when she saw Yi Yuan's appearance of holding the pearl of wisdom in his hands. "You know?" Qin Meixian's cherry-like mouth opened to form a circle. She saw Yi Yuan's action previously and even thought that Yi Yuan was already hoodwinked by Su Yan. That was why she voiced out to warn. Who knew that Yi Yuan saw through it long ago? Yi Yuan said, "And this physical body should be Su Yan without a doubt. But the divine soul probably isn't himself already. He thinks that he concealed it. Very well. Actually, when I pried into the strange nether flower poison in his body, I already saw through the anomalous." Qin Meixian had a look of astonishment. She still did not quite believe it at first, but hearing Yi Yuan said it so firmly, she knew that he was not bragging. He really saw through it. It was just that she did not quite dare to believe Yi Yuan actually saw through that this Su Yan was actually possessed already in the time he took to inspect the wounds. "Young master, since you saw through the irregularity, then why did you still help him resolve the poison?" Qin Meixian asked puzzledly. "He dared to let himself get poisoned. He naturally has ways to resolve the poison. Whether I treat him or not, it doesn't matter to him at all. To still play this sort of games with me with his strength, he must have other schemes. Since that's the case, why don't I play along with him and take a look at what on earth he's trying to do? Exposing him now is detrimental and not helpful to me," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Qin Meixian threw herself at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration when she heard that. Facing a powerful adversary like Su Yan, to be able to see through right away, and keep a presence of mind in the face of danger, pushing the boat along the current, how powerful a heart and strength did this require? "Young master is indeed formidable, but there is a familiar smell on this person's body. It's just that he hid it very covertly, so I don't know who he is either," Qin Meixian said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, "Familiar smell? Could it be Xiaolingzi?" Qin Meixian shook her head, her expression suddenly becoming fierce as she said, "No, I would recognize that guy even if he turns to ash. Like this, I got it." Yi Yuan was rather surprised in his heart. If Su Yan were possessed by Xia Lingzi, he would not be surprised at all. But according to what Qin Meixian said, this Su Yan was actually not possessed by Xia Lingzi. Could it be that there were still other people casting covetous eyes here? All of a sudden, the situation became even more complicated. Before long, Yi Yuan brought Su Yan to the place everyone was resting at. But it was already completely empty. This kind of situation was actually long within Yi Yuan's expectations. He was indifferent about the others, it was just that Jun Tianyu's safety. Yi Yuan was very worried. But the more it was like so, the more he exhorted himself to be calm. Where are the people? They were clearly resting here previously. But are they all gone? Yi Yuan deliberately panicked and said, "Little brother, are you mistaken? Or perhaps they couldn't wait for you and left by themselves?" Su Yan said uncertainly, "Impossible. They were all inflicted with the strange nether flower's poison, and can't walk far at all. Unless—" Yi Yuan's face revealed an expression, a thick worry. "Unless what?" "Unless they were captured by people and rounded up in one fell swoop," Yi Yuan said. Su Yan's expression changed as he said, "Senior apprentice brother and I are as close as brothers. No way, I must go and save him." Yi Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he asked, "There is only one path. Here. We didn't see anybody at all just now. Where were they captured and brought to?" Su Yan was secretly delighted and said, "There isn't just one path here. There is still a hidden pass at the side. I discovered it when I came. It's just that I haven't had time to go in and explore. Then I got poisoned. In my opinion, they must have been brought away by people through there. Indeed, he showed his true colors. This fellow schemed and used every trick, probably in order to lure him into this so-called hidden pass, right? However, go on in then. Who's afraid of who? Then what are we still waiting for? Quickly go in," Yi Yuan said. Su Yan was touched and said, "Little brother is indeed loyal enough." Finished talking, Su Yan arrived at a dark place with large stride and fumbled around on the wall. With a creak, a passageway actually really appeared. "Go!" Su Yan took the lead in. Yi Yuan followed closely behind and went in. 2. This passageway was very narrow. Could only accommodate 2 people passing through. Su Yan's speed was very fast. Yi Yuan could still see his back view at the start. But as they walked, his figure actually vanished in the cave. Heh! I want to take a look at what kind of mysterious person you are. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and actually did not even turn his head around, moving straight ahead swiftly. This dark passageway seemingly had no end in sight forever. But Yi Yuan did not care, moving forward all the way quickly. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan suddenly felt it light up before his eyes, becoming bright suddenly. Looking over, he actually arrived at an enormous rock cave. Looking again, there was a massive stone pillar in the center of the rock cave. On the stone pillar actually tied one martial artist after another. These martial artists were precisely the Jun Tianyu party captured by Su Yan. The surroundings of the stone pillar actually had several thousand lanterns, suspending in the entire rock cave. Lantern light flickered faintly, linking up in one stretch between each other, forming a large net. Within the large net, those martial artists all revealed pained expressions, as if something was being extracted from their bodies. Seeing this sort of situation, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing. Gray flame heretic fire, star mist radiant fire formation. Yi Yuan actually fell into a grand array set up using essence fire. Unknowingly, clap, 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 a figure came out from behind the stone pillar, slowly giving a few claps as he said smilingly, "You, this boy, indeed have some experience. Along the way, your means emerged in endless streams. I didn't expect that you even recognize the gray flame heretic fire and the star mist radiant fire formation." This figure was none other than precisely the Su Yan who previously disappeared. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, his expression darkened slightly as he said, "You racked your brains so hard to lure me here. It isn't in order to flatter me a little, right?" Su Yan said with a smile, "Looking at your appearance, you're quite calm. Wonder if you'll still be able to be so collected or not after I extract out the essence fire within your body in a while." Su Yan stared at Yi Yuan, very much wanting to see the expression of fear and panic on his face. However, Yi Yuan disappointed him. Yi Yuan's face only revealed an expression of sudden realization as he said, with a smile, "So, it's a primordial spirit that's about to be extinguished. No wonder you captured them, but let me go, and lured me here." Su Yan's expression changed when he heard that. He had a feeling of being stripped bare. It was as if all of him was presented in front of Yi Yuan, without holding anything back. How did you know that I'm a primordial spirit?" Su Yan said coldly. Yi Yuan looked at Su Yan like he was looking at an idiot and said, indifferently, "You laid down this star mist radiant fire formation and extracted the essence energy within their bodies, isn't in order to recover your main body's strength? You want to extract the essence energy in my body. It should be because you've taken fancy on Fiery, who has unlocked intelligence and is about to give birth to a primordial spirit, right? You just have to devour Fiery, and you can let yourself recover to your peak state. Therefore, you deliberately let me go and lured me here because you're afraid that I would seek mutual destruction and destroy Fiery, right? Who on earth are you to actually guess everything correctly just by taking one look at the array formation?" Facing Yi Yuan, Su Yan actually became uneasy, even though his strength could crush Yi Yuan. But at this very moment, Su Yan actually felt that Yi Yuan was a very troublesome opponent. This young man was too scary. He did not say anything, and he actually pointed out his identity as well as the trap that he devised painstakingly, all of it. Even ordinary alchemy emperor powerhouses could not possibly have such understanding towards essence fires too, right? Yi Yuan said with a laugh. "Me? I'm merely an ordinary alchemist. Now that I've already entered the array formation, my life and death are grasped by your hands. What are you afraid of?" Su Yan no longer had that composure from before as he gritted his teeth and said, Boy, don't be pleased with yourself. When you receive my main body's refinement in a while, hope that you can still laugh so happily. Star Mist Radiant Fire Formation. Refine for me. Following Su Yan's fierce cry, those lanterns suddenly gave off a blinding light directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. Yi Yuan was brought to mid-air immediately by this enveloping. His 4 limbs were constrained by the Star Mist Radiant Fire Formation, unable to move at all. The powerful gray flame heretic fire burned Yi Yuan's fleshy body non-stop. Powerful force wanted to drag Fiery out from inside his body. In front of the powerful gray flame heretic fire, Yi Yuan seemed to not have the leeway to resist at all. It was only to see his eyebrows locked tightly, showing an expression of great pain. Ha ha ha! Looking at your appearance as if you're holding the pearl of wisdom in your hands, I thought how powerful you'd be. In the end, aren't you still seized without resistance? Boy, have a proper taste of the might of the gray flame heretic fire and suffer the agony of being refined to the fullest extent. Ugh! Yi Yuan groaned muffledly in anguish. Soybean-sized sweat beads oozed out on his forehead very quickly. The sensation of being refined by a peak Tier 7 flame was not that enjoyable. Moreover, that grand array formed a powerful tearing force wanting to forcefully pull Fiery out from inside his body. Yi Yuan and Fiery had their minds linked together long ago already. This kind of tearing force was just like ripping open the scars on Yi Yuan's body bit by bit. That sort of agony penetrated to the deepest area of the heart, virtually, almost making him faint. But Yi Yuan knew that once he fainted, everything would be over. So he endured the intense pain, using all the strength in his body to protect Fiery and not let him be dragged out. Damn it! Why isn't it here yet? Still not coming, little lord, I almost can't hold on anymore. Yi Yuan secretly cursed in his heart. Yi Yuan naturally would not follow Su Yan into a dangerous place foolishly. Before coming in, he made a backup plan. It was just that backup plan he himself was unable to control too. Now all the hope was on that backup plan. Ha ha ha! How is it? The taste is not bad, right? Rest assured, after you die, I'll treat your essence fire well, and let him become a part of my body. Su Yan laughed loudly without restraint. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. An incredibly powerful soul force instantly enveloped the entire rock cave. Gray Flame, you disappoint this emperor too greatly. This emperor treated you well and even let you give birth to a primordial spirit. I didn't expect that. You actually dared to betray this emperor. An aged and hollow voice sounded out, echoing throughout the entire rock cave. A faint phantom stood in the air. It was precisely that old man who proclaimed to be Xielingzi that Yi Yuan and the others saw before entering the transmission array. Although Yi Yuan was in incredible agony right now, he still kept his mind sharp. Hearing this voice, he knew that his guess was indeed not wrong. This Xielingzi was indeed a Dao profound realm powerhouse, which was also an emperor. Realm powerhouse. Seeing that phantom in the air, Su Yan's expression involuntarily changed. Abruptly, exclaiming in shock, "Why you? How can you wake up in advance? Without these divine soul supply, how can you possibly awaken in advance?" At this time, Xielingzi actually shot a glance at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This will have to thank this little brother. It was him who disturbed the Luo Tian soul sealing grand array, awakening me from slumber. If not for him, you probably won't give me the opportunity to awaken, right?" "What? This? How is this possible? His every action is all under my surveillance. How can there possibly be a chance to disturb the Luo Tian soul sealing grand array?" Su Yan had a look of disbelief. Starting from when Yi Yuan entered this ancient grotto, each and every one of his action was under Su Yan's surveillance. Previously, when he was at the altar place, it was even less likely for Su Yan to give him this opportunity. Then how on earth did Yi Yuan set up this back plan? Xielingzi looked at Su Yan rather pitiably and said, "You're able to sense that the essence fire within his body has unlocked intelligence, but don't know what his essence fire is. Speaking of which, I'm very astonished too. He actually obtained the cleansing sandal flame lotus, and let the cleansing sandal sacred flame unlock a primordial spirit when at tier 5. Truly inconceivable. See cleansing sandal flame lotus. Hearing this name, Su Yen was seized with a look of panic. If it were the cleansing sandal flame lotus, then everything would fall into place. When Yi Yuan was at the sacrificial altar previously, he already discovered something amiss with Su Yen, so he secretly made Fiery leave behind a clone on the sly. After they left, this clone triggered the Luo Tian Soul Sealing Grand Array, and made Xialingzi awaken in advance. You're very surprised too, are you not? The cleansing sandal flame lotus isn't very powerful among essence fires, but the room for growth is huge. Just that the advancement of essence fires, the conditions required are extremely harsh. Ordinary alchemists would not put in much effort to nurture one type of essence fire at all. But once the cleansing sandal flame lotus matures to boundary similar to yours, its strength is enough to overwhelm you. What's even harder to come by is that this cleansing sandal flame lotus actually unlocked its intelligence, and furthermore, it's already not far from giving birth to a primordial spirit. Xialingzi said coolly. The nurturing of essence fires was entirely different from martial artists' cultivation. The conditions required were extremely harsh, and there was also a huge part up to luck. Even Yi Yuan did not think of using the cleansing sandal sacred flame all the way at the beginning too. His cultivation speed was much faster compared to the cleansing sandal sacred flame's advancement speed. If not for Fiery giving birth to spiritual wisdom accidentally, Yi Yuan would have abandoned it before long, although he hated to part with it once Yi Yuan broke through to the boundless realm. The function of the cleansing sandal sacred flame would really be negligible. Su Yan's expression was incomparably ugly, glaring at the Yi Yuan who was still in agony, brimming with killing intent. He calculated everything but did not consider that Yi Yuan actually still had such a backup plan. This punk, turns out that he already saw through me at the sacrificial altar. Su Yen gnashed his teeth and said. Xialingzi suddenly heaved a sigh and said, Gray Flame, back in those days, when you and I joined hands, how glorious it was. I didn't expect that time has passed and circumstances have changed. You actually carried out such a betrayal. Why was there a need? Su Yan's expression was slightly cold as he said, Pooh, the glory was yours. I was just a chess piece in your hands. The most hateful thing was that if you died, then you died. But you actually even wanted to suppress me in this damned place, nearly causing my primordial spirit to be extinguished. Heaven has eyes and finally let me break through the seal before you woke up. Of course I have to obtain freedom, Xialingzi said indifferently. So you seized this body, then lured these people in here to attempt to recover your strength, and then throttle me? Su Yen said with a cold smile. So what then? At present, this world is already completely different from our time. Deity realm powerhouses vanished without a trace overnight. This world can no longer give birth to deity realm powerhouses. As long as I recover to my peak strength, I'll be able to do whatever I want in this world. Don't tell me you still want me to be your dog, never to rise up for all eternity. The gray flame heretic fire possessing Su Yen had inherited his memories too, and already knew this world had already changed. Hearing Gray Flame's words, Xialingzi's expression changed drastically too. What did you say? This world can no longer give birth to deity realm powerhouses. Gray Flame laughed coldly and said, You aren't still having your unrealistic dream, right? Even if you revive once again, it's also impossible to break through the shackles and reach deity realm. You, simply preposterous. How can deity realm powerhouses possibly vanish without a trace overnight? Who has such incredible ability to make deity realm powerhouses disappear unknown to God or ghost? Xialingzi's lifelong goal was the deity realm Even if he did not reach this goal in the end, he prepared a series of contingencies in order to break through to the deity realm. But now, Grey Flame actually told him that he could no longer reach deity realm anymore. This made him unable to accept it at all. Ha ha ha. Xieling, when I seized this body, my first reaction at that time was exactly the same as yours. But later I became open-minded. Even if I'm not able to reach deity realm, so what? As long as my strength is formidable enough, I can live very comfortably in this world all the same. Grey Flame said with a loud laugh. Grey Flame had clearly accepted this fact long ago. He was a peak tier 9 primordial spirit back then. As long as he recovered his peak strength, he could absolutely live very comfortably in the divine realm. Xielingzi suddenly snorted coldly and said, "Humph! Other people can't break through the deity realm. Doesn't mean that I'm unable to break through this. Emperor prepared many contingencies for this. I don't believe that I can't break through to the deity realm." Now, Grey Flame returned to this emperor's embrace. Xielingzi suddenly mumbled some words, like he was reciting some incantation. Arg! A sharp and miserably cry was emitted from Su Yan's mouth. As the owner of the Grey Flame Heretic Fire, the two people actually did not remove the subservient relationship all along. These two people each harbored their own sinister motives. Xielingzi had never trusted Grey Flame before. This incantation had tremendous damage to Grey Flame's primordial spirit. Therefore, it was able to put him in excruciating agony. Old thing, you're seeking death. If you were at your prime, I'd still be a little apprehensive of you. But now, you're just a wisp of a remnant soul. Star Mist Radiant Fire Formation. Exterminate him for me. Su Yan cried out miserably. Xielingzi deployed the Star Mist Radiant Fire Formation while he was screaming wretchedly, wanting to deal a lethal blow to Xielingzi. However, no matter how he called out to his main body, there was actually no reaction. Seeing the situation, Su Yan's heart unwittingly thumped, thinking to himself that it was bad. Not just Xielingzi, even Xielingzi was amazed too, and unwittingly looked over in Yi Yuan's direction, but saw light halos floating around Yi Yuan. A lotus flower grew out of his chest and was actually devouring the Grey Flame Heretic Fire's main body continuously. When Su Yan saw the situation, his expression could not help changing drastically. Just how on earth did this boy do it? He's actually absorbing my main body's fire origin power, Su Yan said with a look of panic. It was only at this time did he discover that Yi Yuan's essence energy actually counter-suppressed his main body Grey Flame Heretic Fire starting. Since God knows when, reverse devouring the Grey Flame Heretic Fire's fire origin power. Boy, quickly stop. If you still don't stop, I'll make you die horribly. Su Yan cried out in alarm. At this time, how could the Grey Flame Heretic Fire still care about gobbling a fiery? It was already pretty good if he was not swallowed up. Fortunately, Grey Flame possessed Su Yan and inherited all of his strength. He was a genuine late-stage Heaven Enlightenment Realm powerhouse right now. In this rock cave, his strength was the most powerful. Even the Xielingzi who had just woken up was not his match either in a real fight with the gloves off. Su Yan suddenly erupted, attacking towards the Yi Yuan inside the array formation. Xielingzi's gaze twinkled. Suddenly, his mouth opened and closed again, and started to mutter incantations. Arg! Su Yan's figure was suddenly akin to being struck by lightning, dropping down from the air directly and smashing heavily onto the ground. Xieling, you old undying man. I'll kill you first. Enduring the intense pain, Grey Flame struggled to his feet and slashed at Xielingzi with a sword. Even though Su Yan was unable to unleash his full power right now, this attack was by no means insignificant. It was just that wanting to deal with Xielingzi under this kind of circumstances, clearly it was still a little lacking. Xielingzi had clearly set some sort of contract with the Grey Flame Heretic Fire. Xielingzi could keep him in check through this sort of method. Even if Xialingzi's current soul force was lacking and he did not have a physical body to house the divine soul too, it was also not easy for Xialingzi to want to kill him. If Xialingzi could be dealt with so easily, Grey Flame also would not need to contrive all kinds of schemes to lure so many martial artists to come to this ancient grotto. Now it was only to see Xialingzi fluttered lightly, avoiding this attack very effortlessly. Boy, double up. Help me clean up my household. Later I'll give you benefits. Xialingzi suddenly opened his mouth and said to Yi Yuan. Just earlier, when Xialingzi and Grey Flame were conversing, a hint of sluggishness appeared in Grey Flame's control over the Grand Array. One had to know that Yi Yuan's control over Essence Fire was peak alchemy, Emperor class. Even if this Xialingzi revived, he would not catch up to Yi Yuan even by whipping his horse in the path of Essence Fire. Making use of this gap, Yi Yuan counter-suppressed the Grey Flame Heretic Fire's main body soundlessly, and directly let out Fiery, letting him devour the Grey Flame Heretic Fire's fire origin power. The Grey Flame Heretic Fire's fire origin power was a major tonic to Fiery. The moment Fiery appeared, he gobbled up the Grey Flame Heretic Fire without any modesty. Except just this short while, Fiery strength already soared dramatically, and actually broke through to peak tier 5 directly. But this was still just a start. This Grey Flame Heretic Fire was a peak tier 9 Essence Fire formerly. Even if its strength was greatly diminished now, it also had sufficient fire origin power to offer Fiery to devour. When Yi Yuan heard Xialingzi's words, his face could not help revealing a look of ecstasy as he said, "Senior's great kindness. This Yi will never forget it." Fiery greedily devoured the Grey Flame Heretic Fire and actually directly broke through tier 5, reaching tier 6. Bang bang bang. Along with Fiery's devouring, the might of the Star Mist Radiant Fire Array was also weakening rapidly. Jun Tianyu, they all fell from the stone column one by one. Except each and every one of them were still unconscious. This Grey Flame Heretic Fire's devouring caused considerable harm to him. Arg! Master, I was wrong, Master. I shouldn't have betrayed you. I beg. You, let me off. I'm willing to swear fealty to you forever. Xialingzi rolled on the ground in pain, finally yelling out non-stop. He finally submitted under Xialingzi's incantations. This sort of contractual power had immense restraining power towards the Grey Flame Heretic Fire. As long as Xialingzi still had a wisp of remnant soul remaining, the Grey Flame Heretic Fire could not escape his control too. The Grey Flame Heretic Fire himself was peak tier 9 strength too. Furthermore, he gave birth to a primordial spirit. How could he be willing to be under others? What made him even more resentful was that Xialingzi did not even let him off before dying, suppressing him in this grotto. Of course, this was Xialingzi making preparations for his revival anew. Who knew that through the erosion of time, the seal he laid down was actually broken through by the Grey Flame Heretic Fire. Only then was there so many incidents today. Hoo, only knowing to repent and mend your ways now, huh? It's already too late, Xialingzi said coldly. While he was talking, Xialingzi's gaze was looking over toward Yi Yuan. That gaze was as if admiring a work of art. Fiery was still devouring the Grey Flame Heretic Fire continuously. Gradually, Fiery's appearance actually underwent a transformation. The cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus already separated from Yi Yuan's body and landed quietly on the ground, becoming bigger and bigger. Very soon, the cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus grew to a person's height. Its branches gradually became coarse. The lotus leaves miraculously transformed into arms and legs, while the lotus body transformed to become the head. The cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus actually transformed completely to take human form. Ha. Indeed didn't disappoint this emperor. After this cleansing Sandal Flame Lotus devoured Grey Flame, it directly expedited giving birth to a primordial spirit and transformed into human form. Xialingzi burst into laughter as if that person who evolved was himself. And right at this time, Yi Yuan's aura was also rising rapidly. He and Fiery were linked telepathically, absorbing so much fire origin power. All of a sudden, there was even large quantities of essence energy mixed inside, but it was all absorbed by Yi Yuan. Under this surge, Yi Yuan's cultivation could no longer be controlled and was going to break through. Ha ha ha! This boy is pretty good. Xiaolingzi looked at Yi Yuan, revealing a very appreciative expression. That expression was like looking at the meat in his bowl, incomparably greedy. But Yi Yuan did not have time to go and bother about Xiaolingzi at all. He was assaulting the realm in full force. 5th level divine traversing. 6th level divine traversing. Yi Yuan directly broke through 2 minor boundaries under the impact of the surge of essence energy, arriving at the threshold of 7th level divine traversing, reaching peak 6th level divine traversing. Not bad. Really not bad. This boy's concept comprehension is much higher than his true cultivation realm, breaking through 2 minor boundaries in a row, and there is actually not the slightest sign of his cultivation realm being unstable. Xiaolingzi had been observing Yi Yuan's breakthrough by the side the entire time and even made complimenting remarks about him from time to time. Finally, Yi Yuan successfully broke through, his entire person's aura rising a great deal. While at this time, Fiery had also completed evolution already. The present Fiery was also not far away from Tier 7. A handsome youth appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He was precisely Fiery who achieved a primordial spirit. Fiery pays respect to master, Fiery said with a childish face. Yi Yuan laughed and said, haha, I didn't expect that there is actually still an unexpected harvest coming to this ancient grotto this time. Fiery, don't need to be so courteous with me. Just be like White Light and call me Big Brother will do. Although Fiery just evolved and became a primordial spirit, the time he followed Yi Yuan was roughly the same as White Light. Along the way, Fiery had helped him out greatly. Regardless whether was it pill refinement or battle, Fiery was Yi Yuan's indispensable partner. Moreover, Yi Yuan being able to leap realms to battle many times was relying all on the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. This cultivation method, Fiery, was even more essential. Therefore, even though the face of this handsome youth before his hands was very unfamiliar, Yi Yuan felt very close. This big brother. Fiery hesitated for a bit, but he still called out. Fiery was already in a state of extreme reluctance to part with towards Yi Yuan now. Furthermore, he knew that everything of his today was all bestowed by Yi Yuan. If without Yi Yuan, he might just be a Tier 4 essence fire forever. Haha. Good brother. Seeing Fiery give birth to a primordial spirit, Yi Yuan was very happy too. Heh. Truly affectionate brothers. Didn't think that I, Xiaolingzi, slumbered for so long. There were actually people who delivered you brothers in front of me. Young man, tell me, aren't we very fated? Xiaolingzi suddenly said with a sinister grin. The gray flame heretic fire's main body was devoured to the limit by Fiery. His primordial spirit right now was like being drained empty. Su Yan's entire person was withered on the ground, already on his last gasp. However, when he heard Xiaolingzi's words, he suddenly shuddered. Master, why you don't want gray flame anymore? Why you want to take over this boy? Xiaolingzi smiled faintly when he heard that and said, Hoo, gray flame alone understands me. You take a look at them. One is full of vigor and vitality. One is a newborn primordial spirit. Aren't they specially sent before me by heaven? Gray flame, once this cleansing sandal flame lotus advances to Tier 9, its strength will be much stronger than yours. Therefore, using you to help him, is it not the best option? Xiaolingzi looked at Yi Yuan with a broad smile, as if he was already a dish in his bowl. Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically when he heard that and said, Senior joking? Earlier you were clearly still helping me. Why would you carry out possession on me? Xiaolingzi laughed loudly and said, Joking? This emperor is not in the leisurely mood to make jokes with you. This emperor commanded the divine realm. Back then with an awe-inspiring reputation extending in every direction. Being able to be possessed by this emperor, that is your honor. Young man, you better open up your divine soul and submit obediently. Or else, the taste of the divine soul being eradicated isn't that enjoyable. Yi Yuan said fearfully, "Ah, don't. Junior's body isn't that good to use. There are so many physical bodies here. Senior, just randomly pick one. Will do." Xialingzi said with a laugh. "Brat, don't play any games with me. I know that. Your capabilities are not small, but your capabilities have nowhere to be displayed at all in front of this emperor. Also, your fleshy body contains extremely powerful true dragon might. Do you think that I can't perceive it? This fleshy body of yours, apart from the cultivation realm being a little low, it's simply rated as perfect. Other than you, this old man turns his nose up at everyone." This Xialingzi's knowledge was extraordinary and had long seen through the remarkable aspects of Yi Yuan's physical body. Powerful physical body, consummate concepts, and even took in an essence fire, which gave birth to a primordial spirit. This was seriously too perfect. Therefore, when Grey Flame attempted to attack Yi Yuan earlier, not only did he block Grey Flame, he even added fuel to the fire, letting Fiery devour the Grey Flame Heretic Fire's main body. The more powerful this fleshy body was, the more satisfied Xialingzi was. In his view, this physical body was simply custom-made for him. Originally, according to Xialingzi's plan, this grotto should be able to absorb sufficient divine souls and nourish his own divine soul through the array formation and let him recover to his peak state. After that, he would awaken and hunt for a quality physical body to seize over. But plans could not catch up to changes. The Grey Flame Heretic Fire actually broke through the seal and attempted to annihilate his divine soul. Who knew that Grey Flame Heretic Fire actually even lured so many martial artists here, and in an accident arising from many causes, made him regain consciousness in advance. Although Xialingzi's current condition was not very good either, pondering about taking possession of a puny little divine traversing realm like Yi Yuan, it was still more than adequate. Of course, if he knew what kind of a divine soul was housed inside this fleshy body, he definitely would not think this way. Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically when he heard that and said to Fiery, "Fiery, run." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved and was going to escape from this rock cave. But Xialingzi chortled with laughter and said, "Run? Can something that this emperor has taken fancy on escape? Come, this emperor will bring this fleshy body and traverse the 9 heavens and 10 lands once more." Xialingzi's figure moved and instantly caught up to Yi Yuan. With a swoosh, Xialingzi directly tunneled into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. "Ouch! Punk, you schemed against me." Xialingzi had just entered Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness and had yet to figure out what was happening, and he was struck by a soul sword, giving off a tragic cry. "Heh, so what if I schemed against you? Eat another blow from me." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and released a soul sword once more. "Ouch!" Xialingzi cried out miserably once more. How could he have thought that Yi Yuan, a puny little divine traversing realm, would actually have such fierce divine soul attack means? Taken by surprise, Xialingzi was actually successfully schemed against by Yi Yuan. Divine soul showdowns were incomparably dangerous. Xialingzi receiving 2 soul swords attack, his divine soul immediately withered considerably. Although Xialingzi was a peak alchemy emperor divine soul, having slumbered for such a long time, even with the sealing of an array formation, his soul force was also running on empty. Without the assistance of a physical body, for his soul force to want to recover, it was also basically impossible. Therefore, that was why he wanted to take possession of Yi Yuan's physical body. No, wait. Your divine soul. Xialingzi suddenly discovered something and actually cried out weirdly. The current Xiaolingzi was like a bunny whose tail was stepped on, suffering a considerable shock. Hee. Now you realized it? Yi Yuan said with a ridiculing laugh. Xiaolingzi cried out weirdly again and said, Impossible! If you seized possession and revived, how can you possibly be so compatible with the fleshy body? Could it be?
Impossible.
Didn't Grey Flame say that there are already no deity realm old monsters anymore now? Could it be that he was lying to me? Xiaolingzi's cultivation realm and horizons were far from what ordinary martial artists could compare to. When he attempted to take possession and saw Yi Yuan's divine soul, he immediately discovered something amiss. How was this some divine traversing realm brat? This was simply a peak alchemy. Emperor old freak. It was just that Xiaolingzi could not figure out no matter what. Yi Yuan was clearly possessed, but why could he be so compatible with the fleshy body? Seizing possession and reviving under normal circumstances, there was no way to be fully compatible with the new fleshy body. Xiaolingzi prepared a series of contingency plans for the sake of taking possession and reviving, but these contingency plans could only let him reduce this kind of incompatibility to the lowest two. The only ones able to reach this kind of degree were only deity realm powerhouses, but Yi Yuan's fleshy body was actually just like his own. This was simply something unimaginably queer. Yi Yuan said coolly, he didn't lie to you. Divine Tao has already vanished for over 100,000 years. Now, under this stretch of sky there are indeed
no deity realm powerhouses.
Xiaolingzi's eyes became round circles as he said with a disbelieving face, how is this possible? Then how did you do it? Yi Yuan flashed a brilliant smile and said, You really want to know? Xiaolingzi nodded his head stiffly. Clearly, he was completely bewildered by this. Yi Yuan suddenly spread his two hands out and said, Actually, I don't know, either. Xiaolingzi's expression could not help choking up as he said furiously, You're playing games with me. Yi Yuan said helplessly, Just telling the truth. It's you who don't believe it. I believe your freaking head. Boy, even if you're a peak tier 9, you're also just birds of a feather with me right now. Who lives and who dies is still unknown. Xiaolingzi roared furiously. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, Then you can very well come and give it a shot. The two divine souls were both tigers who landed in the plains, lost their power and authority. Their strengths were less than 1/10,000th of their pinnacle period. But there was one point. Yi Yuan was at the rising phase while Xiaolingzi was at the declining phase. Furthermore, in terms of divine soul methods, Yi Yuan judged himself that he would not lose to anyone, even if this opponent in front of him was a powerhouse in the divine Tao era. I'll give it a try then. I don't believe that you, a junior boy in an age of declining laws, can still overturn the skies. Divine Soul Storm. Xiaolingzi was indeed well deserving of being a powerhouse in the divine Tao era. His opening move was an extremely violent divine soul mystic art. As soon as this divine soul storm was executed, Xiaolingzi's divine soul immediately transformed into a tempest and actually wanted to tear Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness into shreds. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and cried out, Divine soul mystic art. Wind. Cleaving blade. A powerful soul force coalesced to form a gigantic blade, crushing over towards Xiaolingzi's divine soul storm, carrying an imposing momentum which pressed forth with an indomitable will. Rip. The divine soul storm was extremely powerful and actually directly cracked open a large gap on Yi Yuan's blade. But Xiaolingzi was even more tragic. His divine soul storm was cleaved into two halves by Yi Yuan immediately. When Xiaolingzi revealed his figure, his divine soul weakened considerably. Once more, Yi Yuan's divine soul likewise suffered considerable injuries, resulting in his divine soul to become a fair bit dimmer. It was just that, in comparison, it was still Yi Yuan who won slightly. Divine soul battles and martial artists' competition in strength were completely different. No matter how powerful your divine soul was under such battles, it would definitely cause damage to the divine soul. Except, if one person's boundary was much higher compared to the other, this kind of damage could be overlooked. But this Xielingzi was not an ordinary divine soul, but a divine Tao era's Tier 9 powerhouse. If the two people were both at their pinnacle period, the might of their divine souls should be more or less the same. Therefore, even though Yi Yuan won, it was also hard for him to avoid having some damage. But this bit of injury, Yi Yuan did not care at all. He had a physical body as a carrier. Later, he just had to consume some medicinal pills and he would naturally be able to recover his strength. But Xielingzi could not. He was just a divine soul now. He could not endure this kind of losses at all. Let alone that Yi Yuan's divine soul mystic art even completely trounced him. I didn't expect that a junior boy in an age of declining laws actually had such strength. Truly remarkable, Xielingzi said with an ugly look. Hoo. A divine Tao era's Tier 9 powerhouse is also merely just so.
Ye Yuan
said indifferently. Boy, don't be so rampant by relying on that you have a physical body. Lingzi said furiously. I'm just bullying you by relying on that I have a physical body. So what? Come and bite me. Bite me, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Xielingzi was angered by Yi Yuan until he was huffing and puffing. But he could do nothing about it. Although this move earlier was just a probe, Xielingzi discovered to his dismay that he was not Yi Yuan's match at all. When Xielingzi heard that there were no deity realm powerhouses now, he could not help harboring a sense of looking down on the present martial artists. But through the exchange with Yi Yuan, he discovered that even if this sort of strength was placed in the Divine Tao era, it was extremely daunting too. If Yi Yuan was born in the Divine Tao era, he was bound to be able to achieve deity realm. Brat. This fleshy body, I don't want it anymore. Humph, we'll meet again. Another day. Xielingzi missed this hit and actually backed out. It was only to see his figure moved and actually wanted to back out from Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. Wanna leave? How can it be that easy? All of a sudden, the surroundings became pitch black, unable to see one's hand. In front of them, Xielingzi was just about to escape but discovered to his surprise that there was no path to take. His expression could not help changing drastically as he said, Boy, you actually sealed off your sea of consciousness. You don't want to live anymore? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. I let you into the sea of consciousness in order to exterminate you in one stroke. Now that you want to escape from here, don't even think about it. Xielingzi's expression was ugly to the extreme. He did not think that Yi Yuan deliberately lured him in. Now, Yi Yuan sealed off the sea of consciousness to fight with him to the death. This kind of outcome was what Xielingzi could not have anticipated at all. Prior to this, boy, you doing this, do you really take me to be a soft persimmon? If I explode with full power, the two of us, both will die. Looking at Xielingzi's appearance, he was actually turning to desperate measures when driven into a corner. Sealing off the sea of consciousness, even Yi Yuan himself could not sense the existence of his physical body too. Now, Yi Yuan's physical body was simply a walking corpse and would not have the least bit of sensation. But with the fiery who had just advanced ranks protecting, Yi Yuan was not worried about Grey Flame. Right now, Grey Flame was already not much different from a dead dog. Fiery. Dealing with him was more than plenty. Hey, you got to have the capability to do that too. Speaking of which, I very much want to experience the divine soul mystic arts of an ancient powerhouse. How about we compare notes a little? Finish talking. Yi Yuan did not wait for Xielingzi to answer either, and actually attacked straight away. Ice Soul Curse. Yi Yuan gave a light cry and actually condensed out a large bunch of ice shards with soul force in an instant, stabbing towards Xielingzi. His approach was pestering non-stop. Even if Xielingzi did not want to fight, it was out of the question too. But Yi Yuan's divine soul mystic art was very powerful. Even if Xialingzi had exceedingly high attainments concerning divine souls, he was still somewhat struggling with cope with things in front of Yi Yuan. This ice soul curse looked to be an extremely powerful offensive style divine soul mystic art at one glance. Xialingzi's expression darkened, and he howled, "Nether soul shield!" All of a sudden, Xialingzi condensed a gigantic shield with soul force, blocking it in front of him. Bang! 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 Ice shards bombarded toward the shield one by one. Tremendous impact force beat the shield back repeatedly. But this move was not Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. After he displayed this move, he had been observing Xialingzi's divine soul mystic art constantly, his gaze revealing a pondering look. The ancient era's divine soul mystic arts seemed to be somewhat different from the present, but where it was different, Yi Yuan could not pinpoint it either. Yi Yuan's divine soul mystic arts were numerous. Succeeding in one move, he changed styles unceasingly and carried out an indiscriminate bombing against Xialingzi, pressuring Xialingzi until he could not catch his breath at all. Being exhausted from dealing with it continuously, Yi Yuan discovered that the divine soul mystic arts he executed seemed to have slightly greater consumption compared to Xialingzi. Although he took the absolute upper hand, that was the absolute overpowering of strength. The divine soul mystic arts that Xialingzi displayed seemed to be more accomplished with high proficiency compared to himself. This discovery made Yi Yuan very depressed. Could it be that after the divine Tao withered martial artist's divine soul also had some unknown transformation occurring? Or was it because present martial artists lacked a little something so they were unable to advance to the deity realm? In contrast, the more Xialingzi fought, the more startled he got. Yi Yuan was seriously too powerful. All kinds of divine soul mystic arts emerged in endless streams, seemingly inexhaustible. If it continued like this, he would be exhausted to death by Yi Yuan. Boom! Xialingzi's soul force abruptly erupted, slamming away Yi Yuan's attack. Directly, he looked at Yi Yuan like he went mad and roared, "Brat, you forced me. Let you take a look at an ancient powerhouse's true prowess." Xialingzi's arms opened up slightly. A majestic soul force spewed forth from his divine soul akin to an erupting volcano, while Yi Yuan actually felt a kind of very familiar feeling in this surge of soul force. His soul force. It seems to encompass some sort of elusive profundity. Just what is it? Yi Yuan muttered under his breath, seemingly not paying any attention to this powerful attack at all. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised in his heart, as he said, "Oh right, that's it. This mysterious aura is precisely the mysterious power contained within the golden characters. It's just that Xialingzi's mysterious aura is too weak. If not for him erupting his soul force entirely, I wouldn't sense it at all. Looks like he's still a very long way away from deity realm. Boy, facing imminent death and you're actually still in a trance here." Xialingzi was currently releasing a big move but suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was currently in a daze. This made him feel unbelievable fury. He was an exalted divine Tao era's big shot and was actually being looked down upon by a junior brat like so. How to make him accept this? It was only then did Yi Yuan come back to his senses. He had an apologetic smile on his face as he said, "Ah, sorry about that. Thinking about some things earlier and became absent-minded. Fortunately, I can still make it in time right now. This is your strongest divine soul mystic art? Doesn't seem like much either. You disappoint me greatly." Fortunately, Xialingzi was a divine soul body right now. If he still had a physical body now, he would definitely be infuriated until he was heavily injured and vomit blood. Yi Yuan's words were seriously too infuriating. He was, at any rate, a former peak Tao profound powerhouse too. He was actually being despised by a junior. Except, he had yet to refute in time, and his face revealed a look of Astonishment. Heh. I already have not used this move for a long time. My present soul force is barely able to support this move. Divine Tao Era's Senior, sample the taste of this move of mine well, because you only have one chance to experience it. Yi Yuan played it down as he said it, but his soul force quietly dispersed throughout the entire sea of consciousness. How is this possible? My divine soul mystic arts are actually unable to be used. What the hell kind of skill is this? Xiaolingzi had an expression like he saw a ghost. He urged his soul force with all his might. However, his soul force was like withered, unable to be deployed at all. Xiaolingzi had lived for 10,000 years. The cultivation skills and martial technique he had experienced before were too many to enumerate, but he had yet to see before any kind of divine soul mystic art that could make the opponent unable to even retaliate. This kind of skill was also too horrifying. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "It's true that right now is an age of declining laws, but it's precisely because they are unable to break through to the deity realm that martial artists pushed all kinds of methods to the limit, wanting to break through the fetters. Therefore, current martial artists' strength is not as weak as you imagine. In comparison, same rank martial artists are even more powerful compared to that era of yours. Therefore, don't look down on martial artists in a waning age." Xiaolingzi looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished face, as if he was a god.
No.
Don't. I, Xiaolingzi, am someone who's going to step into deity realm. How can I possibly die here? Xiaolingzi yelled out crazily. Yet, no matter how he shouted, he was unable to muster up soul force. Myriad, soul, extinction, out of Yi Yuan's mouth. These three words were akin to the sound of a celestial deity. The moment the words came out, the entire sea of consciousness quietened down. Xiaolingzi's mouth was still opening and closing frenziedly, but he could not emit any bit of noise anymore. His soul force was constantly being extinguished by some inexplicable power. While Xiaolingzi's divine soul was like being hit, it was as if he was turning into mosaic tiles, his entire person breaking down into countless fragments. At the start, these shards could still form a complete divine soul. But now, those fragments fragmented once more, then they were utterly obliterated. With a thud, Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground, panting for air heavily. Master, is that you? Su Yan had been observing Yi Yuan's activities by the side all along. But the battle which took place inside the sea of consciousness, he was unable to pry into it. But in accordance to his judgment, with Xiaolingzi's strength, it was impossible to lose to such a divine traversing realm brat. Except, Su Yan could not quite figure out why Xiaolingzi actually spent such a long time to deal with a brat like this. Moreover, looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like the cost was huge. Huff! Huff! That damn master of yours is already thoroughly dead. Now, using this move right now is indeed somewhat more than I can bear. This time, even if there are medicinal pills assisting, without half a month I'll probably be unable to recover. Yi Yuan panted for air as he said powerlessly. When Grey Flame, who was by the side, heard Yi Yuan's words, it was as if he was struck by a thunderbolt in clear weather. What did he say just now? Master. Master was finished off. How was this possible? Even if Xiaolingzi's current condition was much worse compared to his pinnacle. To deal with a divine traversing realm brat like this, it shouldn't need the slightest effort, right? Xiaolingzi's might, the Grey Flame who had always been by his side, was all too clear. He was actually unable to seize possession of a divine traversing realm. Boy? Grey Flame was limp and feeble on the ground like mud at this time. But he could not resist lifting his head to take a look at Yi Yuan, as if he had seen a ghost. This young man before his eyes, who was young until it could make people disregard, was really a monster-like existence. He took possession of Su Yan, then lured Ying Tianya over through Su Yan's secret arts. It was originally something that was already in the bag. Gray Flame knew that the ones here this time were all heaven enlightenment. Realm martial artists. They were simply nothing to be feared to him. But he took everything into calculations and also did not calculate that such a monster actually came this time. Yi Yuan consumed a soul force recovering medicinal pill and rested for a while and finally recovered. When his gaze landed on Gray Flame could not refrain from shuddering. Yi Yuan flashed a bright smile and said, "You don't have to be scared. Actually, I just want to ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly, it's not impossible to let you live." Gray Flame was startled and hurriedly said, "Me, my lord, go ahead and ask. This lowly one will answer everything." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "You experienced the Divine Tao era. Do you know how to achieve the deity realm or not?" Yi Yuan's question made Gray Flame's expression became very ugly too. "My lord, even in the Divine Tao era, deity realm was also an inscrutable realm. Forget about me." Even Xialingzi lingered in front of this great gate for a long time too, unable to find the correct approach. Gray Flame said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan looked at Gray Flame with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "That's to say that you don't have any use at all? Fiery, eradicate his primordial spirit. Don't. Although I don't know how to achieve the deity realm, I know that there is one thing of utmost importance to achieve deity realm," Gray Flame hastily said. Hearing Gray Flame's words, Yi Yuan was slightly stirred in his heart. He was rather surprised. Actually, Gray Flame saying that he did not know the mystery of becoming a deity was within Yi Yuan's expectation. Except it didn't expect that under Yi Yuan's bluff he actually really swindled out some things. What thing? Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart and asked. Yi Yuan's lifelong goal in his previous life was to achieve the alchemy god realm. But he sought after bitterly and did not attain it. Now that he had a chance to hear the mystery of becoming a deity, how could Yi Yuan not be agitated in his heart? Gray Flame said, "Deity realm powerhouses and ordinary martial artists are simply people of two different worlds." Even though Xialingzi was considered very powerful in the Tao profound realm, in front of deity realm powerhouses, he didn't even dare to lift his head. As for how to affirm one's Tao and become a deity realm powerhouses all guarded the secret closely as well. But with Xialingzi's status, he knew some secrets of becoming a deity. Allegedly, achieving deity realm is very closely related to something called mystic qi. All martial artists must go through the baptism of mystic qi before they can transform and become a deity. Hearing that, Yi Yuan's brows creased together tightly. Mystic qi? What is that? Mystic qi, this name it was Yi Yuan's first time hearing. Ji Qingyun was a member of the Divine Realm's Pinnaclemost group in his previous life. With regards to many secrets about deity realm, he was aware. These 100,000 years martial artists had never given up on the research on deity realm. Each major force had its own coremost layer of secrets. Of course, there were also many things regarding deity realm that everyone all knew. But Yi Yuan had never heard before that deity realm had something to do with a thing called mystic qi. Gray Flame shook his head when he heard that and said, "I don't know. Deity realm powerhouses all did not breathe a word about this to a soul. Even if there was some kind of exchange, that was also something between deity realm powerhouses. Martial artists beneath the deity realm they did not place in their sights at all. Regarding this, Yi Yuan did not doubt it. The might of deity realm powerhouses ordinary martial artists had no way of imagining at all. The gap between the deity realm and the Tao profound realm had no way of compensating using numbers at all. No number of Tao profound realm powerhouses was a deity realm powerhouses match. One could say that deity realm powerhouses were completely another level of life form. If not for so, they would not be called deity realm powerhouses. Therefore, in the eyes of a deity realm powerhouse, ordinary martial artists did not have the qualifications of communicating with them at all. Yi Yuan could not help revealing a pondering look. Looks like deity realm powerhouses all disappearing overnight brought away too many secrets, resulting in a rupture appearing between the two eras martial artists. As for this mystic chi, it sounds rather like an existence similar to essence energy. It was just that this mystic chi was probably a level higher than essence energy. But according to what Greyflame said, he did not know what mystic chi was at. That indicated that this sort of thing was probably not that easy to perceive. Either it was extremely rare, or it required reaching some sort of profound boundary before one could perceive it, or perhaps both at the same time. All in all, becoming a deity was as hard as reaching the sky. In the Divine Tao era, it was already extremely difficult. In this present age of declining laws, becoming a deity was even more a kind of extravagant hope. Perhaps in the Godsfall mountain range, some secrets of becoming deity are hidden. When the time is right, I can go there and investigate properly, Yi Yuan thought to himself secretly in his heart. Right now, in the divine realm, the vast majority of things related to deity realm were all obtained in the Godsfall mountain range, including the golden characters inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. If talking about which place in the divine realm was the closest to divine realm, there was only the Godsfall mountain range. But with this mystic chi, Yi Yuan going to explore the Godsfall mountain range had even more focus and direction. Me, my lord, this lowly one has already said all that I know. I beg you stay your hand in mercy and let me off. Grey Flame said with a mournful face. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a smile, I promise to let you live. I naturally won't go back on my words. But a primordial spirit like you, I don't dare to let you follow your inclinations. So, Yi Yuan suddenly smacked a palm out over towards the top of Su Yan's head. Yi Yuan opened up his 5 fingers and directly grabbed the top of Su Yan's head. A powerful suction tapped into Su Yan's sea of consciousness and actually dragged Grey Flame's primordial spirit out straight away. If Grey Flame was at his prime, Yi Yuan naturally could not accomplish this. But his main body was completely gobbled up by fiery Grey Flame's primordial spirit was extremely weak and could only be at Yi Yuan's mercy too. Yi Yuan retrieved a small bottle and sealed Grey Flame inside immediately. Inside the small bottle had no essence energy to replenish. Grey Flame would also forever not be able to recover his main body's strength. To an essence fire which gave birth to a primordial spirit, the primordial spirit was the most crucial. As long as the primordial spirit was not annihilated, they could draw on the fire origin power in heaven and earth ceaselessly and could recover to their peak state. Fiery, you enter vast heaven pagoda to cultivate first. Your existence is too conspicuous. It's easy to attract the covetous eyes of an observant and conscientious person. Later, I'll impart you a few cultivation methods. When you master them, it can let your combat power rise substantially, Yi Yuan said to Fiery. Fiery was overjoyed as he nodded his head and said, Many thanks, big brother. Then I'll dispatch a clone to follow you. If there's any need, big brother, you just call me out straight away will do. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's mind stirred and put Fiery away inside the vast heaven pagoda. Giving birth to a primordial spirit, Fiery was an independent individual. Already, he was not much different from ordinary martial artists. It was just that giving birth to a primordial spirit at this cultivation realm, Fiery was indeed rather heaven-defying and not too suitable to appear in front of people. But even so, Fiery would also be a major trump card of Yi Yuan's in the future. Even if Fiery did not do anything, just using the might of essence fire was plenty more than ordinary boundless realm martial artists could bear. Let alone that Yi Yuan still had many fire-controlling arts on hand. After imparting some methods to Fiery, it could let his strength have a very large increase within a short period. Finished doing these, Yi Yuan fed the pinnate star grass juice refined previously one by one for everyone to consume, then started meditating to recover his strength inside this rock cave. Executing the myriad soul extinction previously had a tremendous burden on his divine soul. This myriad soul extinction skill was created several tens of thousands of years ago by a powerful alchemy emperor. Its might was exceedingly terrifying. Divine soul mystic arts were alchemists' primary attack methods. Powerful alchemists were able to forcefully withstand divine king realm powerhouses. Martial technique with divine soul mystic art. Even kill divine kings. In reality, Ji Xingyang father and son had this level of strength back then, too. If not for being plotted against by Ji Xingyang, their father and son pair also would not have ended up perishing. Yi Yuan's current soul force, just displaying this move face front, he could not even unleash 1,000th of this move's might. But even so, myriad soul extinction was also not what Xialingzi, this remnant soul, could withstand. Actually, Yi Yuan thought of asking some things from Xialingzi, but later he gave up on this idea. This Xialingzi was too dangerous. Better annihilate straight away was safer. Before long, Jun Tianyu was the first one to gradually wake up. Jun Tianyu's alertness was very high. The first thing he did when he woke up was to circulate his essence energy to guard against any accidents. But very soon he saw Yi Yuan currently smiling at him. Only then did he set his mind at ease. Brother Jun is indeed formidable. Your cultivation realm is inferior to Ying Tianya and Pei Wenxiang, but you woke up first before them, Yi Yuan praised. Jun Tianyu was indeed an exceptional talent. In terms of potential, he flung these two city lords several streets behind. Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists that came out to be the lord of a city all basically did not have much hope in the martial path. That was why they would seek for another way out. As long as they still had hope in martial arts, most would remain in the holy land to continue cultivating bitterly. But Jun Tianyu was an outlier in ancient opulent city. Jun Tianyu blushed with shame, but then he pointed at the Su Yan who was already dead and said in surprise, "This person." Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and briefly recounted the entire process of the incident, but he concealed being seized possession of by Xialingzi this part. Based on Yi Yuan's story, Xialingzi and his primordial spirit fell out and became enemies. Only then did he have an opportunity to exploit, rounding them up in one fell swoop. Except, even so, Jun Tianyu was incomparably astonished too. Yi Yuan said it simply, but to find the lease of life in this, it really could not be done by the average person. Not long after, Ying Tianya and Pei Wenxiang pretty much woke up at the same time. The others also gradually woke up one after another. Of course, they who had just regained consciousness also had a look of being struck senseless regarding the present situation.
Jun Tianyu briefly recounted
the situation. Only then did they know that they squeaked by with their lives. Again, not only did Yi Yuan eradicate Xialingzi and Grey Flame Heretic Fire, he even resolved the strange nether flower poison in their bodies. No matter whether they were willing or not, each one of these people owed Yi
Yuan a tremendous favor.
Especially Pei Wenxiang and He Shuming. These two people incredibly embarrassed by the side. But Ying Tianya had a bitter look. His relationship with Su Yan was excellent. Hence, he put his life on the line and also had to come to this ancient grotto to save Su Yan. It was just that he never would have thought that turns out before he entered this grotto. Su Yan was already possessed by Grey Flame Heretic Fire. Ying Tianya hugged Su Yan's corpse and wept his eyes out, making everyone by the side unable to refrain from feeling sorrowful in their hearts too. This trip, if not for Yi Yuan, their outcome would probably all be incomparably tragic. Before this, they would already be completely wiped out. Even though they all woke up, each and every one had the greater half of their essence energy extracted. Even if they returned to form, their cultivation realms likely faced the risk of falling too. Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists were still fine, but boundless realm martial artists' losses this time were a little too much. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, it should be very hard to recover to peak strength. Of course, Yi Yuan had the ability to help them eliminate the hidden dangers. But he was not a goody-two-shoes to this sort of extent. Except, at this sort of time, there was already no one who paid attention to this. Being able to survive by a fluke was already very not easy. After a long while, Ng Tianya finally pulled it together. He put away Su Yan's corpse, planning to send it back to the Holy Land to bury. What made Yi Yuan surprised was that right at this time, Pei Wenxiang actually came in front of him and said with clasped hands, "Boy, this trip, many thanks." This Pei Wenxiang relied on that his elder brother was one of the 7 holy sons and had never shown anyone respect. But this time, Yi Yuan took action to save him over and over again. This also finally made him feel rather embarrassed. Yi Yuan knew that with Pei Wenxiang's personality, being able to say out these 2 words were already very not easy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to be courteous. You also said it was in order for myself to be able to exit. Therefore, we're square." Pei Wenxiang was a person who valued face tremendously. If Yi Yuan climbed up along the pole, he would feel a little better instead. But Yi Yuan saying that they were square very magnanimously made him feel very disgraced instead. It was only to see him said with a livid face, "Boy, don't give me that. This Pei never owes other people this favor. This Pei has noted it down. If you need any help in the future, as long as it's within the Holy Land, this Pei has the ability to help you achieve it." Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a faint smile, "Fine. When the time comes, I'll go and look for you." "Yi Yuan, how do we exit now?" Jun Tianyu asked what everyone was wondering. Everyone perked their ears up. This damn place, they did not wish to stay for a moment longer. Even Ng Tianya and Pei Wenxiang also involuntarily perked their ears up. From the moment they woke up, Yi Yuan already became the absolute backbone of their group of people. Forget about He Shuming, even the Pei Wenxiang who always liked to jump around bowed his head in submission already. Who else dared to jump out? Yi Yuan said, "The exit is right at the sacrificial altar there. Let's go." During the period that everyone was unconscious, Yi Yuan did not stay idle. He used secret arts to torture the gray flame primordial spirit for about, forcing him to say out many of this grotto's secrets. Xiaolingzi prepared many contingency plans for the sake of reviving anew. These backup plans, he did not get to use them all. All of these benefited Yi Yuan. And that sacrificial altar was not just the core of the Luo Tian soul ceiling grand array, it was also the grotto's passageway leading to the outside world. One had to admit that this Xiaolingzi's attainments in formations were still praiseworthy. The ingenuity of his ideas, Yi Yuan rather admired it too. On the sacrificial altar, Yi Yuan opened up the transmission array according to the method Grey Flame had told him. Everyone pushed open the coffin, but the things inside were already moved out by Yi Yuan long ago, completely empty. Inside this coffin was the transmission array's passageway. Everyone entered the coffin. A radiant light flashed and they finally vanished from inside this ancient grotto. At this very moment, in the faraway Rangshe region, Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters, an alchemy emperor was currently researching medicinal pills. An old man whose hair and beard were all white was sitting not far away from him, currently enjoying tea. Alchemy emperors researching medicinal pills were something that was most common. It was just that what was placed on his table were actually all Tier 5 medicinal pills. An alchemy emperor powerhouse researching Tier 5 medicinal pills. Now this was not a usual thing. Many jade containers were placed on the table. Inside the containers had all sorts of liquid. As he researched, his brows were tightly knitted. In the end, he drew a breath and sighed deeply, putting down the work in his hands. When that old man whose hair and beard were all white saw the situation, he put down the teacup in his hand, came to the alchemy emperor's side and said, rather surprisedly, "Younger brother Sunze, even you can't deconstruct these measly little Tier 5 medicinal pills too. First elder, it's not that I, Sunze, am boosting other people's morale while diminishing our prestige. Even if these medicinal pills are brought to the alchemist association, those few old monsters might not be able to deconstruct them either, Sun Ce said with an emotional sigh. First Elder's eyebrows raised up as he said in amazement. Really that freaky? Sun Ce nodded and said, these Tier 5 medicinal pills look simple, but they were refined and formed with unique methods. And the compositions we deconstructed, logically speaking, are not able to be refined into pills at all when put together. This alchemist is simply a genius. I truly have no idea what kind of method he used to combine these medicinal herbs together and even let the medicinal pills' medicinal effects increase so much. In my view, this is simply inconceivable. This Sun Ce was the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's head alchemist, and also the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's one and only high-rank alchemy emperor, and the medicinal pills he was researching were precisely the medicinal pills sent over from the faraway White Valiant region, Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's branch, and also the few types of medicinal pills Yi Yuan newly rolled out. Actually, after these medicinal pills were sent to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters, there was already a batch of alchemy emperor powerhouses who attempted to deconstruct them before. It was just that the final outcome was apparent. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company saw a business opportunity from these medicinal pills and were naturally unresigned to fail just like this. Hence, they let the White Valiant region sent some medicinal pills over again and let the head alchemist, Master Sun Ce, attempt decomposition. Except the final result was still a failure. These medicinal pills were actually all improved by Yi Yuan in his early days. In order to research medicinal theory, it was just that Yi Yuan did not let them surface in the world. In his previous life, Ji Qingyun was incredibly haughty and held these sort of improved versions of Tier 5 medicinal pills in contempt. What could truly move Ji Qingyun was probably also just some seldom-seen Tier 9 medicinal pills. It was also fortunate that Yi Yuan did not make these medicinal pills known to the public in his previous life, or else he would really not dare to anyhow take them out to sell. First Elder and Sun Ce discussed about Ji Qingyun, both lamenting greatly, especially Sun Ce. Sun Ce, as a high-rank alchemy emperor, was already standing at the apex of the alchemist food chain, but even he actually had exceedingly idolizing mentality toward Ji Qingyun. Speaking of which, ever since after the Ji family father and son perished, not only did this Medicine King Hall not decline, it became even more powerful. Instead, it's just that this Medicine King Hall is becoming increasingly mysterious. Originally, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company still had some collaborations with them, but now it's all suspended, First Elder said. When the Medicine King Hall was at its pinnacle period, it was the target. Various Divine Realm peak trading companies fell over each other to cooperate with. At one point, it even overshadowed the Alchemist Association. Except, the past was already gone with the wind. The present Medicine King Hall was also no longer that Medicine King Hall in the past. Sun Ce heaved a sigh and said, Ji Qingyun's death was a sort of retrogression to the alchemy path. If he didn't die, the entire alchemy world would have had a revolutionary transformation take place before long. If it was like that, it might also be another beginning for the Divine Realm. A shame, such a shame. But to say that the boy who refined these few kinds of medicinal pills have any relation with Ji Qingyun, that's also too far-fetched. The way I see it, he should have gotten some ancient alchemist's inheritance. That's how he knew how to refine these few medicinal pills, First Elder said. Sun Ce nodded and said, should be this case, but I suggest for the trading firm to pay more attention to this boy. If there's a possibility letting him join the trading company is for the best. His future accomplishments will surely be above mine, First Elder said. I naturally know that. These medicinal pills. Leave them. Later I'll invite some fellow alchemists to research these medicinal pills together, Sun Ce said. In the Great Xiang region there were 2 rank 1 holy lands, Bright Moon City and Vast Sun City. Bright Moon City was renowned throughout the divine realm because of the moonlight heavenly eye, while Vast Sun City became a household name with the Vast Sun Flameheart pupil. Two mighty rank one holy lands were respectively controlled by the two great Yu and Zhou families. No one was able to shake them. But at this time, Bright Moon City's Yu family welcomed an esteemed guest. This person was the Alchemist Association's vice-chairman, Lord Quan Xingzi. Even Yu Mengli did not expect it either, that the Zhou family actually able to invite Quan Xingzi over. Except, after giving Yu Mengli a round of diagnosis, Quan Xingzi's brows knitted together and repeatedly lamented. How strange! How strange! Zhou Yan carefully asked at the side. Lord Chairman, what strange aspects does Lier's illness have? Quan Xingzi was invited by the Zhou family. Hence, Zhou Yan naturally had to accompany her by the side. Curing Yu Mengli would be his, Zhou Yan's, meritorious deed. Yu Mengli would not be able to find any more reason to object to this marriage. Quan Xingzi said, I did a round of examination just now and discovered that, apart from possessing the moonlight heavenly eye physique, Lier actually still has another extremely rare spirit physique. The moment these words came out, Zhou Yan's expression became stiff, and his heart palpitated. Lord Chairman, logically speaking, having two kinds of spirit physiques should be a good thing. Why? Zhou Yan cried out in his heart. Must not be that whatever innate battle soul physique. Yet reality was this cruel. Quan Xingzi said, if it were an ordinary spirit physique, it would naturally be a good thing. But this innate battle soul physique is different. In the divine realm's records, the innate battle soul physique merely appeared a few scanty times. This kind of spirit physique requires the spirit and flesh to merge into one but clashes with the moonlight heavenly eye physique. Two kinds of spirit physiques preying on the divine soul, resulting in Lier's present ailment. With every word Quan Xingzi said, Zhou Yan's face became a shade darker. His diagnosis was actually exactly the same as that punk's. Really seeing ghosts. When Lier heard these words, she could not resist smiling at Yi Qing. Yi Yuan was indeed formidable. In terms of alchemy standards, he was absolutely not beneath this Lord Quan Xingzi. However, Yi Yuan said that he was able to treat the conflicting agony of her spirit physique. This Quan Xingzi probably could not do it, right? Lord Chairman, then Lier's illness. Zhou Yan's eyes carried some hope. He prayed inwardly for Quan Xingzi to be able to cure it. That way he could kill that brat without any qualms. These few days, Zhou Yan had been pestering Yu Mengli every day. But how? Could he not feel that Yu Mengli's heart was all tied up in that detestable brat's hands? With the passing of time, the jealousy in his heart grew increasingly thicker. Quan Xingzi heaved a sigh and said, divine soul ailments are the most dangerous. Furthermore, spirit physiques are born from heaven and earth, and there's completely no way of using medicinal strength to change it. Unless the heaven can take back one of her spirit physiques. Otherwise, it's incurable. Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he said unresignedly, Lord Chairman's alchemy cultivation is exceedingly high. Could it be that even you are helpless too? Quan Xingzi said helplessly, no matter how strong one's alchemy path, cultivation is, it's also not omnipotent. There are always terminal illnesses that can't be treated. These two types of spirit physiques, any one of them would be exceptionally formidable. But gathering onto one body, it's true. Fate making a mockery out of people. Lier must not utilize soul force in the future, or else the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. As he said, he looked at the Yi Qing by the side, his expression easing up slightly as he said, azure spirit trees are exceedingly rare. I believe that your father expended a considerable price in order to obtain him, right? Just that even with the azure spirit heart fusing fluid, it can only treat the symptoms and not the root. Zhou Yan's expression suddenly changed, and he asked Quan Xingzi, Lord Chairman, if even you can't cure this illness of Liur's too, is there still anyone who can treat it in this world? Chairman Jing He. The Chairman Jing from Zhou Yan's mouth was precisely the divine realms. Alchemy Path's pinnacle existence, the Alchemist Association's chairman, Jing Fengtian. Quan Xingzi shook his head and said, as far as I know, Chairman Jing probably won't cut it either. Moreover, even if he's able to, it's likely very hard for Liur to be able to wait for him to take action as well. Zhou Yan suddenly said with Yu Mengli with a cold smile, Liur, did you hear that? Even Chairman Jing can't. Could it be that you think a lower realms aboriginal can cure your terminal illness? Yu Mengli cracked a smile and said, since even Chairman Jing can do nothing to help, then why not let him give it a try? I think that you're thinking about that aboriginal in your heart, right? Zhou Yan said furiously. So what if yes? Yu Mengli said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Zhou Yan's entire person was about stomp off in a rage. Liur, honorable nephew, did not stint to invite Lord Quan Xingzi here to diagnose your pulse with the best of intentions. What's with your attitude? Said a dignified middle-aged man by the side. This middle-aged man was precisely the Lord of Bright Moon City, Yunnan Tian. Previously he did not speak the whole time. At this time he finally could not refrain from opening his mouth. Aboriginal? Pardon this old man for speaking bluntly, but how can a lower realms aboriginal possibly treat such a terminal illness? Quan Xingzi suddenly said with a laugh. When Zhou Yan heard these words, his spirit was immediately greatly excited. Like putting on a display of power, he said to Yu Mengli, Liur, did you hear that or not? Yu Mengli gave him a disdainful glance and said with a cold smile, looks like Zhou Yan very much hopes for me to let go of this world. Zhou Yan's expression turned stiff, and he hurriedly said, I didn't mean that. In the end, it ended on a sour note. After everyone left, Yu Mengli's face appeared slightly haggard as she muttered under her breath, in a blink. It's already over a year. It's been a long time. I wonder if have you been well? Initially she thought that the longing for Yi Yuan was just because he was very similar to that person. But after Yu Mengli returned to the divine realm, she discovered that Yi Yuan's figure kept on lingering in her mind and not leave. The present Yu Mengli had deep yearning written all over her face. According to Yi Yuan's cultivation speed, he has probably already ascended to the divine realm now, right? Yi Qing suddenly said. Yu Mengli nodded her head, but she said worriedly, what I'm worried about is also precisely this. Zhou Yan planted a vast sun flame heart pupil imprint on Yi Yuan's body. If he's really bent on dealing with Yi Yuan with his present strength, he's definitely not a match. But Yi Qing smiled and said, I don't know about other people, but Yi Yuan, that boy is very abnormal. A measly little imprint presumably won't have much effect on him at all. Yu Mengli's eyes lit up, and she said, really? Yi Qing nodded and said, when have you seen that boy suffer a loss before? Moreover, if Yi Yuan is really that person you suspect, how would he place a puny little Zhou Yan in his sights? Rest assured, wait until that boy shows up in front of you once more. He'll definitely trample Zhou Yan underfoot. These few days, Yi Qing had been following Yu Mengli constantly and also knew quite a bit of secret concerning Yi Yuan, including Yu Mengli's suspicions about Yi Yuan. Yu Mengli said half disbelievingly, really? If you don't believe me, you just wait and see. Yi Qing said with a smile. At the same time, Zhou Yan was currently in a towering rage. This damn aboriginal, to actually wipe away this young master's vast sun flameheart pupil imprint. Damn it, this young master doesn't believe that a puny little aboriginal can really cure Liur's illness. Zhou Yu, according to the coordinates, that aboriginal who ascended from the endless world should be in the southwest few regions. You send people over right now. You must find that punk for me. Yes, young master. a guard-looking middle-aged man acknowledged. When Zhou Yan entered the endless world back then, it was through the coordinates given by that black-robed man, directly shattering the plane and going down. As for where endless world martial artists were able to ascend to, he did not know either. There were more than hundreds of millions of small worlds in the lower realms. Wanting to check the corresponding region for each small world's ascenders, that was virtually something impossible. Zhou Yan could only roughly ascertain the region Yi Yuan ascended to through coordinates. Back then, Zhou Yan leaving an imprint on Yi Yuan's body was in order to find
Yi Yuan Yasir.
But who knew that before Yi Yuan ascended, he wiped away the vast sun. Flame heart pupil imprint. Today, Zhou Yan deliberately went to sense the imprint he left behind but discovered that there was no response at all. Only then did he realize that the imprint was already erased by Yi Yuan unknowingly. How could Zhou Yan know that in the previous life Ji Qingyun had some friendship with both the Zhou and Yu families? He was even very familiar with the vast sun flame heart pupils method. With Yi Yuan's means, wanting to erase the imprint without making it known to gods nor ghosts, it was too easy. At present, over half a month's time had already passed since Yi Yuan and the others came out from Xielingzi's grotto. In this half a month's time, the entire ancient opulent city appeared very peaceful. Not long after Ying Tianya came back, he brought Su Yan's remains back to the Holy Land. He Shuming also chose to enter terminal seclusion straight away and no longer appeared in public either. Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu similarly chose to enter close seclusion.
Yun Tianyuis.
Losses in the star mist radiant fire formation was not small either, and he had no choice but to enter a retreat to consolidate his cultivation realm. Yi Yuan's divine soul likewise had considerable losses. In this half a month's time, Yi Yuan also expended quite a few medicinal pills before fully restoring his divine soul. Since leaving ancient opulent city until Yi Yuan exited seclusion in between, this had roughly 2 months' time elapsed. But during this period of time, there was a backlog of a large number of Tier 6 medicinal pill orders. Yi Yuan had refined a batch of Tier 6 medicinal pills before leaving. The final outcome was naturally the same as what he said. The vast majority were superior grade medicinal pills. With this, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's reputation had a superb start in ancient opulent city. The boundless realm martial artists in ancient opulent city practically almost trampled the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's doors flat. Every day, there were large numbers of Tier 6 medicinal pill orders. But Yi Yuan was not around. Chener and Li Huixing looked at this large batch of orders but were at a loss on what to do. They did not dare to make this sort of guarantee that the Tier 6 medicinal pills given to everybody would all be superior grade. Li Huixing even came up with a rotten idea during this, wanting to let the Meteor Trading Company's alchemy ancestor powerhouse come and refine. But this
Was flatly rejected by Kianer.
This kind of thing, like public praise, must not be ruined. With no other choice, Chener could only push all of these orders back and wait for Yi Yuan to return. How could Chener have expected that Yi Yuan actually entered a retreat immediately after coming back? Moreover, this retreat was half a month's time. This kind of martial artists who put down an order immediately, most of them needed the medicinal pills urgently. Backlogging 2 months of orders all at once. How could these martial artists not be anxious? Especially these few days, those martial artists wished that they could tear down the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's signboard. Chener was anxious until she was pacing around in circles at Yi Yuan's seclusion venue. No idea how long had passed either. She finally caught sight of Yi Yuan exiting seclusion. My lord and master, you finally exited seclusion. If you still don't exit seclusion, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion will really have to wind up for good. Chener carried a resentful tone as she grumbled. Chener actually carried some spoiled overtones when she said these words, making people unable to get angry. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, if it goes out of business, just open again will do. The sky won't fall. Talk about it. What did you run into? Chenner said anxiously. You, why do you not have any score in your heart at all? The fire is already burning up to the eyebrows, and you're actually not nervous at all. Chenner said the predicament the fragrant medicine pavilion faced for Yi Yuan to hear. Initially, she thought that Yi Yuan would be burning with anxiety. But who knew that he just smiled faintly and said, I was wondering how big a matter it was. Isn't it just some tier 6 medicinal pills? Give the orders all to me. Latest by 2 days' time, I'll hand the medicinal pills all to your hands. Chenner stared with wide eyes and said, T2 days? You aren't joking with me? I have hundreds of tier 6 medicinal pill orders on hand. That expert behind you can actually refine finish in 2 days. Actually, Chenner had surmises long ago. What expert behind? Utter nonsense. This person who refined the tier 6 medicinal pills was definitely Yi Yuan himself. It was just that some words it was not appropriate for Chenner to say explicitly. Chenner was a clever person. She knew that once some words were said, their collaboration with Yi Yuan would come to an end here. Actually, when Chenner heard Yi Yuan make that sort of promise back then, she jumped in fright too. It was just that hearing Yi Yuan said that there was a master behind. Afterwards did Chenner set her mind at ease a little. Yet Yi Yuan and she, they had been very close. She had never seen before whatever so-called expert. Therefore, she boldly guessed that the one who refined the medicinal pills was Yi Yuan himself. At that time, she gave herself a great fright too, feeling that this kind of result was too fantastical. How could an alchemy sovereign realm alchemist possibly refine tier 6 medicinal pills? It was fine if refining tier 6 medicinal pills, but they were even all superior grade and above medicinal pills. This was too outrageous. Chenner did not tell anyone the result of her guesses, including the meteor trading company's people. It was because she saw a huge business opportunity on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan using an excuse that there was an expert assisting behind was because, right now, he did not wish for others to know that he could refine tier 6 medicinal pills. If she divulged this information, once Yi Yuan knew about it, he would surely fall out with her. The so-called cooperation would also come to an end here. But Chenner was not a short-sighted person. Yi Yuan's alchemy talent was too heaven-defying. If they made friends with him, well, wouldn't the meteor trading company soar to the heavens in the future? Once such a character grew up, they would surely astonish the entire divine realm in the future. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery but tough to deliver charcoal in the snow. Yi Yuan was rising up from a nobody right now. It was precisely the time he needed support. Therefore, Chenner decided to build good relations with Yi Yuan at any cost. It was just that even so, when she heard that Yi Yuan only needed 2 days to finish refining all of the several hundred tier 6 medicinal pills, it shocked her until her jaws were wide open. These several hundred tier 6 medicinal pills, even if given to He Shuming to refine, it would probably take half a month, even a month's time too. But Yi Yuan, this puny little alchemy sovereign, actually only needed 2 days? Yi Yuan said coolly, that person's strength is not what you can imagine. These medicinal pills are not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Later you let them send the medicinal herbs and orders all to my residence. 2 days later, you'll naturally have an answer that satisfies you. Yi Yuan had said all these, but then he seemed to have thought of something again and said, oh right, these tier 6 medicinal pill orders, got to restrict them a little in the future. Otherwise, there will be no end to it. If there are martial artists whose medicinal pills are used for saving lives, they can cut the line or something. This? Alright then. Oh yes, there's still something. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's chairman, Zhua Xian, has already come to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to find you many times. I've already told him that you're in closed seclusion, but he still comes over every day. I reckon that he should arrive around this time, Chenner said. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, oh? Looks like they almost can't take it anymore. Talking about this, Chenner said with a smug smile, That goes without saying. These 2 months, our Meteor Trading Company launched an attack all round and already beat their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company until they don't have the strength to retaliate at all. Now, in the ancient opulent city, our Meteor Trading Company has already leaped to first place as the #1 major trading firm, while the market their Heaven's Destiny Trading Company is occupying now is only less than 30%. Yi Yuan came back hastily and entered a retreat very hastily. He really did not pay attention to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's current situation. Now, hearing Chenner say so, he was very surprised. That's what Xin could lead the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to firmly occupy the position of #1 major trading firm in the ancient opulent city. He absolutely had some skill. Furthermore, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was deeply rooted in the ancient opulent city. Their relationships were deeply entwined together into an intricate mess. It was very hard others to go against them. Even though Yi Yuan was very confident in his own medicinal pills, he also did not think that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion could utterly beat down the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company within a year. He did not expect that Chenner only used 2 months to squeeze the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company dry until they were only left with less than 30% of the market. This result involuntarily made Yi Yuan view Chenner in a different light. In Yi Yuan's impression, Chenner did not have much capability at all, seeing that she was unable to deal with the situation after being so long in ancient opulent city. She should have belonged to the flower vase type 1. Furthermore, this last did not have any foresight at all. The last time she did not look at his medicinal pills at all and was going to drive people out. If not on account of their chairman's face, Yi Yuan would probably not even be bothered to work together with the Meteor Trading Company. Sensing Yi Yuan's gaze, Chenner could not help turning angry from embarrassment and saying, "What's the meaning of your eyes? If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look at these 2 months' accounts." But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "No need. I believe what you say." "Then what do you mean?" Yi Yuan withdrew his gaze and said smilingly, "Looks like I underestimated you. I didn't expect that a young lady like you actually has such means. Makes me rather surprised." Chenner smiled smugly when she heard that and said, "This young lady has plenty of means. In the past, it's just a clever housewife who can't cook a meal without rice. Borrowing this surge of eastern winds too, wouldn't I? Utterly destroys what Xin that old punk? If not for the headquarters not agreeing to send an alchemy ancestor powerhouse over here, our Meteor Trading Company would long have been the ancient opulent city's #1 trading company. Speaking of which, the one who rendered the greatest meritorious service this time is still you. Even if I had any more methods, it's impossible to bring down the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company too." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "It's for the sake of my own cultivation too. You don't have to overthink it. But we already know each other for so long, and I only know that you're called Chenner. I don't even know your surname and have never seen your real appearance before either. Isn't this cooperation of ours falling short of reality?" Chenner was stunned and did not expect that Yi Yuan would suddenly pose such a question. Hesitating for a bit, she still unveiled her own face veil. "I'm called Zhao Qian. Now, does it live up to the true sense of the term?" Zhao Qian said with a slight smile, seeing Zhao Qian's beauty that transcended the secular Yi Yuan's eyes. Involuntarily lit up as he praised, "Miss Chenner has such stunning looks. Wouldn't doing business yield twice the results with half the effort? But why do you cover your face with a veil?" One had to acknowledge that Zhao Qian was absolutely that sort of beauty that was hard to come by. In Yi Yuan's view, it was at least somewhat on par with Xiao Ruyan. But Zhao Qian's face turned cold, and she put the face veil back on and said, with a cold snort, "Knew that you stinking men are all like this. Humph. Zhao Qian, do things based on my own ability. How can I parade my looks?" Finished talking, Zhao Qian turned right around and left. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Qian's departing back view and could not help being slightly absent-minded as he said, Zhao Qianhe? I wonder what relationship she has with Zhao Xingqian. This forehead looks rather similar. At the fragrant medicine pavilion inside a hidden chamber, Zhou Xian gave Yi Yuan a bow and said, a genius alchemist like Master Yi, this Zhou should have come to pay respects long ago. But there are too many matters to attend to, and I keep being too busy to get away.
Asin.
Yi Yuan said with a smile. Chairman's was too kind. Your heaven's destiny. Trading company has alchemy saint he holding down the fort. How could you think much of me, this junior? Zhou Xian hurriedly said. Dare not. He shumming offended Master Yi. That was all his own idea. This person is very narrow-minded and envious of those better and more able than him. It's just that this was status is lowly. I urged bitterly many times, but he would not stop. Sigh. Fortunately, he brought trouble onto himself and was already called back by the heavens. Destiny Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch. Only then did this Zhou able to find this opportunity to come and offer an apology to Master Yi on his behalf. When Yi Yuan heard this, he said in surprise, He shumming was transferred away. Zhou Xian nodded and said, Yes, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company regards young genius alchemists very highly, but he beat down Master Yi by capitalizing on his status. After the branch knew this incident, they were greatly enraged. Not only did they call him back, they even fined him 10 years salary. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect that he shumming actually came to such an end. Zhou Xian's mouthful of nonsense. How could he not tell? It was just that people already brought out the sincerity of their apology. Yuan could not very well expose it. This Zhou Xian was sly and cunning, pushing all of the blame onto his shumming, stripping himself clean. But Yi Yuan reckoned that the matter of his shumming getting punished presumably should be true. He had the Meteor Trading Company supporting from behind. This kind of thing, he just had to inquire about it a little and he would know whether it was genuine or a sham. Looks like the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was planning on reconciling with him. But business was akin to a battlefield. Yi Yuan would not give the other party an opportunity that could be exploited to their advantage because the other party yielded. Even if Yi Yuan was willing, it may be assumed that Zhao Qian definitely would not be willing to. Stop beating around the bush. Talk about your intentions for coming. Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhou Xian was not embarrassed at all, fishing out a token and handed it over to Yi Yuan, saying, Master Yi, this is my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's gold-level identity token. People in possession of this type of token. People who possess this type of token can enjoy a 40% discount at all Heaven's Destiny Trading Company branches. Moreover, it's equal to an 8-star elder rank. Yi Yuan interrupted Zhou Xian's words immediately, saying out, This gold token's functions in detail. Zhou Xian said in surprise, Master Yi is actually so familiar with my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's matters. In the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, there's only one person possessing this gold-level identity token. That is the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Lord. Didn't expect that Master Yi actually knows so much in detail about this token. Truthfully speaking, the headquarters actually sending people to deliver this gold-level identity token made Zhou Xian extremely surprised. One had to know that people possessing this gold token were basically all holy land heavyweight class figures. The lowest were also Dao profound realm powerhouses. Now, headquarters actually gave a gold token to a divine traversing realm boy. This kind of thing, it was still his first time hearing about it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Did you guys deconstruct the medicinal pills newly rolled out by the fragrant medicine pavilion or not? Zhou Xian's heart pounded when he heard that. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually have such a query. He actually did not know how to word it for a moment. It was still Zhou Xian's first time meeting Yi Yuan, even though he knew that Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was very formidable. He did not think that he was actually so astute. He only took out a gold token, and Yi Yuan actually guessed the matter of deconstructing the medicinal pills. How fast a reaction did this require? Seeing Zhou Exine faltering and unable to speak, Yi Yuan continued, "Looks like your headquarters alchemists failed the deconstruction. Otherwise you wouldn't take this out. This gold token is indeed very sincere. But do you plan on using one gold token to dissolve my collaboration with the Meteor Trading Company?" At this time, Zhou Exine came back to his senses too. Shaking his head, he said, "This Zhou doesn't have this intention. This gold token doesn't have just those functions, Master Yi said. In it still has my ancient opulent city Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's 30% performance shares. And we only have one request, which is that we hope Master Yi also supplies these kind of medicinal pills to our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. Let us and the Meteor Trading Company sell these few types of pills at the same time. A gold token adding on 30% performance shares just to exchange for the selling rights of a few types of medicinal pills. This deal could be said to a certain profit and no losses. To Yi Yuan it was 100% sincere. Yi Yuan was deeply aware of this. But after he thought about it for a bit, he returned the gold token to Zhou Exine and said, "Apologies. I can't agree to you." Zhou Exine could not help losing heart as he said, "This, could it be that our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's sincerity is still not sufficient?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Sincerity is enough. But I, Yi Yuan, am not you merchants. I have my principles. Since I've already agreed to collaborate with the Meteor Trading Company, no matter how high your price is, it's no use." 2. Zhou Exine left, but the gold token was left behind. This gold token was a death-sworn mission issued by upstairs, making him be sure to give to Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan did not accept, he could forget about being this chairman already. Finally, Yi Yuan still accepted the gold token. He did not mind taking a bit of advantage. As long as it did not go against his principles, it was fine. Yi Yuan knew that the resources he required for cultivation in the future would be too much. Moreover, the price would become increasingly expensive. Right now, this fragrant medicine pavilion could not support his cultivation for too long. Wait until his cultivation realm got higher and higher. The earth essence crystals earned by the fragrant medicine pavilion would fail to meet the expenditure. Using this gold token could have a 40% discount when buying things. Only a moron would refuse. After Zhou Exine left, Zhao Qian asked Yi Yuan what he came here for. But Yi Yuan smiled and did not speak, leaving immediately, angering Zhao Qian until she stomped her foot at the back. 2 days later, Jun Tianyu exited seclusion. Not only did he recover to his peak condition, he even achieved a breakthrough in cultivation realm, reaching 3rd level heaven enlightenment in one go. Of course, this was Yi Yuan getting Zhao Qian to bring over some tier 7 medicinal pills. That was how Jun Tianyu could recover his strength in such a short time and obtain a breakthrough. These medicinal pills were all very valuable things. It was very hard for Jun Tianyu to get them too. But Yi Yuan just casually asked and got it. Right now, Zhao Qian obeyed Yi Yuan's every word. Some tier 7 medicinal pills was also not a big deal to the Meteor Trading Company. But through this matter, Yi Yuan suspected even more that this Zhao Qian's identity was not simple. Because of the medicinal pills he wanted, it was likely not that easy to get, even for 6-star managers. "Congratulations to Brother Jun for breaking through," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Previously, Jun Tianyu had been protecting Yi Yuan's safety along the way like a bodyguard, and he nearly even lost his life. This made Yi Yuan rather apologetic. No matter what, this favor was owed. Therefore, seeing Jun Tianyu having a breakthrough, Yi Yuan was very happy too. "Haha. Isn't this still all thanks to those medicinal pills you got?" Tianyu was clearly very happy too, saying with a big laugh. These few years, he neglected cultivation. his cultivation realm progression had always been very slow. Now, encountering Yi Yuan, not only did he cure his wife, he even obtained breakthroughs in both concepts and cultivation realm. How could he not be happy? TCH, the medicinal pills were procured by me. What are you thanking him for? Zhao Qian said unhappily. Ever since that day, even though Zhao Qian would not defy Yi Yuan's words, she took a liking to bicker with Yi Yuan. She had never given Yi Yuan any good attitude before. Jun Tianyu was very magnanimous and said with a chuckle, "Hoo-hoo, Miss Qian naturally have to be thanked. That's more like it." Zhao Qian extended her elegant hand towards Yi Yuan and said, "The medicinal pills you promised me?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly, reaching his hand out and flicking it. Several hundred medicinal bottles appeared in front of Zhao Qian. On every medicinal bottle indicated the name of the medicinal pill. They were, shockingly, all Tier 6 medicinal pills. "You do a check," Yi Yuan said. A glimmer of shock flickered across Zhao Qian's eyes, but she said verbally, "No need." As she said this, she put away these medicinal pills immediately. Right at this time, a sonorous voice sounded out outside the door, coming over from far away. "Yi Yuan, where are you? Quickly come out for me." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Pei Wenqiang? What's he here for?" Zhao Qian suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Forgot to tell you guys. City Lording won't be back for the time being. The higher-ups have already appointed a new acting city lord. His name is Pei Wenqiang." Zhao Qian's words made Yi Yuan and Jun Tianyu both stunned. Without waiting for them to react to it, Pei Wenqiang already barged inside. Hastily, "Yi Yuan, this city lord came to grace you with his grand presence. And you actually dare to not go out and welcome?" Pei Wenqiang said gloatingly. Yi Yuan said with a black face, "It's clearly you who forcefully barged inside. Yourself. Is there still reason?" Jun Tianyu said coolly, "Yi Yuan, want to sweep him out or not?" Pei Wenqiang's expression choked up and suddenly discovered that Jun Tianyu actually broke through to third-level heaven enlightenment already, and already caught up to him on cultivation realm. But in terms of concepts comprehension, he could not catch up to Jun Tianyu. Even by whipping his horse, Jun Tianyu wanting to sweep him out of the door was probably just a simple matter too. "Hey, I'm warning you guys. I'm the ancient opulent city's city lord for now. If you all dare to touch me, bear the consequences yourself." This time it was Pei Wenqiang's turn to pull a black face. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said impatiently, "All right, stop flaunting your city lord's power and prestige. You be the city lord, I'll run my fragrant medicine pavilion. Let's stay in our own lanes and mind our own businesses. Speak. What did you come to find me for?" Pei Wenqiang was pissed the moment he heard that. "Heh, what high-sounding sentiments. Your shop is opened in my territory. To actually dare have such an attitude towards me. Do you believe that I'll make you close down shop for good or not?" Talking until here, Pei Wenqiang seemed to be even more pleased with himself, as he thought and said, "It's decided. Later I'll make people come to impound your fragrant medicine pavilion. See if you still dare to be so insolent towards this city lord." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Is that so? Recently there just happens to be another person finding me, because I couldn't bear to part with the fragrant medicine pavilion, so I didn't agree. Since you seized the fragrant medicine pavilion, it helped me make this decision." Pei Wenqiang laughed loudly and said, "Heh, found a path to retreat so quickly, huh? I wonder who your next player is? You also know my big brother's status in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Whichever organization you go to, I'll make them close down. I want to see who dares to take you in." Yi Yuan fished out a token very helplessly and played with it a little in his hand. Pei Wenqiang had yet to have any reaction. But when Zhao Qian saw that token, she could not help being struck dumb with amazement as she said, "The heavens! Destiny Trading Company's gold token. Why would you have this kind of thing?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I didn't want it. People insisted on forcefully pushing it to me. It was indeed Zhou Xian who forcefully pushed it to Yi Yuan. In order to make Yi Yuan accept this token, Zhou Xian almost knelt down for him. Pei Wenxiang's expression changed drastically too as he said, This is the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's gold token. Isn't it said that in the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, only the Holy Lord alone has this thing? Yi Yuan gave Pei Wenxiang a glance rather surprisedly and said, Looks like I underestimated you. Didn't think that you actually even know about the gold token. Pei Wenxiang's expression was ugly as he said, I heard my big brother mention it before when I went to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch to buy things. Yi Yuan was enlightened as he said, Oh, turns out it's like that. Oh right, didn't you want to seal up my fragrant medicine pavilion? Quickly seal. What are you still waiting for? Haha, just now I was just cracking a joke. Cracking a joke, younger brother. You don't take it seriously. Only cared about making jokes. I almost forgot that coming today was for proper business. Pei Wenxiang suddenly thought of something and hurriedly changed the topic. What kind of joke was this? This gold token only a holy lord would have one in the entire Holy Land. Then what possessing it signified was already understood without being told. Sealing up the fragrant medicine pavilion? The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was a rank 1 Holy Land. Much more powerful than the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, this sort of rank 9 Holy Land. 1. If Yi Yuan really went to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, he could use the status this token represented to screw him to death effortlessly. Zhao Qian was absent-minded by the sides. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. But Yi Yuan was somewhat curious about Pei Wenxiang's intent for coming and asked, What are you finding me for? Pei Wenxiang said, It's like this. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land will be organizing a quasi-holy sun selection competition a month later. Each faction, subordinate to the Holy Land, has 3 quotas. About this, when I received this news, I thought of you right away and plan on giving you a spot. How is sincere enough, right? Quasi-holy sun selection competition? Not interested. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and refused immediately. Other martial artists longed to enter the Holy Land very much. But Yi Yuan did not need it. Becoming a so-called quasi-holy sun was nothing more than getting the Holy Land's high regard, then obtaining a certain amount of cultivation resources, such as cultivation methods such as medicinal pills. Yet these things the present Yi Yuan could resolve all of it himself. Likewise, he could also settle it himself in the future. Because in the divine realm, the ones who lacked money the least were alchemists. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could earn truckloads of earth essence, crystals. The establishment of the fragrant medicine pavilion also proved this point. Just a short 2 to 3 months' time, Yi Yuan's current wealth already exceeded 10 million earth essence crystals. This to an ascender who had just ascended for merely several months was simply something unimaginable. Yet Yi Yuan accomplished it, carrying the title of junior with the greatest hope of achieving alchemy. God, if Yi Yuan could not even earn this bit of cultivation resources, that would also be too trashy. Hey, you still don't know, right? The rewards for the quasi-holy sun selection competition this time are exceptionally generous. Not only will the first place obtain a high-grade profound artifact, but he can also even get the chance to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. The Crimson Afterglow Valley. My elder brother, as one of the 7 holy sons, didn't even get the opportunity to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley before. Pei Wenxiang was actually quite agitated as he said, The Crimson Afterglow Valley. From Pei Wenxiang's mouth, Yi Yuan had never heard of it before. He naturally did not know why he would be so agitated too. Rather, Jun Tianyu was quite surprised as he said, The Crimson Afterglow Valley is the place Holy Lord Crimson Afterglow Holy Monarch attained the Tao It's said that it opens once every 300 years. Each time only 3 people can go in. These 3 names have always been selected from the Holy Land's holy sons. Why did they actually organize such a quasi-holy son selection competition this time? This kind of thing has never happened before. In the past, even though Jun Tianyu did not enter the Holy Land, he was not foreign to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's secrets. Pei Wenxiang said, "Who cares? As long as I can charge into the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, no matter how great a price you make me pay, I'd be willing to. Sadly, my age is too old and can't take part in the competition this time at all." But Yi Yuan asked, "This Crimson Afterglow Valley, could it be that there is anything different?" Jun Tianyu nodded his head and said, "It's said that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was originally a rank 1 Holy Land, ruling more half of the White Valiant region. It's just that no idea why the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lords became more incompetent with each passing generation later on. Today it actually became a rank 9 Holy Land. But one thing is for sure, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's rise and decline have a very close relationship with this Crimson Afterglow Valley, because each generation's Holy Lord came out from the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This point has never changed before. The Holy Land organizing the quasi-holy son selection competition this time, unprecedentedly, is probably for the sake of breaking the curse too, hoping to find the emergence of a junior disciple who can attain the Tao in the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Listening to Jun Tianyu's words, Yi Yuan became somewhat interested in this Crimson Afterflow Valley. In the divine realm, to be able to become a rank 1 Holy Land, not one was not a major force with deep foundations. But deep foundations did not represent strength perpetually not changing. In these countless years, each and every major force took turns alternating. Some of them, their strength became even stronger while others' strength declined. Such as the Medicine King Hall, they were a super holy land which had just begun flourishing in these few thousand years recently. It was just that the Medicine King Hall's rise up was akin to a flash in the pan, becoming the past very quickly. The present Medicine King Hall was already not the Medicine King Hall in the hearts of many divine realm martial artists. Just what on earth is inside this Crimson Afterglow Valley? Yi Yuan could not help asking curiously. Jun Tianyu shook his head and said, "This, apart from those holy sons who entered the Crimson Afterglow Valley, probably no one knows, but everyone also has some conjectures. This Crimson Afterglow should be some kind of inheritances. It's just that nobody knows what kind of inheritance it is." "Yeah, Yuan, I feel that you can go in and give it a shot. With your talent, I feel that you should be able to obtain the Crimson Afterglow Valley's inheritance." "Oh, Brother Jun feels that I should go and give it a shot too," Yi Yuan said. In amazement, Jun Tianyu was aware of Yi Yuan's true talent. Ordinary inheritances he would really not attach any importance. But even so, Jun Tianyu still proposed for him to go give it a shot. Could be seen that this inheritance definitely had extraordinary aspects. Jun Tianyu nodded and said, "Legends has it that back then, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's first-generation Holy Lord had a great world-shaking battle with a divine king powerhouse at that time because of some matter. That time, the first-generation Holy Lord was still a nobody, while that divine king powerhouse's strength was probably almost on par with the present. 10 great divine kings. The two people battled for 10 days and nights, ultimately ending in a draw. But not long after that, the two people passed away because their injuries were too severe. It was also precisely because of this that the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land became more abysmal with each generation too. Their strength plummeted very quickly. Reaching this generation's Holy Lord, they were finally reduced to a rank 9 Holy Land. Yi Yuan only came to a realization after he heard that. Before ascending to the divine realm back then, Chi Hai once said that he had already not received news from the divine realm for a long time. Looks like starting from that time the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was already unable to fend for themselves and completely did not have the energy to go manage the lower realms matters. But the first generation Crimson Afterglow Holy Lord was actually able to fight to a draw with a 10 great Divine Kings level powerhouse. His strength absolutely did not allow underestimation. Looks like I really have to make a trip to this Crimson Afterglow Valley. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. To the current Yi Yuan, increasing his strength was still placed as number 1. His present strength was still too weak and still worlds apart from Ji Kanglin's to be able to obtain an inheritance comparable to the 10 great Divine Kings. This kind of opportunity naturally could not be missed.
Hey, brat.
I only promised you a slot. Why are you treating it like this? First place is already an item in your bag. Pei Wenxiang was very displeased with Yi Yuan's cocky attitude. Yi Yuan said confidently, if there is no heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse taking part, then this first place I've probably nailed it. Pei Wenxiang curled his mouth and said disbelievingly, although if you get first place as the person who recommends you a quota, I definitely won't miss out on benefits and will also have glorious honor. Your boasting is too big. That's right, the competition this time indeed won't have heaven enlightenment realm taking part. The age is also restricted to under 40 years old. But you, a divine traversing realm boy, said it like you're gonna sweep across boundless realms. It's also too shameless. Yi Yuan smiled and did not explain anything. Rather, it was Jun Tianyu who laughed and said, Yi Yuan isn't bragging. He has this capital. Jun Tianyu's words made Jun Tianyu and Zhao Qian both stunned. Could it be that this boy still had uncommon attainments along the martial path? But Pei Wenxiang did not believe this, and he said, boy, I know that you have some means and your capabilities aren't small either. That's why I took the risk of offending a major aristocratic family and gave a quota to you. Also considered your repayment for the ancient grotto. But in the end, you're just an alchemist. To talk about overwhelming the junior generation in martial arts, I won't believe even if you beat me to death either. If Yi Yuan was boundless realm right now, Pei Wenxiang might really believe. After all, Yi Yuan's means he had experienced before. Disregarding other things, just his attainments in the divine soul was plenty. More than ordinary martial artists could bear. But Yi Yuan was just divine traversing realm now, while quite a few major aristocratic families and major sects disciples were all middle stage. Boundless realm, even late stage experts. Among them, there was no lack of some genius martial artists with very formidable strength. To say that Yi Yuan had the strength to crush everybody, how could he possibly believe it? Yi Yuan gave Pei Wenxiang a glance and said with a smile, this favor, I accept it. City Lord Pei, after this time the old scores between us are written off. Nobody owes the other. How's that? Yi Yuan discovered that even though this Pei Wenxiang had somewhat of bad habits of a silk pants, having a manner as if he was number 1 under the heaven, when really got to know him he was not that detestable either. At least his promise in the ancient grotto, he really achieved it now. Yi Yuan knew that such quotas only had 3. Each major aristocratic family would definitely snatch viciously over it. But Pei Wenxiang left one for him. This definitely had to offend people. But in order to repay him, he did it without any qualms. Though Pei Wenxiang had a powerful backer behind, governing such a large city, he could not really be as reckless as he wished for everything. On the contrary, Pei Wenxiang was actually very clever and was very skillful in governing a city too. Otherwise, the moment Ing Tianya entered Clear Reed City back then, he would not possibly have known right away. Pei Wenxiang nodded his head and said, all right, deal. But this quota, I helped you to get hold of it, but the things at the back, you can only do it yourself. Although you boasted to the high heavens, I still don't really believe it. You have to do your best. Even if you lose, don't lose too miserably too. Otherwise, my face will have no light. 1. Pei Wenqiang was managing 2 cities right now, which was also to say that he actually had 6 quotas on his hands. But Clear Reed City and Ancient Opulent City strength belonged to the lower class standards among the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's subordinate forces. Even if the 2 cities' major aristocratic families snatched until their scalps bled to obtain the quotas, they probably could not walk very far in the end as well. This point, Pei Wenqiang was perfectly aware. Him saying this was only putting feathers on his own cap. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "City Lord Pei, rest assured at that time your face will radiate brilliant light in all directions." 2. The few people were just chatting fervently when all of a sudden, there was a disturbance outside the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's front door. "Yi Yuan, you scram outside for this young master. You're cowardly turtle. Scared, is it? If you have the guts, come out and fight one-on-one. Watch this. Young master beat you until you piss your pants. I want to let City Lord to have a look at just who is fit to go participate in the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition." Outside the door, a young man roared furiously. Pei Wenqiang's brows furrowed and he said, "Unhappy punk who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, to actually dare refuse to accept this city lord's decision. As it happens, this city lord just assumed office. I'll make an example out of this Gu family punk." Chapter 771. A word once spoken cannot be overtaken even by a team of 4 horses. ****. Gu family? My slot originally belonged to the Gu family? Yi Yuan frowned and said. Pei Wenqiang's expression appeared slightly awkward as he nodded his head. Clearly, he did not expect that the Gu family punk would actually make such a scene. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance but did not say anything. Pei Wenqiang's mind games. How could he not perceive it? Even though Yi Yuan took action and saved Gu Qing, his relationship with the Gu family was not considered very good either. Putting aside other things, this fragrant medicine pavilion was really hauling in bushels of gold now, but this was originally the Gu family's territory. How could they possibly not be envious? This move of Pei Wenqiang's gave Yi Yuan a huge benefit and also sowed discord between the 2 forces' relationship without extra trouble. Him being the city lord would sail with the wind. This kind of inciting method was not considered despicable. It was just the methods of a sovereign. Balancing all parties' relationship, this was something that every sovereign had to consider. Yi Yuan had never eaten pork but had seen pigs running plenty of times. How could he not see through this bit? Pei Wenqiang had just newly arrived. Using a bit of trick was justifiable. Yi Yuan did not think anything about Pei Wenqiang because of this. On the contrary, if Pei Wenqiang did not play these cheap tricks, he would not be Pei Wenqiang instead. Pei Wenqiang's small trick was just done by taking advantage of an opportunity. After all, the value of a slot far exceeded the problems of inciting the 2 sides' relationship. If that Crimson Afterglow Valley really had a huge lucky chance, then the value of this quota to Yi Yuan would be immeasurable. Some small tricks could be overlooked. Yi Yuan gave Pei Wenqiang a glance and sighed. This kind of housefly doesn't have to trouble City Lord Your Excellency to personally take action. I'll send him away. However, it's not to be made a precedent. Cough, cough. Won't be made a precedent. Won't happen again. That, Yuan, you really don't need me to make a move? Gu Hua, this brat, his strength is still very decent. Among the ancient opulent city's junior generation, it's enough to rank in the top 3, Pei Wenqiang said. Before coming, Pei Wenqiang did not think that Yi Yuan was actually in possession of the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's gold token. Just this one token was already on a completely different level from the Gu family. This kind of trick seemed very redundant looking at it now. But Pei Wenqiang's means were not weak. Just came for a few days and he already pretty much figured out the ancient opulent city's forces. Distribution. Even the junior generation's strength, he already had an account. In his heart, these 3 quotas, each one was very precious. How could Pei Wenqiang possibly give to people willy-nilly? At that time, if they go to compete and lose, he would be the one losing face. Furthermore, although the Pei family was powerful, they had quite a few enemies in the Holy Land too. This kind of major matter which involved the entire Holy Land, if it were really too perfunctory, it would give people a handle. This ancient opulent city's 3 quotas, apart from Yi Yuan, he selected them carefully. One of the quotas did not even go to a major aristocratic family, but that person's strength made people wholeheartedly convinced. This Gu Hua outside, his strength was indeed very decent. It was just that, in order to return Yi Yuan a favor, he endured the pain and squeezed out his quota. Yi Yuan, scram outside for this young master. You, a pill refining guy, what are you joining in the fun with us martial artists for? Leaving ancient opulent city. What you lose will be our ancient opulent city's face. Gu Hua shouted fervently outside the fragrant medicine pavilion's front door. The words got nastier and also drew quite a number of people to surround and watch. Originally, everyone was all rather baffled and even thought that because the Gu family was jealous that fragrant medicine pavilion's current business was good, so they deliberately came to make a scene. Who knew that after listening carefully, they discovered that it was completely not the case. I say, Yi Yuan, an alchemist, what is he joining in the fun blindly for? Although that Crimson Afterglow Valley reward is tempting, he also has to have the ability to get it. Yeah, alchemists should study alchemy intensively properly. But now he wants to go and compete in martial arts with people. Isn't this ignoring one's proper occupation? Gu Hua's strength is already 5th level boundless. Furthermore, his comprehension of concepts is very high. His strength is also sufficient to rank in the top 3 among the entire ancient opulent city's junior generation. Yi Yuan snatching people's slot like this is indeed rather virtuous. No wonder Gu Hua is so enraged. Gu Hua stirring things up like this, everyone felt that Yi Yuan doing this was somewhat bullying others too far. This way of doing things was clearly occupying the latrine and not taking a dump. Right at this time, a large group of people walked out of the fragrant medicine pavilion. The person in the lead was precisely Yi Yuan. When Gu Hua saw that Yi Yuan finally came out, he could not help looking pleased with himself. Yi Yuan, you're finally willing to come out. I even thought that you're going to be a cowardly turtle for the rest of your life.
Come, Sinche Yu.
Already came out, then let's have a match. Let everyone take a look just who has the qualifications to represent ancient opulent city to battle. Gu Hua said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, you really want to compete? Of course. Could it be that I joke with you in front of so many people? Enough crap, fighting or not. If you don't dare to fight, hand over the slot. Obediently. City Lord, Your Excellency, I know that you have a friendly relation with Yi Yuan, but this sort of thing concerns the entire ancient opulent city's reputation. I, Gu Hua, cannot back down. Gu Hua had an appearance of awe-inspiring righteousness for the cause of justice, placing himself on the moral high ground. Even Pei Wenxiang could not say much either. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh slightly and said, all right then I'm coming. You have to be ready. Gu Hua did not think that Yi Yuan would actually fight at the drop of a hat, and immediately raised all the essence energy in his body to his peak state. But right at this time his neck went cold. A sharp longsword was already pressing against his neck. You've already died. Yi Yuan's ghost-like voice sounded beside Gu Hua's ears. Only all the way to this moment did the crowd react to it. Yi Yuan actually arrived behind Gu Hua since God knows when already. Just now, Yi Yuan just had to lightly swipe the shining sword, and he could claim Gu Hua's small life. Him saying that Gu Hua was already dead was not overboard at all. Pei Wenxiang's expression turned sharp, looking at Yi Yuan disbelievingly. With his boundary, of course, he could easily capture Yi Yuan's speed. But that sort of speed earlier, was that what a divine traversing realm martial artist should have? Could it be that this fellow's strength was actually really so formidable? Yi Yuan, you're sneak attacking here. Too despicable. Gu Hua gritted his teeth and said. Gu Hua himself did not feel that Yi Yuan was formidable. Earlier it was definitely Yi Yuan exploiting the time lag. That was how it caught him off guard. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Fine, I'll give you 5 chances. As long as you're able to avoid one of my swords, I'll yield my spot with both hands." "How's that?" Gu Hua was overjoyed when he heard that and said, "You said it at the time. When you lose, you can't go back on your word." Although unwilling to admit it, Yi Yuan's prowess, he still acknowledged it. Wanting to win Yi Yuan was probably not something that easy. But no matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, it was also not possible to make him unable to avoid even one sword, right? Since he was taking the path to ruin himself, Gu Hua was not courteous too. For the sake of this slot to fight in the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition, even if people said that he won unscrupulously, he would accept it too. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "A word once spoken cannot be overtaken even by a team of 4 horses." Yi Yuan took away the sword and moved back, saying nonchalantly, "I'm coming. Are you ready this time or not?" The words dismissed casually made Gu Hua's heart tighten. But this time he gave his whole attention and watched Yi Yuan's actions, fearful of missing a trace. Yet, there was a blur before Gu Hua's eyes. Yi Yuan's traces were actually gone before his eyes again. "You died again." Yi Yuan's ghost-like voice sounded beside Gu Hua's ears once more. Shennying. Sword was placed on his neck one more time. Such a swift movement technique. Is this really the movement technique executed by a divine traversing realm martial artist? In front of such a movement technique, all martial techniques are pointless. Really didn't expect that an alchemist actually has such a strange movement technique. Just based on this movement technique, he is unbeatable. Yi Yuan occupying a spot is fully worthy. Yi Yuan's movement technique made cries of exclamations sound out all around. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too swift. Ordinary martial artists could not even catch his figure at all. Myriad laws in the world, only speed is unbroken. With such formidable movement technique, facing martial artists whose cultivation realms were higher than his, it was without fear. Gu Hua's expression was incomparably ugly. He never would have thought that a divine traversing realm martial artist would actually be so much stronger than him, this boundless realm in terms of movement techniques. That time earlier, he already made ample preparations, but he still could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. Yi Yuan removed the sword and backed off once more, saying without joy nor sorrow, "The 3rd sword. Ready for it?" Gu Hua's expression changed, his figure suddenly vanishing from where he stood. This time, he decided to strike first to gain the initiative and moved first himself. Right now, he was not thinking of doing anything to Yi Yuan at all. As long as he could avoid one of Yi Yuan's swords, it was considered his win, even though using this kind of method to obtain a slot was somewhat scrupulous, but so what? Yet, the next instant, Gu Hua suddenly felt a chill at his waist. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more. "Dead." Gu Hua's expression changed drastically, suddenly changing directions in the air, wanting to escape Yi Yuan's sword. But after 2 breaths, he died 2 times in a row again. In front of Yi Yuan's powerful movement technique, he was actually unable to avoid even one sword, which was also to say that if Yi Yuan really wanted to kill him, he just needed one sword and it was enough. Gu Hua suddenly sat down on the ground and said unresignedly, I lost. This slot is yours." With this, no one else dared to call Yi Yuan's strength into question anymore. Even Gu Hua was utterly defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. Him representing ancient, opulent city to battle was fame following merit. Pei Wenqiang looked at Yi Yuan as if he saw a ghost and said in amazement, "I originally just wanted to return you a favor, but I didn't expect that your movement technique is actually this strong. Looks like what you said before isn't completely unfounded." Yi Yuan just smiled and was too lazy to explain. After this incident, Yi Yuan chose to enter close seclusion immediately. This retreat was a month's time. This period of time it filled Zhao Qian with burning anxiety. Yi Yuan did not give her any explanation and just went into close seclusion, such that she had not got a clue at all just what kind of agreement Yi Yuan reached with Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. One had to know that what the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company gave Yi Yuan was a gold token. Without having a Holy Lord class strength, it was totally impossible to obtain such a token, which was also to say that Yi Yuan's status in the eyes of those people in the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's headquarters was already comparable to a Holy Lord's. In the beginning, Zhao Qian was very worried that some unforeseen changes would happen to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. But a month passed, and it seemed like there was no change at all. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's side was also unusually quiet, seemingly already given up on the ancient opulent city this stall. But Zhao Qian's encroachment into the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's territory finally also stopped at 20%, this threshold. She could no longer cross over. A short roughly 3 months' time, the ancient opulent city's two major trading companies switched positions. The Meteor Trading Company became the #1 major trading firm in one leap, while the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company became a second-rate trading company. In truth, the one who reaped the most profits in between this was actually still the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, because their profit share was the highest. This 1 month's time, Yi Yuan exhausted medicinal herbs valuing close to 10 million earth essence crystals, breaking through the threshold of late-stage divine traversing, and was on the verge of breaking through to 8th level divine traversing. With peak 7th level divine traversing strength, Yi Yuan finally had some confidence in the upcoming competition too. All the geniuses in the Holy Land gathered together. There was bound to be a batch of opponents with formidable strength. Yi Yuan's disadvantage was on cultivation realm. Therefore, even if he rose one minor boundary, it could have a decisive impact on the final result. Through a month of settling down after Yi Yuan left seclusion, Zhao Qian actually resisted and did not ask about the gold token matter. This made Yi Yuan unusually surprised and could not help regarding Zhao Qian a little higher. This lass was indeed not that simple to actually even endure such a matter. After Yi Yuan exited seclusion, it was also time to leave ancient opulence city. Due to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's territory being too vast, the quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time was divided into 10 major tournament zones. At each major tournament zone, all of the contestants would fight in chaotic battles all the way until the final 6 was selected to take part in the ultimate selection competition. This tournament zone that Yi Yuan was at, there were close to 200 big and small forces, which was also to say that just this tournament zone had several hundred contestants. These several hundred contestants, the vast majority were all boundless realm martial artists. Of course, there was also a small minority of very self-confident divine traversing realm martial artists like Yi Yuan. As for how far these divine traversing realm martial artists could walk, no one would care about this at all, because these divine traversing realm martial artists were destined to be finished eliminating in the first round. This kind of major competition was very cruel. Without absolute strength, there was absolutely no way to stand out from the masses. Several hundred boundless realm martial artists, their cultivation realms did not have big differences. Wanting to enter the final 6, one's concepts, comprehension and cultivation realm both had to be extremely outstanding. Yet this was still only a start. The real showdown was still at the final tournament at the end. Therefore, wanting to ultimately obtain this chance to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley was too difficult. Even though Yi Yuan was very confident in himself, but against those ultimate opponents, he did not dare to lower his guard to be able to charge to that sort of level who would be mediocre. Yi Yuan had just left seclusion, and Pei Wenxiang received the news right away and rushed over. Behind him even tagged along 2 young men. Yi Yuan, if you still don't leave seclusion, we'd be leaving by ourselves. Oh, not seeing you for a month, you're actually almost reaching 8th level. Divine traversing already? Pei Wenxiang was rather amazed at Yi Yuan's cultivation speed. One had to know that the first time he met Yi Yuan had only just broken through to 4th level divine traversing. Just how long has it been? Yi Yuan actually broke through 3 minor cultivation realms already, reaching peak 7th level divine traversing. Want to obtain the chance to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley, how can it do if I don't cultivate diligently? Yi Yuan said with a smile. What high-sounding sentiments. Punk, don't think that you're invincible under the heaven after defeating Gu Hua, that trash. Among the people taking part in the competition this time, there are quite a number of people who are 9th level boundless, just based on your bit of strength, and you even wish to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley? Behind Pei Wenxiang, a young man with an unruly expression said disdainfully. The young man had a stubborn and unruly appearance, with somewhat of a hint of
overbearing attitude.
Pei Wenxiang introduced with a smile. Here, Yi Yuan. I'll introduce them to you. This is our ancient opulent city's Xiang family's #1 genius, Xiang Hao. This is Mu Yun. They are likewise our ancient opulent city's up and coming stars. This is Yi Yuan, Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's owner. Don't need me to give you guys an introduction, right? Yi Yuan gave a smile, but completely ignored Xiang Hao and greeted Mu Yun. Brother Mu, I've heard much about you. Mu Yun said humbly. Dare not, dare not. Speaking of this Mu recently obtained a breakthrough and still have to thank Brother Yi. If not for Brother Yi refining the Great Sun Heavenly Yang Pill for this Mu would also be unable to break through the bottleneck. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, turns out that the one I refined the Great Sun Heavenly Yang Pill for was actually Brother Mu. Mu Yun said with a smile. This Great Sun Heavenly Yang Pill is exceedingly hard to refine. This Mu paid a visit to many masters too, but no one could refine it. Later, I heard that Brother Ye's alchemy strength is head and shoulders above others, so I came to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion and gave it a try. Didn't expect that, in the end, you actually handed me a superior grade Great Sun Heavenly Yang Pill. With this superior grade Great Sun Heavenly Yang Pill, this Mu's strength advanced tremendously. The competition. This time, I have a bit more confidence too. Yi Yuan and Mu Yun chatted engrossly, directly hanging Xiang Hao out to dry by the side, and Yi Yuan completely disregarded his mockery. This made him very pent up with anger, but in front of Pei Wenxiang he could not very well lose his temper too, and he could only sulk by the side. Hey, the three of you get to know each other more. This time, my face is all up to you guys to gain. Alright, it's getting late. We should set off. Pei Wenxiang said with a laugh. Yi City was the largest city in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's southern part, ruling up to 200 major and minor forces in the vicinity. The Crimson Afterglow Holy Land organizing the quasi-holy sun selection competition this time, this place naturally became the arena for the division tournament zones. These few days, many people flooded into Yi City all at once. They were all here to observe this competition. Although these people did not have the opportunity to take part, how could they miss this sort of grand event? And those geniuses possessing the contestant slots were naturally received by the city Lord Manor. But just a mere several hundred people was not considered much to the massive Yi City. Pei Wenxiang, I heard that you picked up a huge bargain this time and actually brought 6 cannon fodders over. The moment Pei Wenxiang and the others entered the door, they just happened to run into another group of people. That person in the lead opened his mouth immediately to mock. Wu Jianqing. Several years of not seeing. Why is your mouth still so smelly? If what I brought are cannon fodders, could it be that what you brought aren't cannon fodders? Pei Wenxiang said angrily. Hee. This time, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. Our Yangyuan City really produced an extraordinary prodigy this time. Obtaining one slot is absolutely a shoo-in. Peng Yan, why haven't you quickly come over to greet City Lord Pei? A very withdrawn young man behind Wu Jianqing walked out and gave Pei Wenxiang a bow as he said, Junior Peng Yan, pays respect to City Lord Pei. Pei Wenxiang's expression changed as he said, 7th level boundless. It was also no wonder that Pei Wenxiang was shocked. To be able to reach 7th level boundless at this age, not one of them was not a figure with astonishing talent. One had to know that these 6 people Pei Wenxiang brought. Here, the highest was merely 6th level boundless. Wu Jianqing said smugly when he saw the situation, Peng Yan's strength is even more formidable than you imagine. With him around this time locking in, one slot is absolutely no issue. How is it? Got a feeling of being rolled over. Or not? Ha ha ha. Pei Wenxiang said with a black face, don't get cocky. What the competition is. Competing in this time is not just cultivation realm. Concepts comprehension is similarly very important. Wu Jianqing laughed out loud and said, don't need you to worry about this. Peng Yan's concepts comprehension is absolutely much stronger than the group of trash you brought. Concepts comprehension was indeed very important. It was even more important than cultivation realm. But to be able to break through to late stage, boundless realm at this age, how could his concepts comprehension be weak? This Wu Jianqing came from the Holy Land's Wu family. The Wu family's influence was about the same as the Pei family. Moreover, they were on very bad terms. Therefore, he did not have the least bit of psychological burden. When he ridiculed Pei Wenxiang, being able to find a 7th level boundless genius this time, Wu Jianqing could be said to be in high and vigorous spirits. Yi? Among these 6 people you brought, there is actually still one who hasn't even reached the 8th level divine traversing realm? Pei Wenxiang, you're managing 2 cities right now, and you actually can't even gather 6 boundless realms? You even needed to find a divine traversing realm trash to make up the numbers? Ha ha ha. You're killing me. Wu Jianqing suddenly discovered the Yi Yuan in the crowd and started jeering, even more unbridledly. Peng Yan's gaze swept onto Yi Yuan too, his eyes filled with ridicule and disdain. The martial artists coming to participate in the competition this time were basically all boundless realms as the main force. Those extremely small minority of divine traversing realm martial artists were all some small forces contestants, completely too inferior to show in public. Ah, Yang Wenmiao. It's Yang Wenmiao. All of a sudden, there was a commotion outside the courier station. It was all the nympho-like screams of women. In the wake of these screams, a group of people walked into the courier station. Lord Yang Sen. The city lords leading their respective teams this time all gave him a bow one after another when they saw a middle-aged man in the lead. A handsome youth who was even more beautiful than women followed behind him. His aura was very powerful. Those women's screams were very clearly directed towards him. Hoo-hoo! How's everyone? The quasi-holy sun selection this period of time. I'll have to inconvenient everyone to stay in this courier station. If there are any areas where we didn't look after you well, I hope that everybody is magnanimous enough to tolerate, Yang Sun said. Lord Yang San is too courteous. Everyone hurriedly responded. This Yang San was clearly very familiar with the various major city lords. After greeting, he found people to engage in small talk one by one. Yi Yuan asked Pei Wenxiang curiously, who is this person? Seems very impressive. Lord Yang San is Yi City's city lord, ruling close to 200 major and minor forces in the southern part. Do you think he's impressive or not? Pei Wenxiang said. Only then did Yi Yuan came to a realization. No wonder these city lords were all very respectful towards him. Like this, huh? That youth behind him seems to be very well received here. That is Lord Yang Sen's son, Yang Wenmiao. He already reached 8th level. Boundless 2 years ago. Within the entire boundary that Yi City has jurisdiction over, he's the young generation's #1 genius. Plus, his Looks are extremely handsome. Being well received is naturally something within expectations. The competition this time, the number 1 in Yi cities. Division competition zone. Only he alone is qualified. Yi Yuan nodded his head to express understanding. Looks like this Yang Wenmiao was a formidable opponent. One should not look at Yang Wenmiao's refined and elegant appearance.
Ye Yuan
Could tell that he did not treat these people in front as opponents at all. That arrogance of his was hidden in the bones. Sigh. Looks like the competition this time, we don't have any hopes at all, said a Clear Reed City's young genius. Yeah, just the 7th level boundless this time, there are quite a few. Apart from Yang Wenmiao, the remaining 5 slots should be born among these 7th level boundless realms. Those few big cities ranked near the front. Their strength is too strong. We have no chance at all, said the stubborn and unruly Xiang Hao dejectedly. Yang Wenmiao's appearance stirred up a wave of discussion. Without any doubt, this Yang Wenmiao already locked down 1 quota. No one could shake him. While the other 5 spots, the competition would probably be very intense. Like Clear Reed City and Ancient Opulent City, this kind of cities, their strength were all weaker in comparison. In the competition this time, there were still several 7th level boundless young geniuses. They were the strong competitors for the other 5 quotas. Therefore, the 5 people traveling together with Yi Yuan were all very dispirited. It seemed as if them coming here were also just going through the formalities. Yang Wenmiao kept on following behind Yang Sen, an appearance of impassiveness. But when his gaze swept onto Yi Yuan's body, it suddenly paused for a bit. Exceeding everyone's expectations, he actually left Yang Sen and walked over towards Yi Yuan. Each and every action of Yang Wenmiao received great attention. The moment he moved, it immediately aroused a wave of commotion. Yang Sen gave his son a glance rather surprisedly, then turned his head over to engage in small talk with those city lords again. Yang Wenmiao is heading over to our side. What does he want to do? Xiang Hao said rather guiltily. Being affected by Yang Wenmiao's aura, Xiang Hao was even stammering when he spoke. Relax. The competition hasn't started yet. What can he do? I feel that he should be coming for Yi Yuan, Mu Yun said. Xiang Hao was stunned and actually forgot to be scared and said with a jeer, what's the unofficially decided number 1 of the competition looking for a divine traversing realm boy for? In my view, he's definitely here to look for City Lord Pei. After all, his elder brother is genuinely one of the 7 holy sons. Yang Wenmiao coming over to say hello is also within reason. Yet, Yang Wenmiao actually walked straight in front of Yi Yuan and said, I'm called Yang Wenmiao. May I ask for little brother's name? Yi Yuan was rather surprised. No provocation, no tit for tat, just a simple greeting. This Yang Wenmiao seemed to have a level-headedness disproportionate to his age, and such an opponent was actually even harder to tangle with. Yi Yuan said his own name with a faint smile. Yang Wenmiao nodded his head and said, you should be someone who practices the sword, right? You're very strong. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, oh? How does brother Yang know that I'm very strong? Yang Wenmiao laughed too and said, just a kind of feeling. Your sword intent is condensed but does not radiate. If not for my sword Dao attainments not being low, I probably can't even perceive it. I have a kind of feeling that your comprehensions towards sword intent should still be above mine. However, we probably won't have the opportunity to exchange blows in the arena. Truly, quite regretful. Yang Wenmiao's swords were actually said very arrogantly, but when other people heard it, it was not unexpected in any way at all. His sword Dao attainments were very strong. This point was indisputable, except what made everyone astonished was that Yang Wenmiao actually said that Yi Yuan's sword intent was even above his. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Hoo-hoo, there will be the opportunity." Yang Wenmiao nodded his head and said, 60 formidable experts like clouds must go and take part in the competition this time with my peak condition. Otherwise, this Yang would certainly find Brother Yi to spar for a bout. But it's good too. Since I know that Brother Yi is under City Lord Pei, I'll definitely come and find you to seek guidance another day. Finished talking, Pei Wenxiang greeted Pei Wenxiang and turned right around and left, leaving everyone with astounded expressions. Is Yang Wenmiao having a fever? He actually said that divine traversing realm boy is very strong. Yeah, that boy doesn't have any extraordinary aspects at all. I feel that I can flatten him with one hand. If not for the competition forbidding fighting in private, I'd really want to go experience just how strong this boy is. Hey, no rush. The selection competition will be starting tomorrow. Whether it's a mule or a horse, they got to come out and take a stroll. Yang Wenmiao's actions aroused the mass of geniuses' attention. They all started sizing Yi Yuan up one after another. However, the result of the sizing up was that Yi Yuan did not have the slightest extraordinary aspect. He looked to be an ordinary divine traversing realm martial artist. Yi Yuan, you really stick out. There are several hundred young geniuses here, but you just happen to be eyed by Yang Wenmiao. Could it be that your strength is really that strong? Pei Wenxiang said rather curiously. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, won't you know tomorrow? On Yi City's practicing field, 6 enormous arenas were set up. The next day, early morning, all of the contestants taking part in the competition all gathered at the practice field. And at the peripherals, there were even dense crowds of meddlesome people, surrounding and observing. It was just that they were blocked off by a massive array formation and were not permitted to enter. But this distance was sufficient to let them see the situation on all the arenas clearly. Ah, Yang Wenmiao, go, go. Wenmiao. These crowd of people spectating at the outer peripherals, there was a large group of Yang Wenmiao's steadfast supporters. The competition had yet to start, and each and every one of them was like pumped with stimulants cheering Yang Wenmiao on. Yang Wenmiao is really terrifying. Just these women armies' saliva can drown the opponents to death, right? Xiang Hao stuck his tongue out and said, martial artists' world. Only strength will have applause. Yang Wenmiao being so well received is mainly still because his strength is formidable enough. Mu Yun said, Yang Wenmiao's strength is just able to crush his opponents in Yi City's division competition area. Leaving Yi City, these defenders of his will probably be disappointed. Pei Wenxiang said, oh, this Yang Wenmiao's strength is indeed extraordinary. Could it be that the other division competition zones are even stronger compared to Yi City? Yi Yuan said curiously. He was not clear about Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's power distribution. Just how strong these other division competition zones' strength was, he had not the slightest clue. Pei Wenxiang said, although the selection competition this time is dealing within the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's boundary, the strongest competition zone is actually still the Holy Land's division competition zone. If there are no huge surprises, these quotas to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley in the end are still going to fall on the Holy Land's elites. Then isn't the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land taking an unnecessary action by organizing this competition? Yi Yuan said curiously. Pei Wenxiang shook his head and said, nay, the territory that a Holy Land has jurisdiction over is too vast. Even though the majority of the geniuses are placed into the bag by the Holy Land, there is still a small minority wandering about outside. These people feel it completely beneath their dignity to join the Holy Land, just like Jun Tianyu. Actually, with his strength, with the Holy Land's resources grooming, becoming a holy son is virtually set in stone. This competition is for the sake of making good omissions and deficiencies, drawing those geniuses wandering about outside with the Crimson Afterglow Valley's quotas. Yi Yuan said smilingly, with how you say it, each division competition zone should have a batch of geniuses with extremely formidable strength emerge. Then you dare to be so certain that this number one will fall on the heads of the Holy Land's elites? Pei Wenxiang's expression appeared slightly solemn as he said, I say this, naturally have my reasoning, because among the Holy Land's geniuses, an extremely monstrous genius appeared this time. His strength is probably sufficient to sweep across martial artists of the same rank. Although a batch of very formidable geniuses will emerge in the competition this time, I don't think that among these people there is anyone who can surpass him. Comment 1. Rensarian. Thanks for the chapter. View all comments. Rate this chapter. Vote with Power Stone. Send gifts. Chapter 775. Experts were desolate like snow. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Oh? Who is this person? To actually live up to such a praise from you. Yi Yuan became somewhat curious thanks to what Pei Wenxiang said too. Sweeping across same ranks, this was something that Yi Yuan had been doing all along. If the Holy Land really had such a genius, he would really be a formidable foe. This person is already universally acknowledged to be the candidate for the next Holy Lord by many people in the Holy Land. His name is Nailan Chu. Pei Wenxiang said. Nailan Chu. Yi Yuan silently remembered this name. Looks like wanting to obtain the slot to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This person was the greatest obstacle. But if it were really as Pei Wenxiang said, the competition this time would probably not be so simple. Those so-called 7th-level boundless powerhouses might not be able to laugh till the end. After all, Cultivation Realm was not everything in martial artist battles. To ordinary martial artists, 7th level boundless versus 6th level boundless, the former was absolutely overwhelming. This is because their cultivation did not vary to a degree sufficient to reverse the situation. But what these young geniuses placed the greatest emphasis on was concepts. Comprehension. 7th level boundless versus 6th level boundless, the former might not necessarily be able to win. Putting aside others, Yi Yuan felt that Mu Yun's strength was probably not inferior to those so-called 7th level boundless geniuses. Of course, the factors affecting battles were too many. When the fighting really began, nobody knew the answer. Moreover, the rules of the competition this time was rather ingenious. Setting up these 6 arenas was in order to pick 6 arena lords. The ones able to ultimately guard the platform successfully would obtain the qualifications to enter the grand finals. This kind of selection method would make the competition between geniuses even more intense. The ones who won in the end would also absolutely be the ones with the greatest qualifications to advance, because there would already be no one able to challenge them. According to the rules, the people under the platforms could challenge the people on the platforms. If they won, they would continue standing on the platforms and await the next challenge. After failing, there would still be the chance to continue challenging on the second day. But everyone could only challenge at most 3 times. If the 3 times all failed, then they would lose the chance to continue challenging. And for the arena lord to want to obtain the advancement quota, they must win 100 matches in a row, or have no one continue challenging. Of course, this winning 100 matches in a row was not that each person had to fight a full 100 matches. As long as the challenger defeated the arena lord, they could obtain half of the other party's match count. Facing such rules, no one could be relaxed either. Furthermore, this was a tug-of-war battle. Could not end in 3 to 5 days at all. One arena lord could only accept 20 challenges each day. At this time, Yi City's city lord, Yang San, slowly walked onto the high platform and gave a few encouraging words down below. Yi City's division competition zone's competition officially began. However, after Yang Sen announced commencement, there was actually no one who walked up to the arenas for a moment. It was actually somewhat awkward. These young geniuses were all not fools. They knew that going up right now would be the outcome of being sent down. In the end, they would only be cannon fodders. Without absolute strength, who dared to go up the platforms first? Yi Yuan, didn't Yang Wenmiao say that you're very strong? What, not going up the stage to try? With your strength, winning 100 matches in a row shouldn't be a problem, right? Xiang Hao derided. Hoo-hoo, what's the rush for? This competition will last for half a month's time. At least, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiang Hao said disdainfully, "Th, no balls means no balls. Pretending for what?" Just as Xiang Hao was being scornful, a disturbance suddenly came from the crowd. There was actually someone who was the first to go up the platform. It's Yang Wanmiao. He's actually the first one to go up the stage. My God, this is absolute confidence. Apart from Yang Wanmiao, who dares to go up the stage first. I'm not surprised by Yang Wanmiao being the first one to go up the stage. But I want to know who dares to be the first one to go up the stage to challenge him. Everyone fell silent. This sentence struck the bottom of everyone's heart. The notion that Yang Wanmiao was the #1 expert was long deeply rooted in the hearts of people already, who dared to go up and challenge. After Yang Wanmiao went up to the stage, he hugged his sword and stood there, slightly shutting both eyes. Yet, the group of geniuses all exchanged glances, looking at each other. There was actually not a single one who dared to go up. Right then, a person dashed onto another platform, cupped his fists at everyone and said, "This one is Northview City's Li Tian. I'm willing to serve as a modest spur so that others may come forward with more valuable contributions. Who is coming up to give guidance?" Li Tian's actions aroused everyone's attention. His strength was only 6th level boundless. But his intentions were very apparent, which was in order to compare notes with opponents on the stage. In truth, many people present were all aware that they did not have a chance at all. Their goal of coming was also just for the sake of sparring with these geniuses. These geniuses were mostly cranes standing out among chickens in the locality. There were not many opportunities to engage in combat with geniuses around the same strength at all. Therefore, the opportunity in this competition was very hard to come by. Indeed, with Li Tian moving, there was immediately someone who responded. Another person directly flew onto the arena and matched up against Li Tian. With Li Tian taking the lead, the other 4 platforms had people go up very quickly. This great battle also officially pulled apart the curtains. Yi Yuan was beneath the platforms, watching these martial artists face off calmly. He also had a bit of rough understanding towards Yi City Division competition zone martial artist strength. But these people's strengths were completely lacking to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he did not have any interest in going to challenge either. Very soon, someone determined the victor on the platforms. That Li Tian indeed had some strength to dare be the first one to go up the stage. He beat his opponent down the platform directly. Before long, another martial artist went up to challenge Li Tian. The result was that Li Tian won again. This nobody Li Tian actually won 2 matches in a row. Time slowly trickled by. The first day's battles drew to an end very quickly, but it made people have somewhat of a drowsy feeling. The first day's challenge, the experts basically all did not go up. It was all some martial artists whose strength were slightly weaker kicking up a fuss. One should not look at how some of them won many matches in a row. In the end, it would only benefit others. The first day's competition, the only thing worth watching was probably Yang Wanmiao. He just hugged his sword like that, standing all the way from early morning till sunset. But not a single person went up to challenge. Experts were desolate like snow, was probably talking about people like him. The other 5 arenas fought until they were locked in a struggle, but his place was cold and deserted. Those geniuses did not even look him in the eye. Yi Yuan was also rather curious if there would be people going up to challenge Yang Wanmiao or not. After all, according to the rules, as long as no one challenged for 2 consecutive days, Yang Wanmiao would automatically obtain the right to enter the grand finals. On the second day, the competition's true climax finally arrived. The moment it started, there was a 7th-level boundless genius who dashed straight onto the platform to challenge Li Tian. This Li Tian's strength was very formidable. On the first day, he actually won 20 matches in a row, guarding the platform all the way until now. but the disparity between the middle stage Boundless Realm and the late stage Boundless Realm was a little big in the end. This Li Tian's strength could not be said to not be strong. But after barely withstanding for 100 moves, he was finally defeated. With this 7th level Boundless taking the lead very soon, there were people who could not hold back. Another 2 7th level Boundless Realms flew onto the platforms. The fights started to become intense. Oh, who is this person to actually live up to such a praise from you? Yi Yuan became somewhat curious thanks to what Pei Wenxiang said too. Sweeping across same ranks, this was something that Yi Yuan had been doing all along. If the Holy Land really had such a genius, he would really be a formidable foe. This person is already universally acknowledged to be the candidate for the next Holy Lord by many people in the Holy Land. His name is Nalan Chu. Pei Wenxiang said.
Nalan Chu.
Yi Yuan silently remembered this name. Looks like wanting to obtain the slot to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This person was the greatest obstacle. But if it were really as Pei Wenxiang said, the competition this time would probably not be so simple. Those so-called 7th level Boundless powerhouses might not be able to laugh till the end. After all, Cultivation Realm was not everything in martial artist battles. To ordinary martial artists, 7th level Boundless versus 6th level Boundless, the former was absolutely overwhelming. This is because their cultivation did not vary to a degree sufficient to reverse the situation. But what these young geniuses placed the greatest emphasis on was concepts. Comprehension. 7th level Boundless versus 6th level Boundless, the former might not necessarily be able to win. Putting aside others, Yi Yuan felt that Mu Yun's strength was probably not inferior to those so-called 7th level Boundless geniuses. Of course, the factors affecting battles were too many. When the fighting really began, nobody knew the answer. Moreover, the rules of the competition this time was rather ingenious. Setting up these 6 arenas was in order to pick 6 arena lords. The ones able to ultimately guard the platform successfully would obtain the qualifications to enter the grand finals. This kind of selection method would make the competition between geniuses even more intense. The ones who won in the end would also absolutely be the ones with the greatest qualifications to advance, because there would already be no one able to challenge them. According to the rules, the people under the platforms could challenge the people on the platforms. If they won, they would continue standing on the platforms and await the next challenge. After failing, there would still be the chance to continue challenging on the second day. But everyone could only challenge at most 3 times. If the 3 times all failed, then they would lose the chance to continue challenging. And for the arena lord to want to obtain the advancement quota, they must win 100 matches in a row, or have no one continue challenging. Of course, this winning 100 matches in a row was not that each person had to fight a full 100 matches. As long as the challenger defeated the arena lord, they could obtain half of the other party's match count. Facing such rules, no one could be relaxed either. Furthermore, this was a tug-of-war battle. Could not end in 3 to 5 days at all. One arena lord could only accept 20 challenges each day. At this time, Yi City's city lord, Yang Sen, slowly walked onto the high platform and gave a few encouraging words down below. Yi City's division competition zone's competition officially began. However, after Yang Sen announced commencement, there was actually no one who walked up to the arenas for a moment. It was actually somewhat awkward. These young geniuses were all not fools. They knew that going up right now would be the outcome of being sent down. In the end, they would only be cannon fodders. Without absolute strength, who dared to go up the platforms first? Yi Yuan, didn't Yang Wenmiao say that you're very strong? What, not going up the stage to try? With your strength, winning 100 matches in a row shouldn't be a problem, right? Xiang Hao derided. Hoo-hoo, what's the rush for? This competition will last for half a month's time. At least, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiang Hao said disdainfully, Tich, no balls means no balls. Pretending for what? Just as Xiang Hao was being scornful, a disturbance suddenly came from the crowd. There was actually someone who was the first to go up the platform. It's Yang Wenmiao. He's actually the first one to go up the stage. My God, this is absolute confidence. Apart from Yang Wenmiao, who dares to go up the stage first. I'm not surprised by Yang Wenmiao being the first one to go up the stage. But I want to know who dares to be the first one to go up the stage to challenge him. Everyone fell silent. This sentence struck the bottom of everyone's heart. The notion that Yang Wenmiao was the number one expert was long deeply rooted in the hearts of people already, who dared to go up and challenge. After Yang Wenmiao went up to the stage, he hugged his sword and stood there, slightly shutting both eyes. Yet, the group of geniuses all exchanged glances, looking at each other. There was actually not a single one who dared to go up. Right then, a person dashed onto another platform, cupped his fists at everyone and said, "This one is Northview City's Li Tian. I'm willing to serve as a modest spur so that others may come forward with more valuable contributions. Who is coming up to give guidance?" Li Tian's actions aroused everyone's attention. His strength was only 6th level boundless. But his intentions were very apparent, which was in order to compare notes with opponents on the stage. In truth, many people present were all aware that they did not have a chance at all. Their goal of coming was also just for the sake of sparring with these geniuses. These geniuses were mostly cranes standing out among chickens in the locality. There were not many opportunities to engage in combat with geniuses around the same strength at all. Therefore, the opportunity in this competition was very hard to come by. Indeed, with Li Tian moving, there was immediately someone who responded. Another person directly flew onto the arena and matched up against Li Tian. With Li Tian taking the lead, the other 4 platforms had people go up very quickly. This great battle also officially pulled apart the curtains. Yi Yuan was beneath the platforms, watching these martial artists face off calmly. He also had a bit of rough understanding towards Yi City Division competition zone martial artist strength. But these people's strengths were completely lacking to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he did not have any interest in going to challenge either. Very soon, someone determined the victor on the platforms. That Li Tian indeed had some strength to dare be the first one to go up the stage. He beat his opponent down the platform directly. Before long, another martial artist went up to challenge Li Tian. The result was that Li Tian won again. This nobody Li Tian actually won 2 matches in a row. Time slowly trickled by. The first day's battles drew to an end very quickly, but it made people have somewhat of a drowsy feeling. The first day's challenge, the experts basically all did not go up. It was all some martial artists whose strength were slightly weaker kicking up a fuss. One should not look at how some of them won many matches in a row. In the end, it would only benefit others. The first day's competition, the only thing worth watching was probably Yang Wenmiao. He just hugged his sword like that, standing all the way from early morning till sunset. But not a single person went up to challenge. Experts were desolate like snow, was probably talking about people like him. The other 5 arenas fought until they were locked in a struggle, but his place was cold and deserted. Those geniuses did not even look him in the eye. Yi Yuan was also rather curious if there would be people going up to challenge Yang Wenmiao or not. After all, according to the rules, as long as no one challenged for 2 consecutive days, Yang Wenmiao would automatically obtain the right to enter the grand finals. On the second day, the competition's true climax finally arrived. The moment it started, there was a 7th level boundless genius who dashed straight onto the platform to challenge Li Tian. This Li Tian's strength was very formidable. On the first day, he actually won 20 matches in a row, guarding the platform all the way until now. But the disparity between the middle stage Boundless Realm and the late stage Boundless Realm was a little big in the end. This Li Tian's strength could not be said to not be strong. But after barely withstanding for 100 moves, he was finally defeated. With this 7th level Boundless taking the lead very soon there were people who could not hold back. Another 2 7th level Boundless realms flew onto the platforms. The fights started to become intense. Following 7th level Boundless realms making their moves, the battles on the platforms clearly became much more intense. To be able to defend the arenas successfully on the first day, not one of them was not a formidable character. But facing 7th level Boundless realms, their strength was still slightly inferior in the end. Before long they were defeated. Right at this time, Xiang Hao finally could not resist and wanted to make a move too, because he knew that if he did not make a move it would have nothing to do with him anymore. Xiang Hao going up was to challenge the last remaining arena lord from yesterday. The two people were both 6th level Boundless realm. Their strengths were almost on par. Brother Yi, aren't you planning on making a move yet? Clear Reed cities. Companions have all already went to the arenas before, Mu Yun said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, hasn't Brother Mu not taken action too? Looks like Brother Mu still has some confidence in your own strength. Hoo-hoo. Isn't it still all bestowed by Brother Yi? If not for the great sun, heavenly Yang Pil you refined, I would really not have this confidence. Mu Yun said with a laugh. Oh? Then does Brother Mu have confidence in seizing a spot or not? Mu Yun said with a bitter smile. How can I dare say that I have the confidence in this? I can sense that the martial artists who came to Yi City this time there is quite a number whose strength are all uncommon. I can only give it my all to go vie for it too. Yi Yuan smiled, but his gaze swept over towards the Xiang Hao on the platform. I didn't expect that this Xiang Hao's eyes are on top of his head. But his strength isn't common. Looks like he has subdued this arena lord. Xiang Hao's cocky manner all day long was very disliked by people. Forget about Yi Yuan, even Mu Yun did not like him very much either. But his strength was unexpectedly strong. He already beat that arena lord. Until he did not have the strength to retaliate at all. Before long, that arena lord directly chose to concede. Xiang Hao became the new arena lord and was actually rather high-spirited and enthusiastic for some time on the stage. Pei Wenxiang pulled a long face when he saw the situation and said, "This boy acts really recklessly and blindly. Just won a match and he dares to show off like this. Without sufficient strength, this kind of occasion, the more low profile the better. This boy is purely drawing aggro." Yi Yuan, Mu Run, and the rest all could not help laughing when they heard that. On the other side, when Wu Jianqing saw Xiang Hao's manner, he could not resist pursing his lips and said, "This bit of strength also dare to come out and show off. Looks like Pei Wenxiang really has no one available for use anymore. Peng Yan, you go up and trash that punk down for me." Peng Yan was slightly stunned as he said, "Going up so early? Isn't it somewhat disadvantageous?" Wu Jianqing said with a cold snort, "With your strength, winning 100 matches in a row shouldn't be difficult. Don't mind those details. Place your sights a little further. Your opponents are not these trash but those geniuses entering the grand finals. Fighting a few more matches will be beneficial to you." Peng Yan's eyes lit up as he bowed and said, Peng Yan was superficial. "Many thanks for City Lord Wu's guidance." Wu Jianqing nodded his head and said, "Your current strength is still a little weak when facing those geniuses entering the grand finals. Want to obtain a slightly better rank, you have to at least reach Yang Wenmiao, that sort of level. Go on then, temper yourself well." Peng Yan's expression became rather solemn. His gaze involuntarily looked towards the Yang Wenmiao, his eyes desolate as snow. Yang Wenmiao's might made people dare not have thoughts of surpassing the other party at all. Peng Yan figure leaped, jumping onto the arena directly. Seeing Peng Yan, Xiang Hao's face fell. This Peng Yan's strength was very formidable. He was not a match at all. He originally thought that he could stand for a while more on the stage. Who knew that this fellow actually targeted him like so, directly going up the stage to challenge already? "Are you going down yourself?" Or do you want me to use my feet to trample on? You're face down. Peng Yan said with a scornful look. Xiang Hao's face turned black. This guy was so wildly arrogant. He was clearly humiliating him. Aren't you just 7th level boundless? To actually be so conceited to this sort of degree? Heh. If you have the capabilities, come and kick my face, Xiang Hao said with a cold smile. He was still very confident in his own strength. Even if he could not beat this Peng Yan, he absolutely would not lose too terribly either. Peng Yan shook his head and said with a sigh, I've really never seen before such a request. All right then, as you wish. Finished talking, Peng Yan's figure swayed, and actually became 19 Peng Yans. Immediately, Xiang Hao's expression changed. Spreading out his divine sense, he was actually unable to differentiate which was the real body. You don't need to look anymore. Each clone is a corporeal body. You can't find it. Stand properly. I'm coming to kick your face, Peng Yang said. Indifferently, his voice had yet to face when 18 figures galloped straight for Xiang Hao. Directly. One Peng Yan was hard enough to deal with already, let alone 18? Xiang Hao teetered on his feet, only to feel that it was all Peng Yan's figure, everywhere before his eyes. Very soon he could not hold out anymore. Bang! One of Peng Yan's feet landed onto Xiang Hao's face without any deviation, trampling him down on the platform directly. Ouch! Let me go, Xiang Hao did not expect that this Peng Yan was actually so strong, defeating him in no time flat. But just as he was going to admit defeat, Peng Yan stepped a foot on his face, again cutting off his words forcefully. What were you saying earlier? I didn't hear it, Peng Yan said with a loud laugh. I admit. Another leg. Peng Yan just refused to let Xiang Hao say out, admit defeat. These two words. Beneath the stage, Pei Wenxiang's face was fiery hot, as if that foot was stepping on his face. Bullying people too far. Bullying people too far. Pei Wenxiang was livid with rage. Peng Yan's actions were completely woo. Jianqing smacking his face. There were so many city lords here. Everyone was all competing on the sly too. Even losing face was not glorious, let alone being humiliated in front of so many people. When Wu Jianqing saw the mud-like Xiang Hao, he said with a hearty laugh, Ha ha ha! What are all these trash Pei Wenxiang brought? 6th level. Boundless doesn't even have the chance to speak at Peng Yan's hands. At this time, there were quite a few city lords with pretty good relationships, with Wu Jianqing coming over to congratulate him. Peng Yan's strength was plain for everybody to see. He was very strong enough, even among 7th level boundless realms. Obtaining a quota shouldn't have any big issues. City Lord Wu, congratulations. Didn't expect that your one high city actually had such a formidable young junior emerge. City Lord Wu, congratulations, congratulations. This Peng Yan's strength is probably the #1 person under Yang Wenmiao. Obtaining an advancement spot this time is definitely no sweat. Wu Jianqing dealt with everyone's felicitations, his face pleased with himself. Peng Yan's performance made his face feel extra glorious. While at this time, Xiang Hao was still struggling under Peng Yan's foot. Xiang Hao still could not say admit defeat, these two words. But Peng Yan seemed to have the intention of disgracing Xiang Hao and just refused to let him say out these two words. According to the competition's rules, only by yelling out admit defeat or falling down the platform could it be considered one party winning. This Peng Yan is truly bullying others too far. Xiang Hao is already planning on conceding, and he's actually still humiliating like so. Although Mu Yun dislikes Xiang Hao regarding Peng Yan's close to dehumanizing action, he seriously could not put up with it. But right then, Mu Yun suddenly felt the wind moved beside his ear.
Ye Yuan.
Actually vanished on the spot immediately. Quickly look, somebody couldn't carry on watching and went up to the platform. This guy is a moron, right? The platforms all have array formations. Isolating. Not opening them up. How will he enter? It's even a divine traversing realm rookie. Isn't this going to meet with a serious rebuff? Yi Yuan's figure landed in everyone's eyes. It was all faces full of sneering looks. These people did not feel anything inappropriate about the action of Peng Yan. Humiliating Xiang Hao. Peng Yan had absolute strength. Even if he humiliated Xiang Hao, other people did not dare to easily challenge him as well. Furthermore, Xiang Hao looked for trouble himself. Previously, he still had a manner like a vile person intoxicated by success. Many people were all pissed with him. The martial artist world was like so. In everyone's notion, the strong bullying the weak, that was how it ought to be. Who asked your strength to be lacking? If you have the capabilities, go and cultivate properly, then trample back. Otherwise, shut your mouth obediently and wait for others to humiliate. However, the mockery on everyone's faces became astonishment very soon. Yi Yuan actually passed right through the isolating array formation under everyone's gaze, and he entered the arena. Peng Yan naturally discovered Yi Yuan right away, but he was the same as the others. All of them waiting to see Yi Yuan's make a fool. His face even revealed a mocking smile. But that moment when Yi Yuan passed through the array formation, his smile froze on his face. So what if passed through the array formation? Can a divine traversing realm boy still overturn the heaven? Dragon claw hand. Peng Yan reacted very quickly, making a move with a cold smile. It was only to see his fingers formed a claw. Essence energy immediately condensed to form a dragon claw, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. The power of this claw was even enough to deal with 6th level boundless realms. A mere divine traversing realm martial artist was naturally nothing difficult. But right then, there was a blur in front of Peng Yan's eyes. Yi Yuan's figure instantly transformed to become 9 in the air. His dragon claw hand actually missed. Humph! Displaying slight skill before an expert. Peng Yan snorted coldly. Flexing his hand claw, that dragon claw hand actually divided into 9, grabbing towards 9 Yi Yuan's. Swoosh! In front of Peng Yan was a blur again. 9 Yi Yuan's suddenly increased speed, and were actually as nimble as hares escaping. Bang! 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 1 foot, 2, 3, 9. Each foot all trampled on Peng Yan's face. The strength was not heavy but left behind 9 clear and distinguishable shoe prints on Peng Yan's face. Pooh-hoo! When everyone saw those 9 shoe prints, they all could not resist laughing. Punk! You're courting death. Peng Yan squeezed out these few words from between his teeth. Yi Yuan casually waved a hand and fired out a strand of essence energy, bringing away the Xiang Hao who was trampled until his face was full of blood. Concede. This debt, I'll claim for you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiang Hao's face looked very wretched at this time. But while it was miserable, it could not compare to how ridiculous those 9 shoe prints on Peng Yan's face looked. Xiang Hao looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He never expected that when he was being humiliated by people, the one who came to rescue him was actually the Yi Yuan he was very disdainful of all along previously. Shouldn't Yi Yuan be making fun of his incompetence at one side at this time? He actually came forward and said to help him get back justice. In an instant, Xiang Hao's tears actually welled up in his eyes. Yi Yuan stepping forward courageously at this time, returning good for evil. How could it not move him? Why did you help me? Xiang Hao choked sobbingly. Yi Yuan said coolly, very simple. He rubs me the wrong way. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. The strong had the dignity of the strong. The weak had the self-respect of the weak too. Being stronger than others did not mean that one could trample on other people's dignity. Yi Yuan had experienced before the might of showing disdain on all life under the heavens, and also experienced before the helplessness when his strength was lacking. Peng Yan's actions made him unwittingly think of Zhao Tianyin. Powerful strength did not mean that one could humiliate others. Therefore, Yi Yuan was pissed at him. No matter what, Xiang Hao was Pei Wenxiang's men. Following him was also considered being in the same entrenchment. Pang Yen humiliating Pang Yen like so was equivalent to sweeping away the faces of everyone on their side. And many thanks. Xiang Hao's heart shivered. All of the views about Yi Yuan previously immediately vanished without a trace. Currently, in Xiang Hao's heart, it was all gratitude towards Yi Yuan. Rather than thanking me, why not cultivate more diligently yourself? Want to not let this scene today ever happen again, you got to let yourself become even stronger, Yi Yuan said. Xiang Hao's heart shuddered when he heard that. His gaze gradually became determined. That was the intense desire towards becoming strong. He turned around and clasped his hands towards Pang Yen and said, "Your esteemed self-skills were impressive. This Xiang admits defeat. However, there will come the day that this Xiang seeks guidance from your esteemed self." Again, Pang Yen said disdainfully, "Don't know what you're talking about. The disparity in strength cannot be compensated with rage. The disparity between us will only get greater and greater." Xiang Hao did not dispute with Pang Yen, turning right around and went down the arena. One could tell that Yi Yuan's words really stimulated him. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Rage indeed can't compensate disparity, but diligence can. An army burning with righteous indignation is bound to win. Once people have a driving force, they will erupt with unimaginable potential." Pang Yen looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "You better not worry about others anymore. Best be worried about yourself. Brat, your actions just now successfully incurred this young master's fury. Therefore your outcome will be even more miserable than his." Yi Yuan looked at Pang Yen and smiled. Then he raised his hand, beckoned. The action of disdain was displayed plainly. Seeing this scene, the Wu Jianqing beneath the stage could not help sneering coldly as he said, "This fool, to actually dare provoke Pang Yen like this. He wouldn't really think that by relying on his divine traversing realm strength, he can do anything to Pang Yen, right? Just now, Pang Yen was just momentarily careless and didn't even use 30% of his strength, stirring up Pang Yan's fury. I very much want to see what his outcome will be. Haha. That divine traversing realm really knows how to pretend, to actually dare provoke his opponent like this. Although his strength is indeed not bad, the other party should only be careless just now. This divine traversing realm is indeed rather unexpected. To actually be able to directly pass through the isolating array formation. But most likely that Pang Yen did not think that too. Hence, that's why he would fall victim to that brat in a moment of carelessness. Right? This Pang Yan's strength is very strong. Even though he has not displayed all of his strength yet, he's likely quite a bit stronger compared to ordinary 7th level boundless realms. Although Yi Yuan successfully left behind clear and distinct shoe prints on Pang Yan's face, there was still no one optimistic about him. After all, the disparity between his and Pang Yan's strength was too great. Moreover, looking at Pang Yan's combat strength just now, his strength was absolutely much stronger compared to ordinary 7th level boundless realms. Because Xiang Hao's strength was actually not weak. Even for those 7th level boundless geniuses, wanting to easily beat him was absolutely not an easy thing. But Pang Yen easily defeated him and humiliated him. It could be seen that Pang Yan's combat strength was definitely very strong. Yi Yuan provoking right now was completely seeking death. They were just rather curious what kind of method Pang Yen would use to disgrace Yi Yuan in a while. Blind, reckless fool. Pang Yan's fury was thoroughly ignited by Yi Yuan. A long saber appeared in his hand. Essence energy surged. The essence energy in this small field of activity around the entire arena was taken control by him very quickly. He actually wanted to plunder the essence energy around Yi Yuan completely. This was the powerful aspect of boundless realm martial artists. They could take control of the essence energy within a small area and put it to their own use. Speaking from a certain degree, the battle between boundless realm martial artists was the battle of plundering heaven and earth essence energy. Whoever's control ability was stronger, whoever could lead the entire battle. Situation. Very clearly, in this area, divine traversing realm martial artists were too disadvantaged. This is completely a battle without suspense. This move of Peng Yan's is vicious enough. That brat probably even has the thought of wanting to cry now, right? Divine traversing realm facing boundless realm, it's virtually an irresolvable situation. Without heaven and earth essence energy available for use, one can't unleash the power no matter how powerful the martial technique. 2. Unless this boy's concept's comprehension flings Peng Yan several streets behind and is able to rely on the powerful undulation of the concept to breach Peng Yan's control. But how is this possible? Peng Yan's saber intent is probably already not far away from comprehending the elementary form of a supreme true intent, right? That horrifying saber intent of Peng Yan's made the martial artists beneath the stage all feel a chill run down their spines. The might of his saber intent could be seen. To wanna fling Peng Yan several streets behind in concepts, this was something completely impossible. Even Yang Wenmiao could not do it too. If Yang Wenmiao was only 7th level divine traversing, it was absolutely impossible for him to be Peng Yan's match, even if his concept's comprehension was much stronger than Peng Yan's. Without heaven and earth essence energy to use, I want to see just where your confidence to dare be so wildly arrogant lies. Sunset crazed saber. Toward Yi Yuan, Peng Yan did not drop his guard. Although those few kicks earlier were rather unexpected, it was also sufficient to prove that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary divine traversing realm martial artist. His strength was sufficient to compete with boundless realms. Otherwise, even if a puny little divine traversing realm took him by surprise, it was also not possible to make him admit defeat. But so what? His, Peng Yan's goal, was never at this puny little Yi city. A little-known divine traversing realm boy, no matter how formidable his strength was, how could it be possible to be his match? The powerful saber intent swept over towards Yi Yuan while blotting out the skies and covering the earth. Yi Yuan, be careful! Beneath the stage, Xiang Hao clenched his fists tightly and cried out in shock. Only when he saw this blade did Xiang Hao know just how great his disparity from Peng Yan was. The disparity between the two of them was absolutely not just a minor cultivation realm. The gap in concepts was even bigger. Even the Yang Wenmiao, who was as destitute as snow on the stage all along, opened both eyes at this time too, looking over towards that platform. Very clearly, this blade of Peng Yan's made him slightly taken aback. However, his gaze was locked onto that figure which appeared slightly thin. What he wanted to see even more was just how powerful Yi Yuan was. He wanted to affirm that his feeling was not wrong. Yi Yuan's sword Dao attainments should be very formidable. However, Yi Yuan disappointed him. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's aura rose to the peak. Violent true dragon power. Shot straight to the skies. At the same time, a heat wave instantly burst out. Two kinds of powerful to the extreme auras blended together under everyone's gaze. Flame movement true dragon carnage. A fire dragon burst out violently, galloping over towards that saber intent. Savagely, everyone's faces all changed. They were unable to imagine that a 7th level divine traversing was actually able to unleash such a powerful attack and clash head-on with the 7th level boundless Peng Yan. The control ability of boundless realm was an utter joke in front of this. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Regardless whether was it true dragon power or the scorching true intent, it all could easily destroy this kind of control power. Boom! Peng Yan received a tremendous impact, his figure falling back continuously. Oh! A wave of exclamations suddenly burst out from within the crowd, because Peng Yan already fell back to the borders of the platform. A little bit more to the back and he would fall down the platform. The isolating array formation on this platform permitted exit and forbade entry. The people outside could not come in, but for the people inside to fall outside, they were not affected. If Peng Yan dropped down directly, then he would lose. Peng Yen gritted his teeth, forcefully mustering up the disorderly essence. Energy within his body. His body suddenly sunk downwards, finally barely, keeping his feet steady at the peripherals of the platform. Hoo! Peng Yen spat out a mouthful of turbid air heavily, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. If he were to really drop down, that would be disgraceful. Oh! Another wave of exclamation erupted in the crowd. Peng Yen had yet to figure out what happened when suddenly there was darkness in front of his eyes. Large foot directly appeared before his eyes, getting increasingly bigger. Bang! Peng Yan's figure flew out backward once more, falling down the platform, immediately rolling out far away. Yi Yuan actually already arrived in front of Peng Yen since goodness knows when, and gave him a good one to his face, kicking him down the arena. Directly. Boo-hoo! A wave of guffaws erupted in the crowd, especially Xiang Hao. It was so vented in his heart, kicking his face down the platform. These were the words Peng Yen humiliated him with previously, but now Peng Yen himself was kicked down by Yi Yuan with his face. It was really instant karma. Yi Yuan, this fellow really accomplished what he said. When he went up to the stage, he said to help him get back justice. Now he really claimed it back. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually this formidable. To think that he even looked down on Yi Yuan previously, thinking that Yi Yuan was bragging. Looking at it now, he was completely disdainful to explain. A martial artist's might was never preened out, but fought out with fists and kicks. Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan did well. Truly venting. What's his name there, didn't you like to step on other people's face? Why were you trampled yourself? Ha ha ha! Pei Wenxiang said with a loud laugh. Pei Wenxiang had already been repressed for a very long time too. In the wake of Yi Yuan's kick, he thoroughly released it. Wu Jianqing's expression was incomparably ugly. He never would have thought that Peng Yen actually only lasted one round on the arena. It was fine if he was eliminated in one round. He was even kicked down by a divine traversing realm boy using his feet to his face. This kick was not just Peng Yan's face, it was even his, Wu Jianqing's, face. However, Wu Jianqing was also rather frightened by Yi Yuan's might. A 7th-level divine traversing boy was actually able to contend head-on with a 7th-level boundless. This was simply unimaginable. Moreover, without any doubt that head-on clash previously, it was actually still Yi Yuan who slightly took the upper hand. Otherwise, how could he possibly stabilize his figure before Peng Yen, and then he kicked Peng Yen down with one leg? Pei Wenxiang, that guy. Where did he find such a freak? Peng Yen scurried up from the floor with a whoosh, but his face had an additional very distinct large footprint, looking extremely comical. When everyone saw his face, they roared with laughter again. Those 9 prints earlier only looked somewhat ugly, but it actually did not have much effect on Peng Yen. But this leg, Yi Yuan stepped solidly. That large footprint was completely formed from a contusion. Boy, you wait. Today's humiliation, I'll definitely return twofold tomorrow. Peng Yen said in a towering rage. Yi Yuan win. Consecutive win count. 11 matches. Yi City's judge directly announced the results. Yi Yuan defeated Peng Yen and won half of his victory count immediately. Although Peng Yen failed, he still had the opportunity to challenge tomorrow. Looking at him, seemed like he still wished to challenge Yi Yuan tomorrow. Yi Yuan's prodigious kick thoroughly sowed the discord between the two people. What he used just now should be the scorching true intent, right? The other one. Could it be true dragon strength? This Yi Yuan has such heaven-defying encounters to actually be able to obtain true dragon strength. What's even more terrifying is that he's actually able to fuse these two types of extreme power together. TSK, leaping a major cultivation realm to battle. That brat actually really accomplished it. Yang Wenmiao was secretly blown away. Inwardly, although taken aback, Yang Wenmiao did not feel that he was worse than Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's methods were heaven-defying, but Yang Wenmiao also had immense confidence in his own methods. But without any doubt, Yi Yuan's strength was already sufficient to rank among the powerhouses and had the strength to assault that advancement quota. Just as Yang Wenmiao was ruminating, a wave exclamations suddenly sounded out. Again beneath the platform. Yang Wenmiao was slightly stunned but saw a young man actually standing onto the platform he was on. Somebody wanted to challenge him? Only to see that young man clasp his hands and said, "I've long heard that Brother Yang is Yi City's #1 person. Younger brother, Nanwu City's Tang Fan, wished to challenge Brother Yang." Yang Wenmiao could not help sizing up this young man called Tang Fan. He did not seem to have any extraordinary aspects. What made Yang Wenmiao slightly astonished was that Tang Fan was actually only 5th level boundless. Since young, the targets Yang Wenmiao challenged were always higher cultivation realms than him. This sort of situation today, it was still his first time encountering. But Tang Fan's actions caused an uproar among Yang Wenmiao's defenders. Who the hell is that brat? To actually dare challenge Wenmiao? Just that level of his, wouldn't going up be making a spectacle of himself? That's right. This fellow is really overestimating his own ability to actually dare challenge Wenmiao. This guy is definitely trying to impress people by doing something shocking. Wenmiao, pummel him. In everyone's thinking, Yang Wenmiao should have no one challenge for 2 days straight, then directly obtaining the qualifications to advance from there. But now, there was actually someone who shattered this thing which everyone firmly believed. Therefore, the reactions were especially huge. Even Yi Yuan was very surprised by Tang Fan's actions too. After Yang Wenmiao was slightly dazed, he nodded his head nonchalantly and said, "Make a move then. Here I come." The moment Tang Fan made a move, Yang Wenmiao's expression became solemn. This Tang Fan's strength was actually not an ordinary kind of strong. Tang Fan was also a sword-practicing expert, but his sword seemed to be only particular about one word, and that was fast. His sword art was unbelievably fast, virtually not giving his opponent the slightest bit of chance to make a move at all. Myriad sword das. Every person's pursuit was different. Some people pursued the sword's awe-inspiring righteousness. Some people pursued the sword's level-headedness and composure, while what Yi Yuan pursued were nimbleness and sharpness. What this Tang Fan pursued was agility. Attacking thousands of times instantaneously, how could his opponent react in time? Tang Fan's sword made all the skeptical voices from before all quietened down. These geniuses' horizons were all very high. They were able to tell that if the one who stood on the platform were not Yang Wenmiao, they would have long been defeated already. 7th level boundless realms, even if it was that Peng Yen, he was probably not this Tang Fan's match too. This Tang Fan was too strong. Tang Fan's movements were too fast, swift until his figure pervaded everywhere. On the platform, that was not a cloning technique like Peng Yen. They were purely afterimages, left behind from speed being too fast. Yang Wenmiao actually only had the strength to ward off blows for a time under Tang Fan's attacks. These Yang Wenmiao supporters were also silent already at this time. Each and every one of them clenched their fists tightly, secretly cheering Yang Wenmiao on. So strong. Could it be that this Tang Fan is actually going to drag Yang Wenmiao down from the altar? Xiang Hao swallowed hard and said in shock. This competition, he had really witnessed too many monstrous geniuses. As one of ancient opulent city's top geniuses, only now did Xiang Hao know that turned out he was a frog at the bottom of a well. One Yi City had so many formidable foes already. Then what about the entire Crimson Afterglow Holy Land? Mu Yu nodded and said, "Indeed very strong, but I feel that it's probably still quite difficult for him to want to beat Yang Wenmiao. Yang Wenmiao is already being suppressed by him until he doesn't have the slightest strength to retaliate. Is it possible that there is still a chance to turn defeat into victory?" Xiang Hao said in surprise. Tang Fan's fighting method is impressive but exhausts essence energy. immensely. If he can't take down his opponent in a short period of time, he will be in a bad situation, Mu Yen evaluated. Right then, Yi Yuan also sighed slightly on the platform. This Tang Fan still lost in the end. Indeed, Yang Wenmiao aura suddenly swept out, sending Tang Fan flying out. Tang Fan seemed to be unresigned to being defeated like this and even wanted to struggle for a moment in the air. But Yang Wenmiao's sword chi did not give him the least bit of opportunity to catch his breath, blasting him down the platform immediately. There were no voices mocking Tang Fan at all. To be able to force Yang Wenmiao to such an extent, Tang Fan could be said to be the first person. His strength won everybody's respect. Yang Wenmiao stood while carrying his sword and said to the Tang Fan beneath the stage, "You're very strong. Looking forward to the next time I fight with you." Tang Fan struggled to his feet and said stubbornly, "Next time, I definitely can defeat you." Yang Wenmiao smiled but did not say anything else. He already deeply sensed this Tang Fan's threat. One had to know that Tang Fan was only 5th level boundless. He was 3 minor cultivation realms lower than Yang Wenmiao, but he was able to force the latter into such a plight. This Tang Fan's potential was absolutely very strong. At this time, Yang Wenmiao's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan once more. This person's threat seemed to be even greater than Tang Fan's. Yang Wenmiao never expected that he would actually encounter so many rising stars this competition, making him feel pressure deeply. But in his heart, a soaring fighting intent was also ablaze. Before the competition, no one would have thought that the second day of the competition would already progress to a white-hot stage 2. The originally obscure Yi Yuan and Tang Fan displayed their talents, becoming everyone's focal point. Although Tang Fan was defeated, he did not lose the opportunity to advance. Without any doubt, there was no problem at all with him obtaining an advancement quota. While Yi Yuan, after he defeated 4 7th-level boundless realms in a row, neat and tidily, nobody else dared to go up and challenge him. With this, there were 2 of the 6 platforms which became very deserted. One was Yang Wenmiao's. The other was Yi Yuan's. After Yang Wenmiao defeated Tang Fan, everyone reckoned that no one would go and challenge him anymore. While at this time, there was already no one who dared to doubt Yi Yuan's strength as well. This advancement quota, Yi Yuan nailed it. But what made everyone surprised was that after Tang Fan was defeated at Yang Wenmiao's side, he did not choose to occupy a platform on the 3rd day's competition. Tang Fan directly challenged Yi Yuan. Tang Fan stood opposite Yi Yuan, but he had a solemn expression on his face. "You're very strong, but I'll defeat you," Tang Fan said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "You're very strong too, but you won't have a chance to beat me." "Heh, how would you know without fighting?" Tang Fan said. Without much nonsense, Tang Fan's figure moved explosively. Countless sword.
Image instantly besieget Ye Yuan.
Tang Fan's quick sword was fast until it made people feel asphyxiated. His sword art completely gave up on technique just for the sake of pursuing the extremities of speed. Each sword was without any flashiness. The angle of striking with the sword, strength, everything and all of it was all in order to pursue speed. Yet, this sword speed of myriad swords in an instant did not even touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. T2 terrifying. This Yi Yuan strength is simply daunting until it makes people despair. Yang Wenmiao's sword intent is grand and boundless, but his speed can't keep up with Tang Fan. If not for him suppressing Tang Fan on cultivation realm, how the result would really be hard to say. But Yi Yuan practically can't even sense his essence energy undulations, but Tang Fan can't even touch the corners of his sleeves. That also means that Yi Yuan is relying entirely on movement technique to avoid Tang Fan's sword. Just how fast is that movement technique of his? Without any doubt, this kind of quick swords of Tang Fan's was very hard to crack. Even if his strength was just a bit worse, it could not be avoided by ordinary people either. But Yi Yuan evaded each sword perfectly. He did not even unleash a single move until now. All of a sudden, Tang Fan withdrew his sword and stood there, his stubborn face filled with defeat. This sense of defeat was even more intense than him losing to Yang Wenmiao yesterday, because Tang Fan could sense that if his cultivation realm was the same as Yang Wenmiao, he absolutely had the strength to brave it out with him, which was also to say that his comprehensions in sword intent was at least not
inferior to Yang Wenmiao.
Yet, facing Yi Yuan's movement technique with no weakness to exploit, he could not find any way at all. He already strove with all his might, but still could not catch up to Yi Yuan's figure. In other words, he was fast, but Yi Yuan was even faster than him. Tang Fan giving up everything was in order to pursue the word fast. If he lost to another person in the word fast, then he really lost. I lost. The stubbornness on Tang Fan's face was all gone. What remained was intense unwillingness. He cultivated the quick sword. There had never been anyone faster than his sword before, but today this merely divine traversing realm youth actually utterly suppressed him by a level. Furthermore, Tang Fan could sense that Yi Yuan seemed to still have a great deal of strength left over. Under such circumstances, the sense of defeat was extremely intense. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Myriad things under the heaven are all yin and
yang complementing mutually.
The extreme of yang is yin, the extreme of fast is slow. You pursue speed blindly. Have you ever thought of letting the sword become a little slower? Maybe when you understand the Tao of fast-slow, it will make your quick sword even faster." Tang Fan's entire body trembled. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually uttered such words. Yes, cultivating until now, all of his thoughts were placed on how to make his sword faster. But he had never thought about making his sword a little slower. Make quicksword slow down, was that still called quicksword? However, yin was born from extreme yen. Slow was born from extreme speed. Were the extremes of speed slow or not? Tang Fan's comprehension towards quicksword was extremely profound and knew that the slow Yi Yuan was talking about was not slow in its true sense, but another type of realm. That was the realm of viewing the mountain as not a mountain, looking at water as not water. If he were able to comprehend this realm, his quicksword would definitely advance a step further. Talking about it was easy, but to comprehend this slow word was exceedingly difficult. But Yi Yuan's word gave him a feeling of dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. It was just like a ray of light in the dark night, pointing the direction for Tang Fan to advance. Tang Fan suddenly clasped his hands and said, "Although Brother Ye's age is young, your horizons are exceptionally high." The words just now, this Tang benefited endlessly. This battle, this Tang is utterly convinced by my defeat. From the bottom of my heart. Today's grace. This Tang has remembered it. Finished talking. Tang Fan turned right around and went down the platform, vanishing in the crowd. When Pei Wenxiang saw this scene, he suddenly recalled what Yi Yuan said before, the words about wanting to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Those words sounded very laughable to him at that time. But recalling them now, it seemed like Yi Yuan really had that hint of chance. Up until now, seems like apart from Yang Wenmiao there was already no one able to beat Yi Yuan. But even someone as powerful as Tang Fan was still unable to force out Yi Yuan's true strength. If comparing Yi Yuan and Yang Wenmiao, taking Tang Fan as reference in between, seems like Yi Yuan won more easily. Could it be that Yi Yuan's true strength was still above Yang Wenmiao? Pei Wenxiang drew a cold breath. Before this, he did not even dare to think about it. But now, seemed like this guess was very likely. If not for Peng Yan humiliating Xiang Hao like that previously, who knows if Yi Yuan would go up to challenge Yang Wenmiao or not. However, this was already not important. Yi Yuan's strength would be displayed when he entered the grand finals. On Wu Jianqing's side, Peng Yan was long glaring like a ravening tiger. Already, previously when he saw Tang Fan go up to challenge Yi Yuan, he was even secretly rejoicing for a bit. He felt that with Tang Fan's strength, Yi Yuan definitely could not win. Even if Yi Yuan really could win, he would have tremendous exhaustion too. That way, he could completely wreck Yi Yuan if he went up to the arena. But now that the match was over, Yi Yuan practically did not have any expenditure at all. This kind of strength truly daunted him at the sight of it a little. Peng Yan, give up. This boy's strength is likely not what you're able to deal with. You go and challenge another person. Ensure an advancement spot. Don't go and look for trouble anymore, Wu Jianqing said with a solemn face. Peng Yan was extremely unresigned when he heard that, but in the end he nodded his head helplessly. However, when Peng Yan was planning to go up and challenge another person, Xiang Hao ridiculed, "Yo, didn't you talk big yesterday about wanting to teach?
Ye Yuan a leçon?
Why, this direction that you're heading doesn't seem to be
Ye Yuan's platform."
Xiang Hao kept a constant eye on the happenings at Peng Yan's side. Therefore, Peng Yan's behavior was taken fully into his sights. Peng Yan's entire body trembled, his gaze glaring fiercely at Xiang Hao, wishing to swallow Xiang Hao alive. Xiang Hao also stared right back. Either way, fighting was forbidden at this competition area. Would Peng Yan dare to kill him? Yi Yuan already smacked his face until such an extent. If he did not make use of it properly, how would he dispel the hatred in his heart? Don't get angry. That punk is deliberately triggering you. Calm down. Apart from Yang Wenmiao and Yi Yuan, there are still many strong opponents. You have to handle the situation carefully, Wu Jianqing said. Peng Yan sucked in a breath deeply, nodded his head, and said, "Rest assured, City Lord. This quota, I'll definitely take it." Oh wow. Really don't have guts to challenge Yi Yuan. Next time, remember, don't have the strength, don't talk so big, so as to avoid smacking your own face. Ha ha ha. Towards Xiang Hao's actions, Pei Wenxiang felt very liberated too. Of course, what made him even more pleased was still Yi Yuan obtaining a quota to advance to the grand finals, just as Yi Yuan said back then, making his face feel boundless honor. With Peng Yan's strength, taking down an arena lord was naturally something effortless. The third day of defending the platform, Peng Yan maintained his position and won 20 matches in a row. Although Peng Yan's strength was formidable, it was still not formidable to the extent that no one dared to challenge him. Those 7th-level boundless realms, even some 6th-level boundless realms, would all go up and challenge him. It was just that Peng Yan never would have dreamed that the first match on the 4th day, Tang Fan actually came up to challenge him immediately, and then Tang Fan blasted him down the platform cleanly. Furthermore, through a night's rest and rehabilitation, Tang Fan seemed to be even stronger than yesterday. After the 4th day, Yang Wenmiao and Yi Yuan directly obtained advancement quotas because no one dared to challenge them anymore. After Tang Fan kicked Peng Yan, likewise no one dared to go up the stage again. Him obtaining a spot was just a matter of time. Based on this, there were only 3 quotas left. Starting from the 5th day, a series of intense scrambling battles unfolded on these 3 arenas. In the end, Peng Yan still relied on his powerful strength and obtained a quota. The 5th quota was seized by another Yi City's 7th-level boundless genius. In the end, but the 6th quota was what everyone did not expect. Through 3 to 4 days of fighting, Mu Yun actually completed 100 consecutive wins, obtaining the final quota. This made Pei Wenxiang incredibly thrilled. These 6 spots ancient opulent city actually occupied too. This was what he did not expect at all before coming. He brought 6 people and not a single one was at the 7th level boundless realm. This kind of strength was at the very most only able to rank in the mid-range position. Even striving for a quota was not possible. After all, this kind of selection competition, there were too many experts. But who knew that not only did his people obtain a quota, it was too. This kind of unexpected harvest made him feel that happiness came too sudden. After Mu Yun obtained the quota, Pei Wenxiang even ran in front of Wu Jianqing and showed off for a bit. Looking at that horse face of Wu Jianqing, Pei Wenxiang was incomparably exhilarated in his heart. Following the 6 quotas being decided, Yi City's division competition zones. Competition also finally wrapped up satisfactorily. The next day, City Lord Yongsen summoned the 6 people who advanced this time. The moment Yongsen saw Pei Wenxiang, he could not help laughing loudly as he patted his shoulders and said, "Oh, Wenxiang, I really couldn't tell that you actually have the potential to be a good judge of talent. Your ancient, opulent city can really be said to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat this time." Pei Wenxiang smiled and said, "Your Excellency is too kind. Haha, just luck. Just luck." Yongsan waved his hand and said, "Don't need to be modest, Wenxiang. Yeah. City's competition's news this time. I've already notified the Pei family. The Pei family is very pleased with your performance this time. They said that they will bestow a flying crane profound torrential pill to you. The flying crane profound torrential pill was a medicinal pill to help heaven. Enlightenment realm martial artists break through cultivation realms. It was very valuable in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Without a certain status, there was no way to get it at all. His own status was not very high, but Pei Wenxiang had an elder brother who was a holy son. Otherwise, he would also not be assigned outside to be a city lord. This flying crane profound torrential pill was an extremely valuable medicinal pill even to Pei Kuan, let alone Pei Wenxiang. When Pei Wenxiang heard this, he said agitatedly, "Are your words true, my lord?" Yongsen nodded and said, "If not for definite news, how would I dare to open my mouth easily? Most likely, the Pei family's envoy is already on their way. Present. You are also aware that the Holy Land has numerous factions. The contest for these quotas is naturally very intense too. You were able to seize 2 spots all at once. It naturally helps to gain a great deal of face for the Pei family. Other than the flying crane profound torrential pill, the merit points awarded this time definitely won't meager too." Pei Wenxiang was overjoyed as he said, "Many thanks for your excellencies." News. Yongsun waved his hand and said, "Thanking me for what? I'm only just informing you a little in advance. Obtaining this reward is you yourself. Discovering talents with discerning eyes. I has nothing to do with me." By the side, Wu Jianqing's face was already livid, green with envy for some time inwardly. Wu Jianqing wished to obtain a flying crane profound torrential pill even in his dreams. But this medicinal pill was in too high demand. The family clan could not possibly award it at all. He didn't expect that Pei Wenxiang, this guy, gained a new lease on life and actually obtained the Pei family's bestowal. With Yongsen's status saying in front of so many people this matter was basically set in stone already, how could he, Wu Jianqing, not be envious? No idea what bullshit luck Pei Wenxiang, this guy, had to actually be able to find a freak like Yi Yuan. After finishing the small talk with Pei Wenxiang, Yongsen said to the 6 people who advanced with a stern countenance, "Since the 6 of you have already stood out from the masses as Yi City's division competition zones organizer, I naturally have to congratulate all of you. But what I want to warn everybody is that now is still not the time to be happy, because the cruelty of the grand finals will surpass your imaginations. I've already received some news. The genius martial artists who entered the grand finals. This time, just the 9th level boundless and above have 20 over people, while among the 6 of you, the highest is merely 8th level boundless. Of course, cultivation realm doesn't completely represent strength. But you guys should be clearer than me that to be able to reach 9th level boundless realm at this age, not one of them is a mediocre person." Hearing Yongsen's words, everyone's joy from having just advanced was immediately all gone. Apart from Yi Yuan, the others all had very solemn expressions. Clearly, they sensed tremendous pressure. Yang Wenmiao was no exception either. Actually, these people had long had mental preparations regarding the grand finals brutality, but they absolutely never expected that the quasi-holy sun selection competition this time would actually be brutal to such a degree. A total of 60 people, there were actually 20 over 9th level boundless realms. What kind of concept was this? Furthermore, who could guarantee that those 8th level boundless, 7th level boundless, even among the 6th level boundless and 5th level boundless realms did not have freaks like Tang Fan and Yi Yuan? It was not that no one dares not to guarantee this, but definitely there will be those freaks. The allure of entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley was too great. Even Yi Yuan, a former alchemy emperor powerhouse, was moved, let alone the others. Therefore, this time, those young geniuses who were not willing to reveal their edge all popped out all at once. According to Yang Sen's way of saying things, dark horses like Yi Yuan and Tang Fan were seen everywhere this time. Many young geniuses who were unknown before this all emerged this time. 4 or 5 people even poured out all at once in some division competition.
Zun.
Those geniuses who were originally viewed favorably were instead eliminated one by one. This kind of lineup seriously made them unable to be happy. Since they entered the grand finals, a single person did not wish to get a good ranking. In order to attract these geniuses to enter the Holy Land, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land also poured in extensive capital this time, bleeding their reserve. The top 10 young geniuses would obtain incomparably generous cultivation resources. Under this kind of temptation, few would be unmoved. These young geniuses' strengths were all at roughly the same rank. The final battle situation would surely be very intense, even to the extent of brutal. Under such circumstances, wanting to enter the top 10 was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Yang San stated the risks and benefits of the grand final's harshness and swept across the 6 people's faces, but he discovered that Yi Yuan was very composed from start to finish. He could not resist asking and said, "Yi Yuan, looking at you, seems like you're not very worried." Yi Yuan did not think that Yang San would speak up and ask him. He replied, with a smile, "Rather than worry about this, may as well make the best use of this 1 month's time to cultivate a bit more. Everyone's strength is roughly similar. Every increase in strength is naturally an increase in chances of victory." Yang San was stunned. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually say such words. Thinking carefully, it seemed like it really was that case. If the strength difference was too great, a month's time naturally did not have much use. But these 60 people's strength clearly did not have a great disparity. Whoever won or lost, either was possible. Under such circumstances, a month's time, one could do many things. Yi Yuan's words made the other 5 people's state of mind relax considerably. But the sense of urgency rose. If not for Yang San being present, they wished that they could go and enter a retreat right away. Yang San looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. This youth seemed to have a level-headedness that was disproportionate to his age. "Yi Yuan, I saw that when you were defending the arena previously, seemed like you still had some strength to spare. I wonder if you have any goal entering the grand finals this time?"
Yang Sen asked.
Yi Yuan smiled but did not speak. But Pei Wenxiang interjected when he saw the situation. "I know a little about this. Yi Yuan's goal is that spot to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley." Hiss! Everyone all sucked in a cold breath. Wasn't this goal a little too big? Hearing it, it just sounded somewhat inconceivable. But Yang San shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Young people having strength, having goals are a good thing. But reaching beyond one's grasp, one will probably return in disappointment in the end." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Your Excellency, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first to cultivate." Finished talking, Yi Yuan ignored the dumbfounded-looking people, turned right around and went out. "Stop right there. You actually dare to be disrespectful toward Lord Yang? Think that you're tired of living?" Wu Jianqing finally seized the opportunity to explode. Yi Yuan said in surprise, "Our Lord Yang says that I'm reaching beyond my reach, so I'm cultivating a while more in a down-to-earth manner. How did it become disrespect towards Lord Yang?" "You, twisting logic. With the likes of your bit of strength and you also dare to dream about entering the crimson afterglow valley, simply daydreaming in broad daylight. Heh, whatever you say, this little lord is still in a hurry to cultivate. See you later. Yi Yuan really left the city lord manor after he finished talking. Yang Wenmiao and the rest actually could hardly wait long ago already. Seeing Yi Yuan leave, Yang Wenmiao clasped his hands towards Yang Sen and said, "Father, this child has to cultivate too. I'll take my leave first." Yang San hesitated slightly for a bit, but he still nodded and said, "I see that you guys can't seem to stay anymore either. Go on then." Yang Wenmiao and the rest were like receiving amnesty, immediately going back to enter close seclusion. After everyone left, Yang San stopped Pei Wenxiang and asked, "Yi Yuan really has the strength?" Pei Wenxiang thought for a while and said, "Actually, before coming here, I also thought that he was joking, but now I'm somewhat having hopes for him. Perhaps the strength he explodes with during the competition will give us a great shock." Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was established on top of a spirit vein. The essence energy was extremely abundant. Even though the present Crimson Afterglow Holy Land already declined, this place was an extremely flourishing land too. People came and went, endless streams of horses and carriages. It was a dignified large-scale city. The population in the Holy Land was not as many as a large city such as Yi City, but the scale was quite a bit larger. Moreover, the martial artists' strengths were also not what those large cities were able to compare to. A month's time passed in a twinkle. Yi Yuan's group of 6 who advanced followed Yang Sen into the Holy Land. Yi Yuan was born in a super holy land and did not have much feeling towards this kind of small-scale holy lands. Rather, other than Yang Sen, it was the others' first time entering the Holy Land. They were filled with curiosity towards this place. The Holy Land's reserve strength was mostly Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists. They actually did not place much importance on boundless realms. Organizing this quasi-holy sun selection competition this time was an
unprecedented occasion.
The Holy Land's factions are complex and intricate. This period of time you all better be a little more careful. Don't offend people and try to have self-awareness. Of course, as long as you guys are able to enter the top 10, you'd have the qualifications to enter the Holy Temple. At that time, these forces naturally won't dare to offend you all. Yang Sen voiced out to remind. When he saw everyone's curious baby looks. Yang San was born in the Holy Land and had witnessed before countless geniuses. He naturally knew that these young men were arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. There would even be an inclination towards attacking at a word of disagreement. However, with the backgrounds of these people before his eyes, they could not afford to offend some of the Holy Land's major factions at all. One had to know that although the Holy Land's Heaven Enlightenment realm, martial artists were not as many as the hair on an ox, hundreds definitely existed, and behind these people mostly all were phaseless realm powerhouses. Phaseless realm powerhouses, they were the Holy Land's mid-level pillars. If one offended phaseless realm martial artists, the city lords behind these few people could not help them. Of course, Yang Sen himself was a phaseless realm powerhouse too. It was just that the factions inside this Holy Land, there were many he could not afford to offend. The group was walking when 2 people came from in front. "Younger brother Yang Sen, how have you been?" The one in front was an elderly man who greeted Yang Sen immediately, but his eyes glanced towards Yi Yuan. But the other person was Yi Yuan's old acquaintance. It was precisely Zhao Chen. Yang San was clearly very surprised by the old man's arrival and hurriedly saluted as he said, "I've seen Chairman Zhao." Chairman Zhao chuckled and said, "Haha, I heard that younger brother Yang acquired several fine talents this time. This Zhao specially came to take a look. The genius martial artists your Yi City's division competition zone selected this time should be these few people, right? Haha, indeed fine men, with striking appearances." He said that it was to come to take a look at all the martial artists. But when Yang Sun saw Chairman Zhao's eyes, how could he still not know that he was here specifically for Yi Yuan? Except he was a little alarmed inwardly. A puny little divine traversing realm boy could actually trouble the Meteor Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch's Lord Chairman to personally come out and welcome. Looks like this Yi Yuan's identity was indeed not that simple. Although the Meteor Trading Company's strength declined somewhat in these recent few years, it was a true blue rank 1 holy land. It was absolutely not what their kind of small holy land could contend with. A random second-level Dao profound powerhouse that they send out could destroy the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Of course, the holy lands where trading firms were located had always had harmony as a virtue. Unless there were no other choices, they would not easily go to war. Doing business, reputation was the most important. Exterminating people's holy land at the drop of a hat was completely a thing that harmed others without benefits. This Chairman Zhao was the Meteor Trading Company's person in charge of the Crimson Afterglow branch. To actually come personally to welcome, this was absolutely a very odd matter. He heard that this Yi Yuan was just an ascender. How was it possible to become associated with such a major figure? But shock was shock. Face still had to be given to Chairman Zhao. Chairman Zhao is too kind, Yang Sen said. Chairman Zhao said smilingly, younger brother Yang, our Meteor Trading Company has some business dealings with this little brother Yi Yuan. Just nice. Then, our Crimson Afterglow branch is looking for him to discuss some things, so we dropped by. I hope that younger brother Yang won't take offense. Yang Sun thought to himself that it was indeed so. He said verbally, dare not. This old man, Zhao Ting, is the Meteor Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch's chairman. Taking the liberty of inviting Master Yi here this time is that we have a business deal that we wish to discuss with you. As the person in charge of the Meteor Trading Company, Zhao Ting's tone was surprisingly very courteous toward Yi Yuan. If the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands people saw Zhao Ting being so polite to Yi Yuan, they would definitely receive a huge shock. Although Zhao Ting's strength was not as strong as the Holy Lord's, his status was not the slightest bit inferior to the Holy Lord. A heavyweight class figure like this was actually so polite to a divine, traversing realm youth. It would make people unbelievably shocked. Yi Yuan glanced at Zhao Ting, then looked at the Zhao Qian who was silent by the side and said smilingly, you guys are here for the pill formulas, right? Looks like your Meteor Trading Company indeed has some difficulties striding forward right now. Zhao Ting was alarmed inwardly when he heard that and could not help looking over towards Zhao Qian in astonishment. For a moment he actually did not know how he should answer. He had long heard Zhao Qian say before that Yi Yuan was formidable. But this one exchange he candidly admitted defeat straight away. Not only did Yi Yuan guess his intentions of coming, he actually even guessed the Meteor Trading Company's present predicament. Just what was this boy's head made out of? I'm not hiding from Mr. Yi. Our Meteor Trading Company has indeed encountered an unprecedented dilemma. I know that this request is a little demanding, but your pill formulas are indeed very important to us right now. Zhao Qian suddenly opened her mouth and said, finish talking. Zhao Qian looked at Yi Yuan rather nervously, seemingly awaiting his sentencing. To Zhao Qian, this was still her first time being so obsequious to another person because of several Tier 5 pill formulas. Zhao Qian and Yi Yuan's collaboration was currently restricted to the ancient opulent city. Other places were not permitted to sell the medicinal pills Yi Yuan refined. Therefore, even though these medicinal pills earned massive amounts, it was only specific to the ancient opulent city area. To a Leviathan like the Meteor Trading Company, it did not have the slightest benefit at all. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Qian and suddenly asked, what's your relationship with Zhao Xingqian? Zhao Qian was stunned, immediately shaking her head, saying, Mr. Yi is worrying too much. How can Chen'er possibly have any association with Lord Head Chairman She said that verbally, but Zhao Qian was incomparably shocked in her heart. How did Yi Yuan, an ascender, know the head chairman's name? Could it be that Yi Yuan really had some relationship with the meteor trading company? Zhao Xingqian, this name was not what the average martial artist could know. Even a Holy Land's Holy Lord might not have the qualifications to know this name. What made her even more astounded was that Yi Yuan actually guessed her relationship with Zhao Xingqian. Yi Yuan curled his mouth when he heard that and said, "Doesn't even have a bit of sincerity. Why did you guys still come and find me to discuss what? Cooperation? You also know that wanting the pill formulas is somewhat demanding. Then you better save your breath." As he said, Yi Yuan was about to leave. Zhao Qian panicked when she heard that and hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. Zhao Xingqian is my father." Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised look, saying with a smile, "Heh? The exalted head chairman's daughter would actually come to such a small holy land, like Crimson Afterglow personally. I'm somewhat curious. What on earth happened to your meteor trading company?" Zhao Qian bit her lips and said, How do you know about my relationship with my father? Also, how did you know that our meteor trading company encountered a dilemma?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Isn't that simple? Even though you look exactly like a junior the entire time by Chairman Zhao's side, the eyes he looks at you with are not right. He seemingly need to seek your opinion for everything. As for your predicament, a place that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company can send out an alchemy saint, but you guys actually can't even send out an alchemy saint. Isn't this still obvious? Furthermore, even if my pill formulas can earn a lot of money, they are just tier 5 pill formulas after all. To it, rank 1 holy land like you all, it's actually not considered much. But the things that you guys showed are too disparate from your status." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhao Ting was unbelievably shocked at the sides. This boy's mind was also meticulous, to actually perceive so many things from such little details. But Zhao Qian heaved a sigh and said, "I knew that it can't hide from Mr. Ye. Hoo-hoo. I didn't know that Zhao Xingqian had such a pretty daughter, but with your status, why would you come to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, this sort of place?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Qian shot Yi Yuan a glare, but she still answered, "The meteor trading company encountered an unprecedented crisis. With no choice, the trading company dispatched elite forces to the various regions, wanting to turn the decline around. And my mission was the White Valiant region and the nearby few regions. I just arrived at the White Valiant region not long. Going to ancient opulent city was only to understand the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands. Various cities' situation a little so as to find countermeasures. But I didn't think that I would happen to run into you." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Such a huge crisis actually erupted in the meteor trading company? Could something have happened to Zhao Xingqian?" In Yi Yuan's impression, Zhao Xingqian was a very capable person. He established the meteor trading company single-handedly and developed it to become a titan of the business world comparable to the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. His methods could be imagined. Logically speaking, the meteor trading company would not have such a large-scale defeat occur, unless some problems happened to the trading company's upper echelons. Father went missing," Zhao Qian said as a crystalline teardrop fell from the corners of her eye. "What? Head chairman, he went missing." Zhao Qian's words were akin to a bolt out of the blue, stunning Zhao Ting. Dumbfounded directly. A rank 1 Holy Land's Holy Lord went missing. This implication was too great. Even if Zhao Qian had come to the White Valiant region for a very long time already, she had never told this matter to the various trading companies' officers in charge before. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said slowly, "So that's how it is. All right. Then, the pill formulas can be given to you. But I'll only give you all a single type of medicinal pills formula. Furthermore, I have a condition." "What condition?" "Not getting all of the pill formulas. Zhao Qian was somewhat disappointed. But even if there was only one type of medicinal pill, it was also sufficient to make her incredibly agitated. Releasing any one type among these medicinal pills would cause a tremendous impact to the scene of conventional medicinal pills. Could be said to be a one-time alchemy world's revolution. So even if it was only one type of pill formula, the profits were huge too. Zhao Qian did not expect that Yi Yuan actually agreed so straightforwardly. This medicinal pill is absolutely not permitted to be sold within the boundaries of a super holy land within 5 years. Otherwise, I'll likewise sell the pill formula to other trading companies. I think that they will be interested, Yi Yuan said coolly. Although the chances of Ji Kanglin recognizing was very small, Yi Yuan still had to guard against him. Of course, along with the passing of time, this kind of medicinal pills would eventually enter Ji Kanglin's field of vision. It was just that, at that time, Yi Yuan should already have sufficient strength to protect himself. Of course, the prerequisite was that if Ji Kanglin was really able to connect it to him through these few types of medicinal pills. Zhao Qian was somewhat uncertain, but she still nodded her head and said, "Fine, I promise you. As for the price, we'll satisfy you." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "I don't want money. I want to buy some intel." Some intel. Zhao Qian's brows furrowed slightly, and she gave Zhao Ting a look, signaling for him to withdraw. Although Zhao Ting's cultivation realm was high at present, there was clearly no right for him to speak already. One had to know that even if Yi Yuan just sold one pill formula, that was absolutely a sky-high price too. But Yi Yuan did not want anything and just wanted to buy some intel. Could be seen how valuable they were. A rank 1 Holy Land force like the Meteor Trading Company, their branches, could be found all over the Divine Realm. Information was naturally something they were very well informed of. Therefore, the scope they operated was not just things like medicinal pills and weapons, but it also included intel. And these intel, according to the difficulty of acquiring, the prices were naturally not the same either. Yi Yuan would rather not take the reward and inquire about information. It was definitely extremely valuable information. That's right. Furthermore, you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath to absolutely not divulge the matter of me inquiring about intel from you today, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Zhao Qian's expression was slightly apprehensive and knew that this medicinal pill was not easy to get. But Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were too important to the Meteor Trading Company. She did not hesitate much and swore a heavenly Tao oath very quickly. She then said to Yi Yuan, "Ask away. If it's information I know, I can answer you right now. If I don't know, you'll probably have to wait for a few days." Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, "I want information about the Medicine King Hall. The more detailed, the better." Zhao Qian's gaze sharpened and she could not help resizing Yi Yuan up. "What's your relationship with the Medicine King Hall? We're undergoing a transaction right now. It's me asking you questions, not you asking me. According to your rules, only answer questions and not raise questions." Mentioning the Medicine King Hall, Yi Yuan's entire being became cold. Zhao Qian by the side actually felt a chill somewhat run down her spine. The Medicine King Hall was already a taboo in the Divine Realm. Ordinary people all kept a respectful distance away. Now, a puny little divine traversing realm was actually interested in the Medicine King Hall's information. This inevitably made Zhao Qian produce conjectures about Yi Yuan's identity. But Yi Yuan's words reminded Zhao Qian that no matter how curious she should not ask this kind of questions either. This violated a great taboo. If it were another person, they might even turn hostile on the spot, then propagate everywhere that the Meteor Trading Company did not adhere to the rules of the business. Zhao Qian recollected her thoughts and sucked in a deep breath, saying slowly, "The Medicine King Hall had a dramatic change take place over 10 years ago. The Ji father and son both perished. Ji Xingyang's eldest disciple inherited the Medicine King Hall and became the new Hall Lord. Ever since then, the Medicine King Hall sealed off all information and chased all of the outside forces out of the Holy Land, practically sealing off themselves completely from the outside world. Yi Yuan frowned when he heard that and said, which is also to say that your meteor trading company doesn't know about the Medicine King Hall's intel at all? Zhao Qian shook her head and said, you're also aware, the meteor trading company is just a rank 1 Holy Land. It's on an entirely different level from the Medicine King Hall. Such a colossal titan sealing off all information, we have no way of infiltrating inside at all. If you really wish to inquire about the Medicine King Hall's information, probably only the Heaven's Secret Tower has this ability. Now, in the entire divine realm, apart from the Heavens Secret Tower, probably the Medicine King Hall is the most mysterious. Of course, regarding some side news about the meteor trading company, we're still aware of them. Yi Yuan fell silent. Regarding these information that Zhao Qian told him, it was within his expectations. But it was also outside of his expectations. The thing within expectations was that the meteor trading company was likely unable to inquire about some core information. The thing outside of expectations was that he did not know why Ji Kanglin wanted to seal off all information about the Holy Land. Ji Kanglin successfully usurping the throne should be precisely the time he was illustrious, free and unfettered. But he lived a life isolated from the world. What medicine was he selling in his gourd? Talk about it, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Zhao Qian said, the Medicine King Hall's predecessor Hall Lord, Ji Zhengyang, and his son Ji Qingyun were both the pinnacle-most peak alchemy emperor powerhouses in the current age. Quite a number of divine king experts in the divine realm all received their grace before. Among them included quite a number among the 10 great divine kings. After their father and son pair passed away, there were quite a number of divine king experts who all paid a visit, wanting an explanation before. Legend has it that the spirit bristle divine king personally went to find the new Hall Lord, Ji Kanglin. But he turned back halfway. As for specific reasons, it was unknown. Second, after the Ji father and son passed away, Ji Kanglin did not exterminate everyone ruthlessly, but he let out a batch of people. It was said that these people were all people with close ties to the father and son pair. But after these people came out, they also vanished. Our trading company later attempted to find these people, but we did not find a single one. Of course, this is also because our meteor trading company's strength is too weak. Believe if it's the Heaven's Secret Tower, they should be able to find. Third, 8 years ago, the Medicine King Hall once took action and annihilated several major factions. Naturally, the one thing which shocked the divine realm most of all was that they made a move and destroyed a quasi-super Holy Land, the Bloodrain Holy Land, slaughtering the Bloodrain Holy Lands. Divine King powerhouses clean, astounding the divine realm. After exterminating these major forces, the Medicine King Hall lowered their banners and muffled their drums, and they did not take action anymore again either. For the reason they took action, the Medicine King Hall never had mentioned. Nobody dared to ask either. Yi Yuan's face revealed a solemn expression, annihilating a quasi-super Holy Land with a wave of a hand. The Medicine King Hall's strength post-Ji Zhengyang's era did not decrease, but it had increased. Instead, Yi Yuan truly could not imagine how Ji Kanglin did this. Looks like wanting to kill Ji Kanglin was even harder than imagined. Then do you know what strength Ji Kanglin is at right now? Yi Yuan asked. Zhao Qian shook her head and said, people who have seen him take action before are all dead, but it can be certain that his present strength is definitely much stronger than in the past. Now, in the divine realm, there's a guess that Ji Kanglin's current strength is likely not beneath the 10 great divine kings already. 10 great divine kings was the divine realm's benchmark quality figure. These 10 great divine kings were not self-proclaimed but given out by the divine realm's most mysterious power, the Heaven's Secret Tower. Back then, when they gave out this 10 great divine kings title, the divine realm was filled with outrage and questioning voices. Many divine kings were unconvinced and went to find these 10 great divine kings to fight one-on-one. But the final result also affirmed the might of the heaven's secret towers. Information system, the positions of the 10 great divine kings, no one was able to shake them, regardless of how formidable the opponent's strength was. They used countless victories to affirm the might of their own strength, and also verified the heaven's secret tower's might. Not only did the heaven's secret tower give out these 10 great divine kings titles, they even issued the 10 great divine kings power ranking. Of course, just who was strong or weak among these 10 great divine kings, nobody knew at all. They had never competed openly among themselves before, and there was also nobody who expressed refusal to concede to this ranking. Over the course of time, the reputation of the 10 great divine kings was gradually accepted by everyone in the divine realm. If Ji Kanglin's strength was already comparable to the 10 great divine kings, that was absolutely a very troublesome matter. This level of a powerhouse was on completely different levels from ordinary divine kings, unless Yi Yuan could break through to the divine king realm wanting to kill. Ji Kanglin was absolutely out of the question. Due to there being no deity realm powerhouses, divine king experts were virtually the divine realm's apex existences. It was just that between divine kings and divine kings, there was similarly a huge disparity. Take the spirit bristle divine king for example, his strength was sufficient to instantly kill 4 or 5 ordinary divine kings. Even if he was besieged by numerous divine kings, he also had sufficient assurance to escape alive. Wanting to kill the 10 great divine kings was virtually a mission impossible to complete. If Ji Kanglin's strength were really able to reach that sort of degree, the difficulty of Yi Yuan wanting to kill him would be too great. Ji Kanglin was not just his strength alone being formidable. Behind him even stood the entire Medicine King Hall. To be able to lock down the Medicine King Hall's news so thoroughly, Ji Kanglin's control over the Medicine King Hall had definitely reached a degree unimaginable by the average person already. After getting a second life, Yi Yuan had always been pleased with the progress of his own strength. But looking at it now, this vengeance did not seem to be easy to avenge. Putting aside other things, just talking about strength reaching the level of the 10 great divine kings, it was an extremely difficult thing. One had to know that these 10 great divine kings, each one of them grasped several supreme true intents, while Yi Yuan only grasped one supreme true intent right now. The disparity in between this was not just a tiny bit. Talking about supreme true intent was easy. To really comprehend was too difficult. The Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time, those gathered were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses. But among them, apart from Yi Yuan, who else was able to comprehend a supreme true intent? Fine. If your meteor trading company still have other information related to the Medicine King Hall, send them over to me. Additionally, help me keep an eye on the Medicine King Hall. Once there are any signs of disturbance, immediately notify me. I'll decide when to give you the other pill formulas. According to your information, this is the Tier 5 Essence Restoring Pills.
Pill formula.
On it has the method to refine this medicinal pill. Take it, said Yi Yuan and casually threw Zhao Qian a jade slip. Logically speaking, to be able to obtain Yi Yuan's other medicinal pills formulas, this should be something deserving to be happy about. But now Zhao Qian felt that these pill formulas were somewhat scalding to the touch. If Mr. Yi wants to obtain the Medicine King Hall's accurate information, probably only finding the Heaven's Secret Tower will work. You also know that, with our meteor trading company's strength, it's impossible to inquire very in-depth information, Zhao Qian said with a frown. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Heh. The Heaven's Secret Tower's origins were unclear to begin with. Furthermore, their strength is unfathomable. God knows if they have any relation with Ji Kanglin. If I really went to find them, I might be sold and not even know it." Zhao Xingxin's daughter can still trust. In the past, the Medicine King Hall had collaborations with the various major Trading companies. Yi Yuan still quite trusted Zhao Xingqian's character. If he had to find a force to inquire for information, the Meteor Trading Company was clearly the most suitable. This was also the reason why he would find the Meteor Trading Company to collaborate. Zhao Qian listening to a snot-nosed brat calling Zhao Xingqian over and over. Again, no matter what, it somewhat had the taste of behaving like a senior. Hesitating slightly for a bit, Zhao Qian still could not refrain from asking, "I wonder what kind of relationship Mr. Yi and father has." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "When the time comes, you'll naturally know. But I didn't expect that Zhao Xingqian actually went missing. Looks like the divine realm has really entered a period of trouble." The current Zhao Qian was surprised and bewildered in her heart. She felt that the Yi Yuan in front of her seemingly became another person. But this Yi Yuan gave her tremendous pressure. Zhao Qian faintly felt like she grasped a little something, but it was just missing that tiny bit, that bit keep on slipping through her fingers. This sort of feeling made her go crazy. Yi Yuan returned to the residence, but the chambers were all deserted long ago. Already, Pei Wenqiang had returned to the Pei family to report the completion of his task. He would only come back tomorrow morning. The others had a youth's temperament in the end, strolling around the Holy Land's various places. There were only Tang Fan and Mu Yun, these two people, seemingly waiting for Yi Yuan to come back. Tang Fan obtaining Yi Yuan's guidance. Just in this 1 month, his strength already soared by leaps and bounds. In between this, he even went to Yi Yuan to compete several times. But each time it was an utter defeat. Tang Fan's sword art had become faster, but it was still unable to touch Yi Yuan. The faster his sword art, the faster Yi Yuan's movement technique, seemingly forever without limits. In this 1 month, the two people had a good teacher-student relationship. Of course, Mu Yun being able to enter the grand finals was entirely thanks to Yi Yuan's medicinal pill. His attitude towards Yi Yuan naturally went without saying too. Among these 6 people, the 3 of them walked the closest. "Yi Yuan, you finally came back. We've waited a long time for you," Mu Yun grumbled. Yi Yuan said curiously, "Waiting for me for what?" Mu Yun said rather excitedly, "We heard that the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company wants to hold an auction tonight. I heard that there are quite a few. Good stuff. Tang Fan and I plan to go take a look. Since there's nothing tonight, why don't you join in too? An auction organized by the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Crimson Afterglow branch. The level was naturally not what those cities at the lower levels could compare to. Having some good stuff during the auction was also normal. But with Yi Yuan's horizons, things able to make him interested were really not many. However, he looked at Tang Fan's and Mu Yun's anticipating expression. He felt bad about denying them invitation, so he agreed. "All right, go experience it then. However, going to an auction, did you guys brought enough earth essence crystals on you?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Hey, you're also looking down on the two of us too much. Although we aren't as wealthy as you, we're absolutely not paupers either," Mu Yun said with a laugh. It was already late right now. By the time Yi Yuan trio arrived at the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, there was already not much time remaining. From the start of the auction, arriving at the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, only then did Yi Yuan suddenly recall something and could not help asking the two people. He said, "You guys dragged me to this auction, but we don't have the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's invitation. How do we go in?" The things being auctioned at the auction were normally all valued extremely highly. Without sufficient wealth, going in would only bend their backs. Those able to enter the auction were either wealthy or noble. It was naturally impossible for some random Tom, Dick, or Harry to go in. Tang Fan pulled out 3 jade plaques like pulling a magic trick, saying smugly, "Without adequate preparations, wouldn't coming over be losing face?" Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. It looked like these two brats had some skill. The Holy Land level was completely not what cities could compete with. They actually used just 1 afternoon's time to get 3 jade plaques. When the three people entered the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's auction venue, inside was already filled with people. Only now did Yi Yuan know that the jade plaques the three of them had could only sit at the most remote corner, and could not help being speechless. Yo, isn't that the great genius Yi? You guys actually came to the Heavens Destiny auction too. Why is a great genius like you sitting in this out-of-the-way corner? Isn't it a loss of dignity? Yi Yuan trio had yet to take their seats when an extremely piercing voice sounded out at the side. Turning around to take a look, it was Wu Jianqing and Peng Yan, while beside Wu Jianqing, there was still a young man. In? Elder brother Jianqing, you know them? The young man frowned slightly, and said, Jiantong, didn't you very much wanted to know who the sole divine traversing realm in this competition is? It's him, Wu Jianqing said with a cold smile. The young man's eyebrows raised up, and he said disdainfully, I was wondering if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out that it's also merely just like this 8th level divine traversing realm. What can he accomplish reaching the grand finals? Looks like your Yi City's competition zone truly has nobody. Boy, I heard that you're very cocky. Hope that the competition this time you and I don't run into each other. This young man called Wu Jianqing as his elder brother. He was probably a member of the Wu family, but his appearance was very arrogant. It was a manner as if he was number 1 under the heaven, pissing people off. Yi Yuan played it down and said, Is that so? I think so too. Hoo. Wu Jiantong's expression fell when he heard that and said with a cold smile, Looks like you still don't know who this young master is, right? A measly little 8th level divine traversing actually dares to utter this sort of big talk. Not afraid of your teeth falling out. Yi Yuan did not lack resources currently. With the support of medicinal pills, his cultivation speed was very quick. 1 month's time, Yi Yuan already broke through to the 8th level divine traversing. Wu Jiantong was very arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant too. His age was only around 20 plus years old, yet he already reached 9th level. Boundless. Don't know and don't want to know either. Yi Yuan's manner actually did not attach importance to Wu Jianting in the slightest. Wu Jiantong was clearly someone arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. His temper flared up with a stroke. Brat, you have balls. This competition, you'll die very horrible. Elder brother Jianqing, let's go to the reserved box for honored guests. Let these bumpkins squeeze in this corner. This place was the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's area. Wu Jiantong naturally had to give some face and could not very well get into a fight. After the 3 people left, Yi Yuan, Tang Fan, and Mu Yun took their seats. Tang Fan gave Yi Yuan a thumbs up and said, Brother Yi is indeed impressive, to actually even think nothing of Wu Jiantong. Yi Yuan was curious too as he said, Why? Is he famous? Mu Yun said with a smile, More than just famous. The Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time, Wu Jiantong is a favorite contending for the championship second only to Nailan Chu. Offending him, Brother Yi will probably have to be a little careful in the competition this time. Only Brother Yi doesn't recognize him. If it were another person, they would probably have to take a detour around. Yi Yuan touched his nose and said smilingly, So impressive? Looks like I've offended someone I shouldn't offend. Mu Yun said speechlessly, Brother Ye's strength is outstanding, but it's best to be a little more careful still. The grand finals is a fierce struggle. Be slightly lacking in strength and one will likely get eliminated. The Wu family is powerful. If any schemes surface, it might be detrimental to Brother Ye. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Even if I don't provoke him, Wu Jianqing would probably think of ways to make him come and provoke me too. This selection competition ultimately still depends on one's own strength. The 3 people were just speaking when a coquettish madam walked up to the stage and said in a clear voice, Appreciate everyone honoring with a visit, coming to our Heaven's Destiny auction. This lowly self is Kai Yu, I believe. that friends who frequently come to the Heaven's Destiny auctions won't be unacquainted with this lowly self. Enough talk, we'd better go into the main
topic.
Today's auction items have a total of 13 articles. I believe that everyone came today for that finale holy artifact at the end. As for what that holy artifact is, allow this lowly self to keep you guessing and leave it till the end to unveil. This Caillou was clearly an auction veteran. Just a few simple words stirred up everyone's appetites fully. Holy artifact, this was something not often seen in rank 9 holy lands. One had to know that holy artifacts were things that Tao Profound Realm powerhouses used. Each item was worth a city. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was also immensely wealthy. That was why they would take this sort of thing out to auction off. I already heard rumors when I came this time. Didn't think that it's really a holy artifact. Big Sister Caillou, don't leave us hanging. Quickly tell us just what on earth this finale holy artifact is. Yeah, at most, accompany you to sleep later as compensation. Quickly tell us. Haha. No idea who quipped such a sentence either, making a series of loud laughter emit from beneath the stage. However, although this Caillou's age looked slightly older, she maintained her looks extremely well and even had a mature appeal that young girls could not compare to. With every movement it would have a massive charm to men. Those whose willpower were slightly weaker could not keep it under control at all. Caillou did not get angry when she heard it either. She said with a coquettish smile, "If this lowly self dares to agree, I wonder if this hero dares to really sleep with this lowly self or not." With her smiling like this, beneath the stage actually became silent. No one dared to answer. Yi Yuan swept over everyone and could not help being puzzled. One had to admit that this madam was indeed extremely stirring. Why did everyone avoid her like avoiding snakes or scorpions with a jest? Hey, this woman's looks aren't bad. Why does everyone all seem to be very afraid of her? Yi Yuan asked curiously. But after waiting a long time, those two kids did not respond. Turning his head to look, he saw that those two brats were already in a daze. Clearly, they had their souls hooked away by this madam already. Yi Yuan was helpless and reached his hand out to smack each of their heads. Only then did the two people startle awake. Ouch! Brother Yi, what did you hit me for? If I did not hit you guys, your divine souls would have ran away with her, Yi Yuan said huffily. The two people's face flushed red, but their eyes still kept glancing over at Caillou. Heh, the two brats are new here, right? This Caillou is a famous black widow, who has already jinxed 7 husbands to death. Who dares to be intimate with her? Suddenly, a somber voice sounded out beside. Yi Yuan trio turned their heads over to look. They saw a black-robed man who wrapped himself up tightly. Looking from the outside, his sex and strength could not be discerned at all. But in an auction, this kind of people was common too. Most did not wish to expose their identities. Yi Yuan thought nothing of this too. But hearing this person's words, Tang Fan and Mu Yun were stricken with fear. Their gazes when looking at Caillou again were the same as the others. Such a woman, wouldn't whoever encounter her have to die? Caillou could not help sighing bitterly when she saw the situation and said, "I knew that you men, not one, are genuine and sincere." This sigh was truly dazzlingly charming, making quite a few people under the stage somewhat unable to endure. This Heaven's Destiny auction being so prosperous was probably not unrelated to this Caillou. Even if this woman could not be touched, having a look also made people lose their heads in ecstasy. All right, making me out to be a shrew. Let's better return back to business. Everyone, come take a look at today's first auction article. As she said, Caillou clapped her hands. A servant presented the first auction item. Caillou urged with her essence energy, removing the restrictions on the auction article, but it revealed a fist-sized rock. When Yi Yuan saw that stone, his gaze could not help turning intent. Clearly, he had already recognized the origins of this stone. But the others all had Blank looks, no idea why the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would bring such a lousy stone out to auction. Caillou said with a smile, today's first auction article, everyone might be a little foreign, but make sure not to look down on it. This rock is called 3 Live Stone. It is a heaven and earth miraculous item. With it, it's practically having an additional life. 3 Live Stone. It's actually the 3 Live Stone of the legends. Someone suddenly exclaimed beneath the stage. Clearly, he had heard before the renown of the 3 Live Stone. But this 3 Live Stone was extremely rare. Therefore, they did not recognize it either. Caillou's words stirred up the atmosphere beneath the stage all at once. Having an additional life, this to all martial artists was a deadly temptation. Caillou smiled enchantingly and said, looks like someone heard of 3 Lives Stone before, but I think that the majority of the people might still be more foreign to it. 3 Live Stone isn't a medicinal pill, but it's more impressive than most miracle elixirs. Martial artists only have to refine it and fuse it into their bodies. When they reach a state of impending death, it will activate on its own and can let you recover to your peak state within 10 breaths of time. It is definitely a superb item to preserve one's life. The moment these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. This kind of function could simply be hailed as heaven-defying. Caillou, what's the base price of this 3 Live Stone? I must buy it. Someone was already too anxious to wait beneath the stage. Such a heaven-defying item naturally aroused quite a few people's covetous. Quite a few people were already itching to give it a go, wanting to bid for this 3 Live Stone. Caillou saw that the fire was almost there before slowly opening her mouth and saying, the first auction article won 3 Live Stone. The starting auction price is 10 million Earth Essence crystals. Each increase in price mustn't be less than 1 million. 20 million Earth Essence crystals. 25 million Earth Essence crystals. 30 million Earth Essence crystals. The moment Caillou's voice faded, the price of the 3 Live Stone was directly raised by 20 million Earth Essence crystals. Spending 30 million to buy a life, they felt that it was too cheap. Except Yi Yuan, Tang Fan and Mu Yun were unbelievably moved. 31 million Earth Essence crystals. Tang Fan could not resist shouting too, but his yell was surpassed by people very soon. An increase in price by a million seemed to be entirely too inferior to show in public at this time. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes and said, don't increase the price anymore. This 3 Live Stone is already at a premium. There's no need to keep increasing it. Such a small piece of 3 Live Stone, at most it's also just worth 20 million Earth Essence crystals. Tang Fan said in surprise, this thing can give an additional life. 30 million Earth Essence crystals aren't considered a lot, right? Mu Yun had a curious look too. He was also very impulsive towards this 3 Live Stone, but this price was raised a little high at all once. He could not quite endure it either. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, he could not help becoming very curious. Yi Yuan was just about to speak when a voice suddenly shouted out from inside an honored guest room upstairs. 60 million Earth Essence crystals. With this shout, everyone all sucked in a cold breath. No one else opened their mouths again. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard this yell and immediately revealed a hint of a strange smile. 60 million once. 60 million twice. 60 million thrice. Deal. Congratulations to the guest in the sky character. Number 2 room for obtaining this 3 Live Stone. Following Caillou's moving voice sounding out, this 3 Live Stones. Ownership was settled too. A high price of 60 million already surpassed the mental expectations of most people. Though this thing was good, quite a number of people had their own objectives. For coming here, spending too much money on other things, it would naturally be insufficient for what they set their minds on. Only genuinely wealthy people would not care about this price of 60 million Earth Essence crystals. But the sky character room guests were basically all either wealthy or noble. Otherwise, it was also impossible to enter the distinguished guest box rooms. Not only was this distinguished guest box room very private, but it was also very comfortable too. All sort of services was also very on point. Ordinary people could not go in at all. Brother Yi, looking at your appearance, seems like they suffered a loss. Buying these earth essence crystals. Mu Yun said curiously. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. More than just suffered a loss. It suffered a huge loss. Although the Three Lives Stone is miraculous, it's not a heaven-defying object either. The size of a Three Lives Stone determines the strength of its effect. This fist-sized Three Lives Stone only has 70% effect on Boundless Realm martial artists. To Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists, the effects would be even weaker. That Caillou deliberately concealed some things. Clearly, she wanted to let people be deceived on account of their generosity. Either way, the effects of this thing can't be discerned until a life and death juncture anyway. If a divine traversing realm used it, it was still okay. If it were a boundless realm, it would be of little value. But it's likely that the possibility of the people inside that sky character number 2 room being divine traversing realms is very small. This auction, there were barely any divine traversing realms in the first place. Only a divine traversing realm like Yi Yuan would enter here. The others, even if they were large family clans juniors, they all did not have the qualifications to enter here. Therefore, the person who spent 60 million to buy this Three Lives Stone was definitely a sucker. Furthermore, this sucker was even somewhat foolish. Tang Fan and Mu Yun could not help exchanging glances, and could not help being very sympathetic towards that sucker in the Sky Character number 2 room. Inside the Sky Character number 2 room, Wu Jiantong was currently being pleased with himself. There's actually such a good thing like the Three Lives Stone. A major trading firm like the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company indeed has some skill. This young master acquiring this thing, I can act recklessly without any qualms in the future when facing enemies. These 60 million Earth Essence crystals are well spent. Congratulations to Brother Jiantong. Didn't expect that this first auction article is such a heaven-defying item. Looks like tonight we'll have quite a number of good stuff. Peng Yen said fawningly. This one afternoon's time, Peng Yen already became acquainted with Wu Jiantong. From messing around and became like a little lackey. Wu Jianqing's pugilistic experiences were much more consummate and kept feeling that something was not right, but could not pinpoint it in a short time either. Furthermore, Wu Jiantong's status in the family clan was much higher than him. Therefore, it was difficult for him to comment on anything as well. Next, we invite the second auction article. Yi Yuan had been observing beneath the stage the entire time. This Caillou was indeed an expert. Practically each auction item, she could maximize the profits. 3 to 4 auction items being bid down, Yi Yuan discovered that the price of each article were all above its actual value. Of course, auction this kind of thing, what it observed was judgment. People without good judgment would tend to buy at a price higher than the auction item's price in itself. But these front few items did not have much use to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he did not have the intention of making a move either. With Yi Yuan's horizons, the things auctioned in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, there were really very few able to enter his arcane sites. Hence, his primary goal of coming today was actually just to accompany Tang Fan, the two of them. Regarding this sort of auction, Yi Yuan had participated many times during his previous life. He was basically very familiar with it. Hiking up prices in an auction was very sagacious and not just casually shouting prices. People who genuinely understood the business all had a psychological price towards each auction article. Once the price hiked up over too much, they would definitely give up. Therefore, this tested the auction house's ability. The base price must be moderate, making the final transaction price hiked up over slightly, yet it was also not to an extent where it broke through the limits of the bidder's psychological price. Every single thing must be precise. One could say that the entire auction was a process of scheming and outwitting. It would depend on who grasped it more accurately. Right now, at this auction venue, there were clearly some people who knew the business but were no match for the many local tycoons. Therefore, several auction items being bid down, there was quite a number which were at a premium. By a wide margin. It looked bustling, but everyone actually had a score in their hearts. Everyone coming over tonight, quite a number of them was aiming at that finale. Holy artifact. Organizing an auction, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company would naturally leak out some news. The auctioning of a holy artifact would naturally draw many people to surround and spectate. Therefore, the final great battle tonight was still concerning that holy artifact. As long as that holy artifact was not some trash good, the final auction article would definitely be an intense seizing battle. These auction goods previously were at most considered appetizers before the meal. All the way until the 8th auction article ended, Yi Yuan did not even make a move to bid for a single item. But Mu Yun took fancy on an item. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, he finally succeeded in the bidding. What Mu Yun took fancy upon was a quasi-tier 9 martial technique. This was also considered pretty good stuff in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. It was just that this quasi-tier 9 martial technique was something that was not indispensable to the Holy Land's major family clans. Therefore, the bidding was naturally not that intense too. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, Mu Yun finally closed the deal with 10 million Earth Essence crystals as the price. And when announcing the closing of the deal, some helplessness was concealed in the depths of Kai Yu's eyes. Clearly, she was very unhappy with this price. Next, we're starting the bidding for tonight's 9th auction item. Talking about this auction item, truthfully speaking, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company actually doesn't know its usage too. But we invited many appraisal masters who all ascertained before that this black metal lump is absolutely no commonplace good. For this black metal lump, we've specially invited Master Mu Yuanfei to appraise before. The final verdict he gave was that it was very likely to be a kind of very high-ranking artifact refining material. Of course, as for how the specifics functions are, it will probably be up to everybody to fumble yourselves. This black metal lump's base auction price is 1 million. Each price increase is not to be lesser than 100,000. Auction starts. Kai Yu finished introducing. Quite a number of people already lost interest in this shiny black metal chunk. Even the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company could not figure out this metal lump's use, let alone other people. As for saying that it was an artifact refining material, God knows if it could really be of use or not. Therefore, when Kai Yu's voice faded, it actually became somewhat silent for a moment. Kai Yu swept a glance around the venue and could not help revealing a hint of a disappointed expression. Looks like this auction item would likely have to be passed on. But this was also something within expectations. This black metal chunk, they tested many methods but could not figure out its use. 1.1 million. Just as everyone all felt that it was going to be passed over, suddenly, someone shouted a price. Everyone followed the voice and looked over. It was actually a divine traversing realm youth. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Even Tang Fan and Mu Yun were both rather surprised. Yi Yuan showed no interest the entire night but actually became interested in an unknown item. Kai Yu revealed an unexpected look of joy. She clearly did not think that there was really someone who offered a price. This little brother offers 1.1 million. Is there still any higher than him? Kai Yu surveyed the surroundings, hoping for another contender to appear. 2 million. Right at this time, a shout actually came from upstairs. It was precisely the Sky Character number 2 room's Wu Jiantong who increased the price. Furthermore, this increase raised it by 900,000. The Sky Character number 2 room's guest offers 2 million. Is there still any higher than him? Kai Yue was faintly quite excited. 2.1 million. Yi Yuan faintly shot a glance upstairs, his eyes not even blinking as he added the price. That fellow upstairs was absolutely here to make trouble. No need to guess, and he also knew who that Sky character number 2 room sucker was. The privacy upstairs was very good. The people downstairs were not aware of who was upstairs, but the guests upstairs could see the situation below. Clearly, when Wu Jiantong saw that it was actually Yi Yuan yelling out the price, he could not resist playing a prank. 3 million, Wu Jiantong yelled. Ha ha ha. That guy is definitely a penniless pauper. Saw a cheap item and want to pick up a bargain. I deliberately won't it go according to his wishes. Yelling out the price, Wu Jiantong said to Wu Jianqing duo smugly. Hoo-hoo, the prices of the goods at the front were all frighteningly high. Just, this one is a little cheap. Looks like he really wanted to pick something up. At a low price. Brother Wu is truly brilliant. Peng Yan gave a thumbs up and said, 3.1 million. Yi Yuan still yelled calmly. 4 million. 9.1 million. 10 million. Every time Wu Jiantong increased the price, Yi Yuan would add 100,000. Nonchalantly. It was as if an old well without ripples. But this time Yi Yuan stopped. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that a chunk of scrap metal actually reached 10 million earth essence crystals. Very clearly, that one upstairs was intentionally raising prices to repulse Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look prior to this. Everyone even thought that he was a sucker, but he suddenly stopped, pushing that one upstairs to the edge of the cliff. This guy wouldn't have guessed something and deliberately raised prices with us, right? Wu Jianqing said with a frown. Wu Jiantong did not speak, but his expression was not too good either. He was just deliberately baiting Yi Yuan and did not think about buying this lousy thing before at all. Who knew that he didn't get to bait Yi Yuan? He was baited himself. 10 million once. Caillou saw that Yi Yuan did not react the entire time and could not help being a little disappointed. 10 million twice. Wu Jiantong's expression was incomparably ugly. His primary goal this time was also the holy artifact. But in order to buy the 3 live stone previously, the expenditure was somewhat over budget. A figure of 10 million was not considered much to him. But buying a chunk of scrap metal back, people would die of laughter. Furthermore, an amount of 10 million might be able to play a critical role in the final resting battle. Although Wu Jiantong's status was high, the credit he could utilize was limited too. It was not possible to draw credit limitless. 10 million tich. 10.1 million. At the final juncture, Yi Yuan's voice actually sounded out once more. This time, his voice was clearly somewhat hesitant. Ha ha ha. Like I said, this penniless pauper can't even take out 10 million. And he actually dares to come to an auction like this. Wu Jiantong let out a burst of laughter. On the one hand, it was discerning Yi Yuan's limit. On the other hand, it was to cover up his awkwardness from before. Jiantong, our goal today is that holy artifact. Better don't stir up unnecessary trouble anymore. Wu Jianqing reminded. Wu Jiantong nodded his head and also backed down along with that. Based on his estimation, Yi Yuan's limits was also just this much. Raise the price anymore and that lump of scrap metal would probably be his. 10.1 million once. 10.1 million twice. 10.1 million thrice. Deal. Congratulations to this little brother for obtaining the 9th auction item. Caillou's voice carried some pleasant surprise too. She completely never thought that this thing that had concerns about being passed over previously would actually be offered a high price of 10 million. This was truly an
Unexpected surprise.
Yi Yuan was naturally slightly depressed in his heart too. He originally thought that he could spend 1 million to pick up a good thing cheap. He didn't expect Wu Jiantong, that fellow, to actually cut in rudely, making him spend 9 million more for no reason. Brother Yi, could it be that this lousy metal lump has any extraordinary aspects? Tang Fan asked somewhat curiously. Through a period of time of living together, they were all aware of Yi Yuan's prudent character. If this metal lump was really without a single redeeming feature, it was Absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to spend 10 million Earth Essence crystals to buy it. Of course, to the current Yi Yuan, 10 million was actually not considered much. These few months that the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion opened for business, he already earned close to 100 million Earth Essence crystals. Earlier, he deliberately feigned a hesitant appearance in order to make Wu Jiantong not dare to increase prices. 10 million, this was also the price that Yi Yuan estimated before. Too little, Wu Jiantong definitely would not fall for it. This metal lump, Yi Yuan was determined to get it. Even though he spent 10 million Earth Essence crystals, Yi Yuan felt that it was very worth it. Very worth it. These auction articles would all release the restrictions when auctioning. Guests could use divine sense and eyes to inspect the auction goods. Yi Yuan used divine sense to sweep over this black metal lump earlier and actually discovered that the golden characters in his sea of consciousness had strange activities. This discovery made Yi Yuan endlessly amazed in his heart. Ever since after Yi Yuan acquired these golden characters, he had no way of mobilizing them all along, although he continuously attempted to comprehend these golden characters. The progress was very slow. Like today, the golden characters automatically having strange activities. It was still Yi Yuan's first time encountering. He even thought that no one would snatch a chunk of scrap metal with him beforehand. He didn't expect that this Wu Jiantong actually made him spend additional 9 million Earth Essence crystals. This debt, Yi Yuan silently noted it down too. Seeing Tang Fan inquire, Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "I'm currently collecting some materials recently, since even Master Mu Yuanfei said that this metal lump is an excellent material. I naturally have to bid for it." The golden characters were of grave importance. Yi Yuan obviously would not easily divulge it. Hence, he found a reason to dodge it a little. Fortunately, this Mu Yuanfei's fame was too strong. His words, there were naturally very few people who would doubt. The auction subsequently, Yi Yuan's interest somewhat waned. These things being auctioned were all pretty good, but he held them in complete contempt. He only wanted the auction to end as soon as possible to properly study this black metal lump. Finally, the front 12 articles all found a buyer, entering the auction of the final finale auction article. Everyone all perked their spirits up fully. Today's auction also entered the final climax. Reaching this finale auction article, Kai Yu's entire person roused herself. Because of it, giving people a feeling of radiating spirit. I know that among all the guests there are quite a number of people all aiming at tonight's finale holy artifact. I, Kai Yu, can take responsibility and tell everybody, and this holy artifact absolutely won't disappoint you all. Actually, when Kai Yu got to know this holy artifact's origins, I felt very honored to be able to host this auction tonight. Not talking any more nonsense. Let us invite the last finale auction article of tonight. When Kai Yu was introducing this auction item, the coquettish air on her face actually vanished without a trace. Her entire person became solemn for it, becoming like a different person from her appearance before. This made Yi Yuan unwittingly became somewhat curious too. Just what kind of holy artifact could actually make a beautiful, coquettish madam underwent such a big transformation? And Kai Yu's introduction likewise whetted up everyone's appetites fully. The closer it approached this finale holy artifact, the more nervous everyone's emotions became. Under everyone's stares, a slim and graceful longsword was presented onto the stage. Everyone sized up this longsword with curious faces. The restrictions had yet to be removed. They did not know what incredible aspects this longsword had too. But hearing the meaning in Kai Yu's words, this longsword seemed to be a big deal. TSK, although this longsword's restrictions haven't been removed yet, it looks very impressive. Mu Yun said, "Hey, Brother Yi, do you think that the power will augment or not when displaying the quicksword art if I bid this longsword down?" Brother Yi. Tang Fan's words did not get Yi Yuan's reply, and he could not help turning his head to look at Yi Yuan. He saw Yi Yuan's gaze staring fixedly at that long sword, his entire person as if having an immobilizing spell being cast. Completely still. Brother Yi? What's with you? Tang Fan nudged Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan abruptly startled awake before discovering his loss of composure and could not help forcing a smile as he said, "It's my first time seeing a holy artifact." A little agitated, hoo-hoo. It was still Tang Fan and Mu Yun's first time seeing Yi Yuan lose composure. Like so. Although they did not quite believe Yi Yuan's words, it was not appropriate for them to comment much either. Right at this time, the restrictions on the longsword was released. Powerful. Sword chi instantly engulfed the entire auction venue. What a fierce and sharp sword chi. Is this the might of a holy artifact? This sword is simply too incredible. No matter how high a price I expend, I must buy it. Haha. This holy artifact is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the heavens. Destiny Trading Company would regard it so highly. Nobody is deploying the longsword, and it can actually emit such a powerful sword intent on its own. Indeed impressive. Waves of exclamations echoed throughout the auction venue. Very clearly, the moment this longsword came onto the stage, it amazed everyone. Each and every one of them was already itching to have a go, preparing their wallets, planning to bid for this sword. Caillou smiled slightly and said, "Looks like everyone is very satisfied with this sword. But hold your horses, everybody. Allow Caillou to introduce this sword's origins first." Caillou paused for a bit, extended her exquisite fingers, and lightly caressed the sword body, her eyes filled with a revering look. "This sword's name is called Star Moon Sword. I think that everyone is very foreign to its name, but you all should be very familiar with the name of its owner. The name of its owner is called Qing Yun Zi," Caillou said, slowly.
Qing Yun Zi.
It's that youngest peak alchemy emperor Qing Yun Zi. This is actually his personal sword that he had always had with him every single day. It's his equipped sword. Everyone beneath the stage sucked in a cold breath. It was true that this name was too resounding in the divine realm. Even in such a remote white valiant region toward Qing Yun Zi's great fame, it pierced the ears like thunder too. They never would have thought that this sword was actually Qing Yun Zi's equipped sword. Hearing this name, Yi Yuan's entire body could not refrain from shuddering. All sorts of emotions jumbled up in his heart. He could not say what kind of a feeling it was either. When he saw the Star Moon Sword at first glance, that sort of familiar feeling welled up in his heart. This sort of feeling felt like a lifetime had passed. Yi Yuan never would have dreamed that he could meet his previous life's equipped sword here. Although he was not proficient in martial strength, this Star Moon Sword followed him for many years. The feelings were immensely deep. Seeing the Star Moon Sword again, how could Yi Yuan not be agitated? This divine realm, apart from him, who else dares to self-proclaim Qing Yun Zi? These three words? That's right, this Star Moon Sword was precisely Qing Yun Zi's equipped sword. This sword was formerly a top-tier holy artifact. But, after Lord Qing Yun Zi perished, this sword passed through several hands and already lost its initial keen edge. The top-level array formation inscribed on the Star Moon Sword is severely damaged. The sword body was also befouled. The current Star Moon Sword is already just a low-grade holy artifact, Caillou said and lamented. Although Lord Qing Yun Zi was not adept at martial strength, his equipped sword is naturally not an ordinary item too. The Star Moon Sword had once accompanied by Lord Qing Yun Zi's side. Lord Qing Yun Zi exceptionally liked it, too. At present, although it's severely damaged, it's still a sharp weapon. If one can invite a top-tier artifact refining master, he should be able to let this sword recover to its peak state. Caillou introduced slowly. One could tell that Caillou worshipped Qing Yun Zi greatly. In truth, Ji Qing Yun had countless fans in the divine realm. Yang Wenmiao's level of support was not worth mentioning at all in front of Ji Qing Yun. His accomplishments back then had indeed stunned an era. Alright, not saying anymore. I believe that Qing Yun Zi, this name is already sufficient to illustrate everything. This Star Moon Sword's base price is 300 million. Each increase in price is not to be lower than 10 million. Auctioning starts now, Caillou said. The moment the words were uttered, the group of guests all drew a cold breath. Although the price of a low-grade holy artifact was high 300 million Earth essence crystals was truly a little preposterous. Normal low-grade holy artifacts, the price was between 100 to 300 million. But for this Star Moon Sword, 300 million was merely just the base price. Once it drove up, it at least had to increase another 100 million too. This base price already surpassed the mental expectations of many people. 310 million. The moment Caillou's voice faded, there was immediately someone who shouted a price. Heh, only adding 10 million for Alchemy Emperor Qingyunzi's sword? I offer 400 million. The one who voiced out this time was actually the Sky Character number 2 room. Who could it be if not Wu Jiantong? This increase was 90 million. Hearing this price, everyone could not help falling silent once more. They clearly did not expect that the price would be raised so quickly. 420 million. The silences did not last very long. But the one who increased the price this time was the Sky Character No. 1 room. Yi Yuan already recollected his emotions at this time and could not help becoming rather curious about this Sky Character number 1 room. Just now, the hiking of price this time, it was the person in the Sky Character number 1 room. First time speaking tonight. 450 million. 460 million. Sky Character number 1 room joined in the fight. The Star Moon Sword's price rose up very quickly, reaching 500 million very soon. But after reaching 500 million, the two people's price shouting speed clearly slowed down. This price was already getting closer and closer to the two people's psychological price level. 510 million. After being silent for a short while, Wu Jiantong shouted. Wu Jiantong shouting this price, the Sky Character number 1 room fell silent too. Clearly, they were hesitating. 600 million. Right at the moment Sky Character number 1 room was silent, someone actually shouted out a high price of 600 million directly downstairs. Everyone looked over where the voice came from and could not help being astonished. The one who shouted the high price of 600 million was none other than precisely that divine traversing realm youth who spent 10 million to buy a metal scrap previously. 600 million. This little brother shouted out 600 million. Is there still any higher than him? Caillou said agitatedly. Damn it. This punk must be deliberate. After the selection competition this time, I'll definitely make him die very horribly. Inside the Sky Character number 2 room's compartment room, Wu Jiantong was currently in a thundering rage right now. His psychological price level was just around 550 million. The credit limit that the family clan gave him this time was also just 650 million Earth essence crystals. Previously, he already spent 60 million. Now, Yi Yuan raising it to 600 million directly made him very hard to bear it. With Wu Jiantong's status, normally, he naturally could amass quite a number of Earth essence crystals. But making him utilize his own private savings for one auction was clearly what he could not accept. Wu Jianqing consoled when he saw the situation. This Star Moon Sword is indeed above its money's worth. There is still potential to advance, exceeding some Earth essence crystals. I believe the family clan won't say anything. Wu Jiantong's expression was livid with rage as he said, I know, but I can't swallow this insult. This punk must have guessed that it was me. I scammed him. 9 million. He scammed me 90 million. Right at this time, Caillou's voice sounded out, 600 million once, 600 million twice, 610 million. Wu Jiantong shouted, 610 million. Sky Character number 2 room's guest offers 610 million. Is there still any higher? Caillou's beautiful eyes were hopeful but looked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, but his mouth spoke coolly, 700 million. 700 million. This brother offers 700 million. Slap. Sky character number 2 room. A cup was smashed into pieces. This punk, simply bullying others too far. Wanna play, is it? I want to see. When you can play until. Wu Jiantong said with unbounded rage. 750 million. 750 million. Sky character number 2 room offers 750 million. This price already far surpassed the expectations previously. Caillou's excited voice was even somewhat trembling. Your father will throw in all of my private savings. See if you can still afford to play or not. Wu Jiantong said with a cold laugh. But his voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's voice sounded out once more. Just like when bidding for that black metal lump previously. 1 billion. The 2 words reverberated lightly in the auction venue. Everyone was stunned. Same as Wu Jiantong's thinking, everyone also thought that Yi Yuan was taking revenge this time. But Yi Yuan raising the price to 1 billion all at once was something that everyone did not expect from start to end. Caillou did not react for a moment and actually froze on the stage. Oh, 1 billion. This little brother increased it to 1 billion. Caillou reacted very quickly, the pitch of her voice getting increasingly higher. The last 2 words, she practically screamed it out. No one would have thought that this Star Moon Sword was actually raised to a high price of 1 billion. Wu Jiantong was stunned too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually play so big. 1 billion? Is there still any higher? 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. Wait a minute. Right as Caillou was about to bang the hammer and decide the price, someone suddenly interrupted beneath the stage. Everyone looked over towards where the voice came from but saw Wu Jiantong already came downstairs since goodness knows when. Caillou clearly recognized Wu Jiantong. She smiled sweetly when she heard that, and said, I wonder what advice young Master Wu has? Wu Jiantong shot a glance in Yi Yuan's direction disdainfully and said with a cold smile, Caillou, a divine traversing realm brat actually shouted out a high price of 1 billion. Don't you all have any suspicions at all? I think that this boy simply came in to fill up the vacancies. I want to request a verification of capital. If he has 1 billion earth essence crystals, little Lord, I will pluck my head off for him to kick like a ball. Indeed, don't look at how each and every one of them shouted gleefully in this auction venue. Those able to take out 1 billion earth essence crystals could absolutely be counted on one's fingers. Forget about a measly little divine traversing realm, even phaseless realm. Martial artists might not be able to take out this many earth essence crystals either. 1 billion earth essence crystals were roughly equivalent to a phaseless realm martial artist's entire net worth. Furthermore, this was still a minority of phaseless realm martial artists. Therefore, when it raised to 500 million previously, the vast majority of the people all lowered their banners and silenced the drums already. Though holy artifacts were good to throw in their entire net worth, it was somewhat not worth it. Caillou was also agitated for a moment earlier and actually forgot about this. Now, hearing Wu Jiantong mention it, she involuntarily started to have
Suspicions too.
apologies, little brother. In order to guarantee everyone's interests, we still have to verify your assets. Caillou said those words very gently, but in her voice had the hint of not tolerating refusal. Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it did not seem like he could take out 1 billion earth essence crystals no matter what. If Yi Yuan dared to fool the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company, then his outcome would undoubtedly be very miserable. Currently, there were already 2 late-stage Heaven Enlightenment Realm martial artists who came to Yi Yuan's side. As long as Yi Yuan dared to say a word of refusal, they were probably going to take action. Yi Yuan raised his head and looked at Caillou, saying cooperatively out of everyone's expectations, "All right, no problem." Looking at Yi Yuan enter the backstage, Wu Jiantong was very pleased with himself in his heart. Humph! Let you feign ignorance. Letting the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company take care of you. This fellow saves this little lord the trouble. Two martial artists escorted Yi Yuan into a hidden chamber, but they did not follow in, while Kai Yu was already inside the hidden chamber since who knows when. In the entire hidden chamber, there was only Yi Yuan and Kai Yu. Seeing Yi Yuan enter, Kai Yu came in front of Yi Yuan swaying her slender waist. Her eyes carried a smile as she said, "Little brother, it's not that. Our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company doesn't trust you, but you also know, it's very hard for a cultivation realm such as yours to take out so many earth essence crystals. Us doing this is also just for the sake of ensuring that the auction runs smooth. Hope that little brother doesn't mind." With a delicate fragrance pervading the air, a smile akin to a flower, plus a magnetic voice, Kai Yu's seduction power absolutely made people's blood flow speed up. Inside, the entire hidden chamber was filled with a kind of ambiguous atmosphere. Kai Yu, this sort of mature madame's lingering charm was really not what the average person could withstand. But Yi Yuan smiled faintly when he saw the situation and said, "Elder sister, don't have to cast this bewitching art already. Honestly telling, elder sister, I really can't take out so many earth essence crystals." The previous moment, Kai Yu was still amazed that Yi Yuan was actually able to maintain composure under her seduction. A moment later, her expression became very ugly. Indeed, let Wu Jiantong hit the mark. This brat did not have the earth essence crystals at all. "Little brother, do you know what kind of outcome playing tricks with my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company will be?" Kai Yu still had the appearance of a flower-like smile, but her tone gradually became cold. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Elder sister Kai Yu, calm down. Truthfully speaking, encountering the Star Moon Sword is also outside of my expectations. But no matter what, I have to obtain the Star Moon Sword too. This 1,000,000,000 Earth Essence Crystals. Just take it as me loaning from the Heavens Destiny Trading Company." "Loan? Ho-ho, little brother really knows how to crack jokes. Could it be that you take our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company to be a charity foundation? Since little brother can't take out the Earth Essence Crystals, then don't blame elder sister for not being courteous." Kai Yu still had that sweet expression, but the killing intent in her words was already not concealed in the slightest. But Yi Yuan did not care a whit. He waved his hand and said smilingly, "Elder sister, don't get so agitated. This thing, I wonder if it's worth 1 billion. Or not. What thing can be worth 1 gold token? Why would you have a gold token?" Kai Yu had a laid-back appearance, but when she saw Yi Yuan take out the gold token, her expression immediately changed. "Oh, the last time ancient opulent cities Zhua Xian delivered it to me. I said that I don't want it, but he made me keep it. I thought that this thing is very valuable. Turns out that that fellow was bluffing me." No, he didn't bluff you. This token is very valuable. No. The value of a gold token is simply unable to be measured using earth essence crystals," Kai Yu said with somewhat incoherent speech. She looked over the gold token in her hand, repeated, confirming that this was genuine beyond doubt. The shock in her heart could be imagined. The headquarters actually bypassed them and directly issued a gold token to this youth before her eyes. Could be seen how highly the headquarters regarded this youth. Like this, it's good that elder sister says that this thing is valuable. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do today. Hoo-hoo, since it's like this, then can this Star Moon Sword belong to me already? 1 billion. Earth Essence Crystals? I'll write an IOU for you, Yi Yuan said. Seeing Kai Yu return to the stage alone, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Wu Jiantong's mouth. Heh, I knew that that punk was pretending. With this, he threw himself into trouble, right? A country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world before. He probably still doesn't know how terrifying the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company is, right? By the side, Wu Jianqing and Peng Yan were also wildly elated when they saw this kind of situation. The two of them could be said to hate Yi Yuan to the bones. This time, Yi Yuan courting death himself and offending the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company. It was truly most gratifying. Right now, Caillou already recovered to that charming and moving appearance. Standing on the stage still took people's breath away. Made everyone wait for long. Really sorry about it. Let's continue the auction. I wonder if there is still anyone offering a higher price for this Star Moon sword? If there isn't, it will belong to young Master Yi. Additionally, from today onwards, young Master Yi will be my Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's honored guest. If any mishap happens to him in the Holy Land, our Heaven's Destiny Trading Company will definitely pursue it to the end. Caillou's words made everyone stunned. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing others' greed. Caillou's words were warning those people with devious ideas to not think about killing people to seize treasures, this sort of thing. Of course, the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company warning was still very fearsome. Wu Jiantong's expression changed, and he shouted, Caillou, what's going on here? Don't tell me that that brat really has 1 billion earth essence crystals. Caillou smiled at Wu Jiantong and said, young Master Yi indeed has 1 billion earth essence crystals on his, without any problem at all. If young Master Wu has set your mind on the Star Moon sword, you can carry on bidding. I'll invite young Master Yi out again. But young Master Yi said to me earlier that this Star Moon sword, he's determined to get it. Even if it's 2 billion, he'll accompany right till the end. Wu Jiantong's expression became extremely ugly. His face had a fiery hot feeling. He thought that Yi Yuan was someone who had not seen the world. He didn't expect that Yi Yuan was really wealthy. 2 billion. TSK. These words were said domineeringly. Even their family clan's phaseless realm elders also did not dare say to be able to take out 2 billion earth essence crystals casually. A puny little divine traversing realm was actually able to take out such an astronomical figure of earth essence crystals. Too scary. Let's go. At this auction venue, they were all people with statuses. How could Wu Jiantong still have the face to stay on? He doubted that Yi Yuan did not have money. The result was that Yi Yuan was richer than himself. Hang on. Young Master Wu bought the 3 live stone. Please settle the earth essence crystals before leaving, Caillou said coolly. Wu Jiantong's figure froze, and he could only stop. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company was not what their puny little Wu family could afford to provoke. It was just that due to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land being a rank 9 holy land, did the Heaven's Destiny Trading Company not send a Dao Profound Realm powerhouse to hold down the fort, a distinguished rank 1 holy land. The Heaven's Destiny Trading Company's Dao Profound Realm powerhouses were considerable. Helpless, Wu Jiantong toughened his scalp and settled the bill before bringing the 3 live stone and leaving. But this Wu family really had people who were knowledgeable about goods. When Wu Jiantong took the 3 live stone for the Wu family's family head to see, he was immediately hurled with a torrent of abuse on the spot. Using 60 million earth essence crystals to buy such a gray product, and he actually had the nerve to take it out. Of course, this was the afterword. At present, Yi Yuan was currently in the hidden chamber. The Star Moon sword was lying quietly on the sword rack. Yi Yuan looked intently at it and was silent for a long time. No idea how long had passed either. Then Yi Yuan suddenly heaved a sigh and went forward to lightly caress the sword body, saying to the Star Moon sword, "Old partner, long time no see. Can you still recognize me?" Seemingly sensing something, the Star Moon sword on the sword rack emitted a humming, quivering sound. The spirituality of a holy artifact was even stronger than a profound artifact. Even if Yi Yuan already changed his appearance presently, it still recognized that former owner. Yi Yuan smiled faintly, holding the Star Moon sword in his hand. Meeting again. Waves of melancholy suffused in Yi Yuan's heart. Star Moon sword was together with him for 200 years. But compared to the limitless cauldron, the Star Moon sword was neglected too much by him. Seeing the Star Moon sword again currently, Yi Yuan actually had an indescribable sense of familiarity. Scenes of the bygone days rolled around. Inside Yi Yuan's mind as if it was yesterday. Old partner, let's strive together to return to the peak and roam the divine realm unobstructed. The dark cloud around Yi Yuan's body was swept away cleanly. What replaced it was a resolve to press forward with an indomitable will. The star-moon sword emitted waves of light humming sounds. Clearly it was replying Yi Yuan's heroic declaration. Yi Yuan inspected the star-moon sword for a bit and discovered that it was indeed damaged severely. He did not have many accomplishments in the path of artifact refining. Wanting to let the star-moon sword return to its peak state, he still had to find an artifact refining grandmaster. But even if it was damaged so seriously, the star-moon sword was also more than just a level higher than the Shenying sword. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's degree of familiarity with the star-moon sword was completely not what other weapons could compare to. Falling Flower Floating Zero was created by Yi Yuan using the star-moon sword. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan chose to enter close seclusion right away. The residences were all provided for by the Holy Land. The security was strict. Yi Yuan was not worried that there would be people casting greedy eyes on his star-moon sword either. His mind stirred, and Yi Yuan entered inside the vast heaven pagoda. The black metal chunk suspended quietly in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's divine sense swept over towards the black metal chunk. The golden characters in his sea of consciousness indeed had a reaction. Previously, Yi Yuan just extended his divine sense casually and did not do it seriously. Experiencing it carefully at this very moment, he discovered that the golden character's strange activities were not as intense as he imagined. There seems to be a kind of resonance. But what on earth is this sort of resonance? Apart from this, the black metal lump doesn't seem to have any special aspect at all. Sensing for quite a while, Yi Yuan was rather dispirited too, because the function of this black metal lump did not seem to be as big as imagined. Could it be that spending these 10 million earth essence crystals were really a blunder? Yi Yuan obviously would not be resigned to it. After such a long time, he finally had a chance to explore the profound mysteries of the golden characters. How could he be willing to let it slip by? Since there's no reaction, I'll refine you. I want to take a look at just what the hell you are. But the refining process was not as easy as Yi Yuan imagined. This black metal lump was clearly not an ordinary item. Yi Yuan expended an entire day's time and only refined 1/10. At the rate of this speed, he could forget about refining finish before the competition started. But Yi Yuan did not lack patience. The second day he refined another 1/10. The black metal lump still did not have any reaction. The third day, then the fourth day. When it reached the fifth day, the black metal lump finally had some transformation. This transformation made Yi Yuan wildly ecstatic. On the fifth day, Yi Yuan's rate of progress already refined close to half. On the black metal lump, it actually shed off a piece, a hint of gold color emerging. This hint of gold looked like some sort of character stroke. Yi Yuan referenced this to the golden characters in his sea of consciousness for a bit, and discovered that there were quite a few characters that matched that hint of character stroke. Could it be that recorded on this black metal lump is precisely this sort of golden characters? I didn't notice before this, but looking at it now, this black metal lump seems rather like a cauldron's fragment piece. Is it possible that this is a deity realm powerhouse's medicinal cauldron's fragment piece? Yi Yuan guessed boldly. The sixth day, the quasi-holy sun selection competition was finally starting. The qualifying system of the grand finals was very exaggerated, but it also significantly tested genuine strength. A total of 60 contenders organized from number 1 to number 60. Every day they would carry out 3 rounds of showdown. The opponents for each confrontation would be different all the way until you finish facing off with all the opponents, which was also to say that each person would undergo a match with the other 59 contestants. Finally, according to the number of victories, it would decide the rankings. These grand finals would last for 20 days' time. This kind of qualifying system did not permit any bit of choosing the easy way. The contestants must go all out for each match before they could obtain a better rank. When Pei Wenxiang saw Yi Yuan, the smile on his face was extremely odd. I heard that you made that Wu family's cocky brat eat a huge loss. Haha, really satisfying. That punk had long rubbed me the wrong way. The moment I recall Wu Jianqing's horse face, I have unspeakable satisfaction in my heart. Wu Jiantong, that brat doesn't know that you have a gold token and actually even dared to doubt you. Ha ha ha. Really killing me. Pei Wenxiang had seen before Yi Yuan's whole token. At that time he was frightened badly too. This thing was completely not what Earth Essence crystals were able to measure. What was laughable was that Wu Jiantong actually even dared to doubt. Yi Yuan's ability to pay served him right to eat a loss. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Enough nonsense. Are our numbers issued yet?" Pei Wenxiang did not mind either, saying with a laugh, "Out already. You're number 7. Tang Fan is number 23.
Muyun isno elikber.
This number was randomly pulled. There was no good or bad as well. Either way, no matter what, they would run into every opponent. Furthermore, the grand finals this time, every last one of them was not mediocre. Seems like whoever the opponent was did not matter. Number 7 seems pretty good. During which match will I run into that Nailan Chu? Yi Yuan asked. He helped you take a look long ago. You will only encounter him at the 42nd match. But don't lower your guard either. Before him there are also quite a few formidable foes. You have to pay attention. Pei Wenxiang seemed to have long known Yi Yuan's thoughts and reminded him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and was not surprised about this. Rendezvousing with Tang Fan, Mu Yun, and the rest, this group of people gathered at the Crimson Afterglow Plaza. The Crimson Afterglow Plaza was situated at the central zone of the Holy Land. The total area occupied was extremely vast. The selection competition this time was the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands. Unprecedented grand event and also the stage for the Holy Land's various major families' contest of strength. Therefore, the attention aroused was naturally very extensive too. First Elder, what significance does Holy Lord organizing this selection competition this time have? In my view, Nailan Chu is most assuredly the number 1. What need is there still for such a competition? Tao profound realm powerhouses can already peep into heaven's secrets on the sly. How can the Holy Lord's thoughts be what we're able to speculate?
Naalam.
Chu is indeed the Holy Land's hard to come by in 1,000 years genius. But to say that he's definitely number 1, I beg to differ. The competition this time selected quite a few interesting little fellows. No way, right? Nailan Chu's strength is fully worthy of number 1 in the Holy Land. Even Wu Jiantong is a great deal worse than him. Among the other division competition zones selected, there is actually someone who can have a showdown with him. Heh. You just see later on. The competition had yet to begin, but the Crimson Afterglow Holy Lands first Elder brimmed with confidence toward the competition this time. At the Holy Land campsite, Wu Jiantong and another genius were currently whispering to each other. Wu Shi, you're facing Yi Yuan in your 3rd match today. Deal a vicious blow for me and punish this brat properly. Although the competition forbids killing, crippling him, and making him withdraw from the competition of his own accord are not a problem, Wu Jiantong said coldly. This Wu Shi was another contestant on the Holy Land side. Similarly 9th level boundless, he was the closest with Wu Jiantong. Speaking of this, IIT was coincidental too. A total of 3 rounds of competition was held today, and Yi Yuan's opponent in the 3rd round was this Wu Shi. So Wu Jiantong went to find him before the competition even started. The 6 contestants taking part in the competition on the Holy Land side were all 9th level boundless. Their strength swept away the other division competition zones. Yi City's side, In contrast, the lineup looked rather pitiful. Yang Wunmiao, who had the highest cultivation realm, was also merely just 8th level boundless. As for Yi Yuan, he was just 8th level divine. Traversing. This kind of strength was completely too inferior to show in public in many people's view. Wu Shi's eyebrows jumped, and he laughed in spite of himself as he said, "That
Divine traversing realm brat.
you passed by that star moon sword by a narrow margin, all thanks to that brat, right? Hoo-hoo, this boy also doesn't have any eyesight to actually dare offend brother Jiantong." Wu Jiantong's face turned black, and he said, "Stop talking about such useless stuff. Are you helping this favor or not? After the deed is done, I'll gift you a spirit enlightening pill." Wu Shi was stunned, then was immediately pleasantly surprised as he said, "Brother Jiantong is putting in blood capital this time. Alright then, since Brother Jiantong already said it like this, I'll naturally accept. Deferentially than to decline courteously." Boundless realm breaking through to heaven enlightenment realm was likewise an extremely hard to cross threshold. This was a kind of qualitative leap from the middle 3 realms to the upper 3 realms. The upper 3 realms focused more on comprehension towards the Tao. It had exceedingly high requirements towards a martial artist's own talent. After reaching the upper 3 realms, each step that a martial artist advanced would also become even harder to stride forward. This spirit enlightening pill was precisely a miracle panacea to help martial artists break through the middle 3 realms bottleneck and reach the heaven enlightenment realm. This spirit enlightening pill's benefit was somewhat different from the other medicinal pills. Martial artists lacking in talent could break through the threshold of heaven enlightenment realm through consuming spirit enlightening pills many times to comprehend the heavenly Tao. But this spirit enlightening pill, even to the Holy Land's various major families, it was an extremely rare item too, and not obtainable at will. Even though it was only a tier 6 medicinal pill, the degree of its scarcity was not much lower than the flying crane profound torrential pill which Pei Wenqiang obtained previously. Therefore, in order to thorough cripple Yi Yuan this time, Wu Jiantong had indeed poured in blood capital. The competition commenced. The opponent for Yi Yuan's first match was an 8th level boundless hailing from the Maple Forest competition zone. Running into a divine traversing realm like Yi Yuan in the first match, that 8th level boundless was naturally thrilled in his heart. Looks like the competition this time, my luck is pretty good running into you, the sole divine traversing realm in the first match, giving me an auspicious start. After going up to the stage, that 8th level boundless said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan looked at his opponent with a smile that wasn't a smile, and then he said to the star moon sword in his embrace, "Old partner, let's go." A myriad rain sword blades was unleashed. The opponent's expression changed abruptly. Not just the opponent, the audience spectating beneath the stage were all struck dumb with amazement. That is a supreme true intent. Oh my God. That is a supreme true intent. This divine traversing realm actually comprehended a supreme true intent. No wonder a divine traversing realm can charge into the grand finals. Turns out that he comprehended a supreme true intent. Also, that sword in his hand, that is a holy artifact, as if it was born inherently for his sword intent. Under the cooperation of the two, the might of this move is more than a level stronger. Beneath the stage was full of exclamations. A divine traversing realm who comprehended a supreme true intent was sufficient to cause a sensation. The most pitiful one was Yi Yuan's opponent. He completely did not foresee the power of Yi Yuan's move. Caught unprepared, he was blasted down the arena directly by Yi Yuan's one sword. It was also that his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Otherwise, this sword could absolutely beat him until he was full of holes. But wielding the Star Moon sword in his hand, it had indeed played a huge augmenting effect on Yi Yuan's supreme true intent. If it were using the Shenying sword to display this move, it absolutely would not cause such a threat to the other party. One move finished off the opponent neat and tidily. Yi Yuan wins. The judge announced the results immediately. On the high platform, First Elder's expression also became extremely fascinating. Ha ha ha, I truly didn't expect that. Apart from Nalan Chu, there is still someone able to comprehend a supreme true intent. Furthermore, it looks like the time he comprehended the supreme true intent is already not that short. This divine traversing realm boy. Interesting. Interesting. After Yi Yuan descended the stage, Pei Wenxiang looked at him with a bitter smile on his face as he grumbled, "You, this punk, hid the truth from me so bitterly. I really didn't think that you actually already comprehended a supreme true intent. No wonder you dared to utter that sort of big talk." Yang San was also endlessly surprised and bewildered at the side. When Yi Yuan was at the Yi City Division Zone, he actually concealed his strength the entire time, and Pei Wenxiang knew Yi Yuan for such a long time and really had not seen Yi Yuan display a supreme true intent before. Yi Yuan's sword immediately aroused substantial attention. Before this, he might be the least favored among all of the contestants, but the power of this one sword let everyone see his might clearly. Right then, the voice of the judges sounded out on the platforms from time to time. Nalan Chu wins. Wu Jiantong wins. Wu Shi wins. Nalan Chu. These people's strengths belonged to the first tier. As long as the opponent's strength was not too powerful, finishing off the opponent was also something effortless. But compared to Yi Yuan, their speed was still slightly slower by a bit. When they heard that the sole divine traversing realm contestant this time actually knew a supreme true intent, their expressions became fascinating one by one. Wu Shi suddenly discovered that this spirit enlightening pill did not seem to be too easy to get. His concept's comprehension was very high, but it was still a little off from comprehending a supreme true intent. And just this a little was a nigh insurmountable chasm. Among them, only Nalan Chu alone crossed over this chasm. Scared of what? Even if he comprehended a supreme true intent, he's also merely just a divine traversing realm. With your strength, you're absolutely able to defeat him. My promise from before still stands, Wu Jiantong said to Wu Shi in a low voice. After Wu Shi mused for a moment, he nodded his head and said, "Okay." The reason why he agreed to Wu Jiantong was that he was jealous. In order to comprehend a supreme true intent, Wu Su expended a huge price. But, until now, he kept failing to comprehend as well. Forget about comprehending. His concept's comprehension was even a little worse, compared to Wu Jiantong. But a measly little divine traversing realm martial artist? What right did he have to comprehend a supreme true intent? This punk, I must cripple him, Wu Su said secretly. After all the matches in the first round were done, they rested for 2 hours, then started the second round of matches. Yi Yuan's opponent this time was still an 8th level boundless. Without the least bit of suspense, Yi Yuan blasted his opponent down the platform neat and tidily once more with a myriad rain sword blades. 2 consecutive wins. Consecutively instant-killing 2 8th level boundless realms. Yi Yuan's strength was already indisputable. Previously, those people who thought that Yi Yuan was trying his luck all shut their mouths up sensibly at this time. Just based on these 2 battles, Yi Yuan entered the ranks of the first group. Well deservingly. After 2 matches, Yi Yuan's third match was particularly in the limelight. Wu Shi was a well-worthy strong foe of the first group. Facing Yi Yuan, this dark horse, just who would win and who would lose became the third round's focal battle. Wu Shi was a top 10 strong contender. If Yi Yuan beat Wu Shi, he would become this competition's greatest dark horse and absolutely had the strength to charge into the top 10. If Yi Yuan was defeated, that his strength could only wander between the first group and second group. He would probably not draw much attention in the competition afterward either. Brother Yi, after you obtained the Star Moon Sword, it's simply adding wings to a tiger. In my view, there's no problem at all with you defeating Wu Shi, Mu Yun said with vicissitudes of emotion. The first 2 rounds, Mu Yun won 1 and lost 1. The opening was also considered barely satisfactory. To Mu Yun, this battle result was still considered passable. Facing a bunch of 7th and 8th level Boundless Realm experts, he, a 6th level Boundless, could win one and lose one was already very not easy. Rather, it was Tang Fan's prior 2 battle results that were not bad. Likewise, obtaining a battle result of 2 consecutive wins. His quick sword, other people really could not adapt to it in a short time. Furthermore, under Yi Yuan's guidance, his quick sword improved by leaps and bounds. This also became one of his capital to keep a foothold. Yi Yuan, this third match you got to be a little careful. This Wu Shi's relationship is the closest to Wu Jiantong. They might come up with some schemes. Pei Wenxiang warned. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, I won't offend people unless I'm offended. If I'm offended, I definitely won't let people off. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of offending people. But the moment he went up to the stage, he sensed that faintly discernible killing intent coming from Wu Shi there. I heard that you actually comprehended a supreme true intent at your young age. You really broadened this Wu's horizons. Today let this Wu have a taste of the prowess of a supreme true intent. However, fists and kicks are mute. You have to be careful, Wu Shi said with a gleeful smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, like this, huh? Then you have to be careful. My sword intent. I can't even control it myself at times. Wu Shi's face turned black when he heard that. This punk actually dared to threaten him. Is that so? Then I want to see just how formidable your sword intent is. Wu Shi's tone became cold, resting his hand on his sword and pouncing forward. He specifically researched Yi Yuan's previous 2 matches before and still had some understanding towards Yi Yuan's moves. The might of myriad rain sword blades was indeed very powerful. Therefore Wu Shi did not plan to give Yi Yuan the chance to unleash this move. He planned to use his cultivation realm to forcefully exhaust Yi Yuan completely. Yet, the moment both parties came into contact, Wu Shi's heart plummeted. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely bizarre. He clearly only had a divine traversing realm strength, but his speed was actually even half a level faster than him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's Star Moon Sword was very sharp, just exchanging blows 2 to 3 times, and the profound artifact longsword in Wu Shi's hands actually had a feeling of being unable to withstand it. This was still under the support of his thick essence energy. If it were swapped to a strength similar to Yi Yuan's, the profound artifact longsword in his hand would likely be chopped in half already at this time. How could he know that even though the Star Moon Sword was only a low-grade holy artifact right now, the material quality of the Star Moon Sword was a top-tier holy artifact's material quality? Even if the inscribed array formations were already destroyed, Star Moon Sword's sharpness was far from what a profound artifact could compare to. The audience beneath the stage was really unable to imagine that an 8th level divine traversing martial artist was actually overpowering a 9th level boundless genius and pummeling him. Originally, everyone thought that it was a battle well matched in strength. This time, a one-sided situation actually emerged. Wu Shi's thick essence energy actually did not have the least bit of use in front of Yi Yuan. Every move and stance was overpowered by Yi Yuan. It was really a grieving clank, a clear and distinct sound. The long sword in Wu Shi's hand actually snapped into 2. Without a weapon in his hand, Wu Shi's declining momentum immediately became even more evident. Yi Yuan naturally would not let go of this chance, immediately displaying the 1,000 flowing petals. If talking about which move among Yi Yuan's sword moves acquired the falling flower floating 0 sword's true essence most of all, it was undoubtedly this move, the 1,000 flowing petals. Coupled with the Star Moon Sword to execute it, the might of this move doubled. In such an arena battle, the 1,000 flowing petals made it all the more nowhere for people to run. The violent floating petals continuously eroded Wu Shi's defensive ring. Finally, the floating petals breached Wu Shi's protective essence energy and The piercingly cold sword intent sliced him until he was covered with wounds. All over his body. Yi Yuan wins. Wu Shi's strength was very formidable. This battle Yi Yuan expended quite a bit of energy and time. After Wu Jiantong defeated his opponent, he had long come to this platform side wanting to watch the appearance of Yi Yuan being crippled. But sadly, what he saw was the Wu Shi covered in wounds all over. Elder Qin, this battle is unfair. The weapon in Yi Yuan's hand is a holy artifact. Wu Shi is unable to unleash his proper strength at all. Him using a holy artifact against his opponents is not fair to everybody. Wu Jiantong suddenly said to that judge. This Elder Qin was a phaseless realm expert. The battle earlier he naturally took it into his sights. Yi Yuan being able to obtain victory, a very large extent was taking advantage of his weapon. Wu Jiantong's words did not seem to be wrong either. For a moment, Elder Qin actually became hesitant. Holy artifacts to those major family clans were not some rare items. But to these young geniuses it was very hard to come by. Other than Yi Yuan, there was no one qualified to use holy artifacts to face their opponents in this competition at all. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan was the special one among these people. But the problem was, there was no relevant rule prior to this competition, saying that contestants could not use holy artifacts. Right then, First Elder's stately voice suddenly came from above the high platform, the Holy Land organizing the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition. This time, the objective is for the sake of selecting young geniuses with potential. Using holy artifacts indeed infringes upon this original intention. It does make it unfair. Hence, from the next match onwards, Yi Yuan is not to employ the holy artifact against his opponents. The moment these words were uttered, Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing slightly. This sort of provisional rule, the targeting was too obvious. Actually, not just Yi Yuan, the faces of everyone spectating all revealed looks of sympathy. Actually, everyone all knew that even though holy artifacts were powerful, it needed the martial artist to unleash its power too. A divine traversing realm martial artist being able to utilize a holy artifact to this sort of extent in itself was extremely seldom seen. If it were another person, even if he were given the Star Moon Sword, he still would not be able to unleash 1/10 of Yi Yuan's ability. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm in itself was lower than all the contestants. Therefore, this rule actually made many people's hearts uncomfortable. But these words were personally said by the Holy Land's First Elder. Who would dare to refute? The First Elder's position in the Holy Land was extremely high. Could be said to be the number one person under the Holy Lord. The grand meet this time, he was entirely in charge of it. Even though this sort of provisional rule was inappropriate, no one dared to say anything as well. Who asked the selection competition this time to be organized by them? First Elder, didn't you say that you think very highly of this Yi Yuan? First Elder smiled and said, "It's precisely because I think highly of Yi Yuan that I forbid him from using a holy artifact. Didn't you notice that after Yi Yuan used a holy artifact, his strength is already a great deal stronger compared to those so-called geniuses? Moreover, this boy didn't bring out his full strength at all. I banned him from using a holy artifact because I wanted to take a look at his true strength." That elder could not help being stunned. Already powerful to such an extent. And he actually had not brought out all of his strength yet? Just what were this Yi Yuan's limits? First Elder, since it's forbidden to use holy artifacts, then should Yi Yuan's previous battle results be nullified or not? When Wu Jiantong saw the First Elder actually personally made a move to restrict Yi Yuan, not mentioning how excited he was, he immediately climbed up along the pole, wanting to annul Yi Yuan's previous battle results. Previously was the Holy Land's issue. Therefore, Yi Yuan's battle results are valid. This rule will start implementation from the next match. First Elder's voice sounded out once more. Actually, not that the Holy Land did not consider about the matter of using holy artifacts, but boundless realm martial artists were completely unable to unleash the might of a holy artifact. Even if they used holy artifacts, the augmentation towards their strength was also very limited. Take Wu Jiantong for example, even if he used the Wu family's holy artifact, it was also not possible to beat Nailan Chu. Hence, that was why the Holy Land did not target holy artifacts and implement restrictions. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely shattered this kind of situation. This also forced First Elder to change the rules impromptu. Facing this kind of unfair treatment, Yang Sen's and Pei Wenxiang's faces both revealed looks of refusal to comply. But First Elder's position was too high. They totally did not dare to refute, and also dared to feel indignant but did not dare to speak up. Rather, it was Yi Yuan himself who appeared quite calm. He looked at those few vague and insubstantial figures on the high platform, and said coolly, "Whatever makes you happy." Finished talking, he put away the Star Moon sword and directly left the competition venue. Yi Yuan's battles on the first day ended with complete victories for the three matches like this. Yi Yuan domineeringly charging into the first group was also out of everyone's expectations. The first day's 3 rounds of competition all ended. But the contestants who won all 3 matches were scanty few. There were only 5 people. The rest, the vast majority, all had wins and losses. Could be seen that everyone's strength were all very close. Beside the competition venue, there was a light screen formed using an array.
Formation.
After each round, everyone's battle results would be displayed on the light screen. Nailan Chu's name was impressively ranked at first place. Right after Nailan Chu were respectively Li Zongtao, Wu Jiantong, Zhang Tianyi, as well as Yi Yuan. These 5 people all won the 3 matches on the first day fully and were tied at first place. It was just that Yi Yuan expended too much time in the 3rd battle, so he was ranked in the last place. Of course, the first day's ranking list did not have much significance. Along with the passing of time, this ranking list would undergo tremendous changes. Yi Yuan did not have the spare time to worry about these. After returning to his residence, Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pagoda immediately and continued refining the black metal lump. Being able to pry into the mysteries of the golden characters, Yi Yuan was filled with vigor right now. Yi Yuan's rate of progress in refining the black metal lump today seemed to be much faster than before. Even though it was only 1 night, he actually refined 1/10 too. At the rate of this progress, Yi Yuan still needed 5 days' time to be able to thoroughly refine it completely. Yi Yuan very much wanted to see what kind of transformation would happen to the golden characters at that time. The competition in the following few days did not pose much of a challenge to Yi Yuan. 3 consecutive days, Yi Yuan won all 3 matches completely. After 3 days, Yi Yuan continued to firmly occupy the position in the first group on the ranking list with the battle result of 9 complete victories. While at this time, the contestants that had complete victories on the ranking list were only left with 4 people. Li Zongtao ran into a powerful foe, Nailan Chu, on the 3rd day's battle. In the midst of fighting bitterly for over 100 rounds, he was defeated in the end. But to be able to force Nailan Chu to such a plight, Li Zongtao's strength also obtained everyone's affirmation. Of course, apart from Yi Yuan, the one receiving the most attention was still Zhang Tianyi. This Zhang Tianyi was the same as Yi Yuan. He was also from other division, competition zone. During these 3 days of matches, Zhang Tianyi repeatedly defeated powerful adversaries and kept on maintaining complete victories. His fame even overshadowed Yi Yuan. Even though Yi Yuan also maintained complete victories, he did not run into any genuinely formidable foe in these 3 days. But the 4th day's competition, Yi Yuan encountered the most tenacious obstacle since the start of the competition. The first battle on the 4th day, Yi Yuan ran into a genius called Han Feng. He, Zhang Tianyi, and Yi Yuan were the same. They were similarly from other division competition zones. but unfortunately he ran into Nalan Chu on the first day. Hence, that was why he was not tied in the first place. Even though he lost in the end, he and Nalan Chu battled for 200 rounds. Even more formidable than Li Zongtao. Yi Yuan, hope that you won't disappoint me. I want to use you to sharpen the saber in my hand. Right when he saw Yi Yuan, Han Feng released a powerful fighting intent. Yi Yuan said with a smile, I won't let you down. When the fight started, Yi Yuan felt that power coming from head-on. This Han Feng's strength was indeed absurdly daunting. This Han Feng's comprehension towards saber intent infinitely approached. Supreme true intent. This Han Feng seems to be even stronger than when fighting Nalan Chu. This time Yi Yuan ran into a tough character. You never know, his momentum of consecutive wins might come to an end here. Terrifying fellow. This blade after blade, the imposing momentum is overwhelming. Yi Yuan being able to receive such a berserk saber intent is also really not easy. He's only divine traversing realm. Wait until he breaks through to boundless realm, he'll likely be invincible in the same rank. Even Nalan Chu might not be his match. Yeah, this Yi Yuan was born at the wrong time. If I give him another 1 or 2 years' time, he'll absolutely have the strength to have a showdown with
Nalang Chu.
Sadly, his present cultivation realm is too low. No, wait. You guys look. Han Feng seems to have broken through. He comprehended the elementary form of a supreme true intent. All of a sudden, someone exclaimed. Han Feng's saber momentum was more fearsome than the last. The final blade. Han Feng actually broke through the fetters and achieved a supreme true intent. One saber out, and there was an aura of cleaving the world into 2 halves. Yi Yuan seemed to have long expected this. Facing this move with an irresistible force, Yi Yuan's longsword pointed. Immediately the lands changed color. An intangible sword intent flooded the entire platform as if the world was all sword intent. The audience surrounding and watching beneath the stage, their expression changed again and again. This battle was truly one wave higher than the former. They originally thought that Yi Yuan lost for sure, but did not expect that Yi Yuan still had an even stronger move. Rending the sky, Yi Yuan's sword being released, it immediately utterly obliterated the supreme saber intent which Han Feng condensed and formed. The whole audience was dead silent, all waiting for Han Feng's counteroffensive to regain lost ground once more. But no one could have expected for Han Feng to suddenly cup his fists at Yi Yuan and said, Many thanks for Brother Yi helping me achieve my aim. Han Feng concedes. With Brother Ye's strength, even if you don't borrow the power of a holy artifact, it's also sufficient to have a showdown with Nalan Chu. Everyone was taken aback from shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan intentionally guided Han Feng previously, and his action assisted Han Feng's comprehension of a supreme true intent? This Yi Yuan is simply too strong. Him comprehending a supreme true intent is absolutely not 1 or 2 days. Already, his comprehension in the supreme true intent is much stronger. Compared to Nalan Chu, Yi Yuan, and Han Feng, this competition this time there are actually already 3 genius youths who comprehended a supreme true intent. My God, how can there be a monster like this? He, a divine traversing realm, actually guided others to comprehend a supreme true intent. When everyone regained their senses, waves of marveling that feat erupted. If Yi Yuan used rending the sky early on, he could have defeated Han Feng long ago. But Yi Yuan saw through that Han Feng was just a step away from comprehending a supreme true intent. Hence, he willingly served as Han Feng's sharpening stone, guiding skillfully and patiently in the battle, letting the other party stride out this most critical step. What made everyone speechless was that after Han Feng comprehended the supreme true intent, he was actually still defeated by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's might could be seen at a glance. Previously, everyone all thought that Yi Yuan was taking advantage of his weapon. But now, They finally knew just how formidable Yi Yuan's strength was. Just using the Shenying sword, Yi Yuan similarly could sit firmly in the first group. Ha ha ha, what did I say? This brat indeed concealed his strength. TSK TSK. Looking at it, his supreme true intent has probably reached the third stage of supreme true intent already, maybe even fourth stage. By the time his cultivation realm reaches the Tao profound realm, he can absolutely become a divine king powerhouse. On the high platform, First Elder said with a roaring laugh. First Elder's discerning eyes are akin to burning torches. This Yi Yuan is indeed a peerless genius hard to encounter in 1,000 years. It's just, that Elder said rather hesitantly. It's just what? First Elder said curiously. It's just that a genius like this, can our crimson afterglow holy land accommodate him? Furthermore, previously, in order to make him exhibit his true strength, you already offended him. This First Elder was stunned and was actually at somewhat of a loss on what to do. After comprehending the elementary form of a supreme true intent, it was only taking the first step to comprehending a supreme true intent, which was also the first stage. Supreme true intents were likewise divided from rank 1 to rank 9 based on the degree of comprehension. A rank 9 supreme true intent was also called a perfect supreme true intent. Once comprehension succeeded, the day of being known as a divine king powerhouse was right around the corner. If one comprehended the first stage, they would have very high hopes of breaking through to the Tao profound realm. About Yi Yuan's Azure Dipper floating zero sword, although he only created 4 stances of sword moves, he actually already comprehended to the 5th stage of supreme true intent. First Elder's evaluation of Yi Yuan was still a little conservative. After this battle, Yi Yuan's strength also obtained everybody's recognition. He was regarded as a monster even more freakish than Nalan Chu. He was a peerless genius with the capital to rival Nalan Chu at the divine traversing realm. Starting from this day, Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu's showdown also became a highly anticipated fight. On the 4th day, Yi Yuan still won 3 battles completely. With the flawless victory battle results of 12 wins, he continued to be tied at first place with Nalan Chu and the rest. Currently, Yi Yuan's refinement of the black metal lump also reached the final juncture. After the 5th day's competition, Yi Yuan carried out the final refinement. Finally, when the black metal lump was completely refined, the gold mark on the black metal lump finally revealed its original look.
Ye Yuan mint buzet.
The golden characters in his sea of consciousness formed an intense resonance with the black metal lump. Yi Yuan discovered that on this black metal lump actually only had 3 characters, and out of these 3 characters, there were 2 characters among the golden characters. The other one, Yi Yuan searched among the golden characters, but he did not find it. Yi Yuan had already visualized these golden characters for a number of years. But these few years, his understanding of these golden characters, the progress was extremely slow. These golden characters, each one contained extremely profound maxims of great Tao. Yi Yuan kept failing to find the correct approach. After refining the black metal lump this time, Yi Yuan actually sensed a trace of the lingering charm of the Tao from this intense resonance. Even though it was just a tiny bit, it was very clear. This sort of feeling could not be expressed using words. But Yi Yuan's understanding towards these 2 characters deepened that tiny trace. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's mind became more agile as luck hit. A feeling of needing to get it out of his chest. Mao! Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body and spat out a syllable. The moment the syllable came out, the essence energy C within Yi Yuan's body was instantly drained, his entire person falling into an exhausted state. And right at this time, Yi Yuan could clearly sense that his divine soul was actually continuously strengthening. Although it was not too obvious, it was indeed truly becoming stronger. What's going on? Yi Yuan did not care about his body's exhaustion at all. His entire person in a kind of immense shock state. He was already at the 8th level divine traversing realm at present, and his divine soul had long reached the boundary of alchemy's sovereign perfection and had no way of breaking through anymore. For him to want to have some sort of breakthrough in the divine soul, he had to break through to the boundless realm first. But now, his divine soul was actually strengthening once more. This was simply something beyond comprehension. Yi Yuan did not sense the arrival of soul tribulation, which was also to say that his divine soul did not break through to the alchemy ancestor level. He was truly unable to imagine that his divine soul was actually able to become even stronger on the foundation of perfection. Yi Yuan sensed his own divine soul and was shocked to his core. He only shouted a syllable, and his divine soul actually broke through the alchemy sovereign perfection level and advanced once more. Then if he shouted again, would his divine soul be able to improve a step further or not? Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, clearly recalling something, as he muttered to himself, Father said before at that time, his divine soul already surpassed alchemy. Emperor, but he did not break through to the deity realm. Could it be that my current situation is the exact same as his back then? If the divine soul can still have some advancement even if I don't use some powerful alchemy technique, I can also leap realms to refine tier 6 medicinal pills. These golden characters were definitely words written by a deity realm powerhouse. Deity realm experts' means are simply inconceivable to actually be able to use words to describe the heavenly Tao and strengthen the divine soul, breaking through the shackles. The more it was so, the more intense Yi Yuan's desire toward the deity realm was. When Ji Xingyang obtained this medicine god soul canon back then, he was already at the peak alchemy emperor realm. Even if he only understood a little bit, it also let him refine out a half-step divine pill. Yi Yuan was currently still at the divine traversing realm. By the time he cultivated to the peak alchemy emperor anew, how powerful would his divine soul be? At that time, could he refine out a genuine divine pill or not? The previous life, Yi Yuan's lifetime aspiration was to refine a divine pill. But even if he was hailed as the genius most likely to reach the deity realm, this step was still remotely far. But this life, he really had hope. Once this thought popped up, Yi Yuan wanted to shout out that syllable once more without delay. He swallowed an essence energy restoring medicinal pill in one mouthful and started to recuperate. Very soon he recovered to his peak state. Mao! Yi Yuan shouted out this syllable once more. As expected, his divine soul strengthened a tiny bit once more. But this time his divine soul actually had tearing pain. Hiss! Yi Yuan drew a cold breath in pain. The agony of the divine soul tearing was clearly awful. Looks like the breakthrough just now already reached the limits. Forcefully reciting this syllable anymore, and the divine soul will be at risk of ripping. Because of strengthening too quickly. Looks like wanting to shout out this syllable once more. I must consolidate my divine soul a little. Yi Yuan understood the divine soul very well and discovered the issue behind. Very quickly. The divine soul strengthening too quickly was like being ripped apart by a powerful force. There would naturally be this kind of agonizing feeling. As long as Yi Yuan consolidated the divine soul well, he could continue strengthening the divine soul through this syllable. Knowing the details in it, Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to behave recklessly anymore. After swallowing several divine soul nourishing medicinal pills, he started consolidating the divine soul. The following few days, Yi Yuan continued to advance triumphantly and had yet to taste any defeat. After 13 days, the ones on the ranking list still maintaining undefeated were only left with Nailan Chu, Yi Yuan, as well as this Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyu's strength was truly incomparably daunting. During the several times he ran into opponents with powerful strength, he would bring the other party down. Among them were Wu Jiantong, who was known as second only to Nailan Chu in strength. Looking at it now, this title was simply a joke. Forget about Zhang Tianyi, even Han Feng's strength was also much greater than his. But to Yi Yuan, the fervor the competitions provided for him clearly could not compare to the growth in divine soul. In 13 days, Yi Yuan's divine soul was close to 20% stronger than the perfection state previously. Yi Yuan had never known that a martial artist's divine soul could still be enhanced to such a level under the state of perfection. With the growth in divine soul, Yi Yuan's essence energy was also rising along with it. In fact, during the 10th day, Yi Yuan broke through to the 9th level divine traversing in one shot. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine soul's additional growth made his comprehension towards concepts increased considerably. Similarly, at the 9th level divine traversing realm, Yi Yuan's understanding, based on his previous life, was entirely different. The Tao belonging to the divine traversing realm became even clearer in Yi Yuan's mind. Following the deepening of comprehension, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm actually reached peak 9th level divine traversing realm unconsciously. It was only one last step away from breaking through to the boundless realm.
Ye Yuan koncentratet on cultivating.
In a blink of an eye, a night had passed. Today, Yi Yuan was going to face the strongest opponent in this competition.
Na Lang Chu.
Before Yi Yuan appeared, Nalan Chu was virtually the unofficial number one. Since the selection competition was underway until now, there were quite a number of experts who attempted to challenge Nalan Chu's throne, but they all failed without exception. Now, a situation of tripartite confrontation, the ones with the greatest hope of challenging Nalan Chu's throne were Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi. Today's match, in many people's hearts, should decide to whom the number one belonged to in the competition this time, and it was also to decide the quota ownerships for entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley. Although Zhang Tianyi's strength was formidable, he did not comprehend a supreme true intent after all. If he really matched up against these two, he was probably going to lose. In one night, Yi Yuan actually broke through. With this, Yi Yuan is even more confident. What use does one minor boundary have? Unless he can break through to the boundless realm, otherwise he is still a major cultivation realm away from
Na Lang Chu.
Likewise, comprehending a supreme true intent, this sort of disparity is hard to make up for. Heh, so what? Han Feng comprehended a supreme true intent, but didn't he still lose at Yi Yuan's hands? Make no mistake, up until now, Nalan Chu hasn't even brought out his true strength and already made a clean sweep of his opponents. Yi Yuan's strength is very strong, but to want to beat Nalan Chu, it's likely still a little lacking. Regarding who would win and who would lose between Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu, the battle had yet to begun, and it already kicked off intense discussions. But when Yi Yuan finished off his opponent neat and tidily in the first match, everyone also discovered that his cultivation realm actually rose substantially overnight. Beyond sighs of admirations, the majority of the people were actually still not very optimistic about Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan leaping realms to battle was indeed very impressive, but Nalan Chu's strength absolutely could not be placed in the same category as the others. Han Feng admitted before that even if he comprehended a supreme true intent, he was also not Nalan Chu's match. Nalan Chu's strength could be seen at a glance. Even though the debates were endless outside the arenas, the parties involved both seemed to be very calm. Boom! Nalan Chu only used one move, and he blasted his opponent down the platform. Wave of cheering shouted out beneath the stage. Returning to the rest area, Nalan Chu sat beside a young man. This young man was slightly taller than Nalan Chu. People who knew him were all aware that this was one of the 7 holy sons, Nalan Hong. He was also Nalan Chu's older cousin. You seem to be exceptionally enthusiastic today. Looks like that youth called Yi Yuan brought you quite a bit of pressure. The moment Nalan Chu sat down, Nalan Hong said with a smile. Nalan Chu smiled slightly and said, "It's been so long since I've encountered an opponent which makes my blood boil like so." Even though he comprehended a supreme true intent, he's just a divine traversing realm after all. Could it be that with your strength you don't even have confidence in dealing with a divine traversing realm? I'm very aware of Han Feng's strength. He even forced out 50% of my strength. This Yi Yuan being able to guide him to comprehend a supreme true intent. He has at least third stage strength too. How can such an opponent not make me excited? Even though this Nailan Chu was very calm on the surface, Nailan Hong could clearly sense the turmoil in the depths of his heart. Nailan Hong was slightly astonished. The talent of this cousin of his was even above his. Seemed like there had never been any opponent who was able to make him so excited. This Yi Yuan made Nailan Hong take a huge interest in him. But Nailan Chu's words made Nailan Hong unbelievably shocked. Third stage supreme true intent, this was very remarkable. In the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, there had never a genius who comprehended the third stage of a supreme true intent appear before. Nailan Chu's talent swept away the current generation and only just comprehended the second stage too. Time ticked away. The peak battle that everyone had their focus on finally started. Yi Yuan and Nailan Chu went up to the stage. Beneath the stage rang out waves of screams, but the two parties involved turned a deaf ear to it. Use the Star Moon Sword. I wish to battle with you in your strongest state. Exceeding Yi Yuan's expectations, the moment Nailan Chu went up to the stage, he actually raised such a request. Yi Yuan was stunned, and then immediately shook his head and said with a smile, using the Star Moon Sword, you can't win me. This time, it was Nailan Chu's turn to be stunned. This was still the first time he met someone being so wildly arrogant in front of him. But Nailan Chu could sense that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a pretense in front of him, but he really had this confidence. Yi Yuan was seemingly just stating a fact and not intentionally showing off in front of him. Yi Yuan was indeed stating a fact. No one could understand what the Star Moon Sword signified to him. The Star Moon Sword's amplification of Yi Yuan's strength was absolutely not as simple as 1 + 1. Nailan Chu furrowed his brows a little and said, no wonder you didn't stint to spend 1 billion and also had to get the Star Moon Sword. Looks like the Star Moon Sword really has extraordinary significance to you. So, on that night, the Sky Character number 1 room guest was you, Yi Yuan said. Rather surprisedly, Nailan Chu smiled and said, that's right. I originally thought that you were just intentionally causing trouble. I didn't expect that you actually offered a high price of 1 billion in the end. I've given you a chance. You're really not using the Star Moon Sword. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm giving you a chance, so I won't use it. Hoo-hoo. I've grown so old, but it's still my first time that somebody dared to speak to me like this. Nailan Chu did not get angry but said with a laugh. Instead, Yi Yuan laughed too and said, that's because you never met a true genius. Nailan Chu's expression turned cold but knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. The Holy Land's number 1 genius sounded impressive, but the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was merely a rank 9 Holy Land. In the Divine Realm, rank 9 Holy Lands could be found everywhere, which was also to say that geniuses like him could be found everywhere. Then what about rank 8 Holy Lands, rank 7 Holy Lands, even rank 1 Holy Lands? In these Holy Lands, how many geniuses more formidable than he was were there? Disregarding others, just this Yi Yuan in front of him was already much stronger than him. A true genius, is it? I need to have a look today at just what kind of strength you, this true genius, have. Yi Yuan, I'll only unleash one move. This move will be my strongest move. We'll determine the victor with one move. How's that? Nailan Chu said with a slightly somber look. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I precisely had this intention. After the small talk, the atmosphere on the stage immediately became delicate. All of a sudden, a large space within the boundaries of the entire platform suddenly dimmed. Apart from members of my family clan, there has yet to be any outsiders who have seen before this move of mine. Within the confines of the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, no one has the qualifications to make me use this move. 2. Losing under this move, you should be plenty proud. A wheel disc suddenly appeared in Nailan Chu's hand. This wheel disc was Shockingly, a high-grade, profound artifact. This? What happened? Just what kind of move is this? To actually be able to make day and night reverse. Could it be that this is the supreme true intent Nalan Chu comprehended? The entire Holy Land is aware that Nalan Chu comprehended a supreme true intent. But up until now, it seems like nobody has witnessed his supreme true intent before at all. No way, right? What supreme true intent is this? It's too bizarre. Seeing the color of the sky suddenly become dark, everyone was taken aback. From shock, they had never seen before such a strange sight. It was clearly broad daylight. All of a sudden, it became night. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too as he said, "You actually comprehended the light supreme true intent. No wonder your strength is so formidable." Nalan Chu smiled and said, "Looks like not only is your comprehension ability abnormally high, your knowledge is also extraordinary. The light supreme true intent, there aren't many able to recognize it. Receive this move well then. Said that I gave you a chance before. You didn't cherish it yourself. Hope that after you finish this move you can still stand on the stage. Lumen, star, brilliance." Nalan Chu raised the wheel disc. Above this dark space the sky was suddenly studded with stars. From above these array of stars, it suddenly rained down countless rays of light, and the target of these countless rays of light was shockingly precisely Yi Yuan. The light supreme true intent was a type of very seldom seen concept. Martial artists let light become their weapon for battle through comprehending light. The power of light was boundless. It was a type of extremely powerful supreme true intent. Once comprehended to perfection, it could even dim the sun and moon. Its power was not beneath the spirit-bristle divine king's blazing flame, burning heaven. It was just that the light supreme true intent was extremely hard to comprehend. Ordinary people could not find the correct approach at all. Therefore, very few were able to comprehend the light supreme true intent. And the vast majority of martial artists did not know that there was such a type of supreme true intent at all. Hence, that was why they were so shocked. Yi Yuan also did not expect that what this Nalan Chu comprehended was actually this type of supreme true intent. Furthermore, Nalan Chu was a 9th-level boundless expert. Regarding control of this area of heaven and earth, it was far above Yi Yuan's. This move, Lumen Star Brilliance, practically seized all of the heaven and earth essence energy in this stretch of space. If Yi Yuan were unable to break this sort of deadlock, he would definitely lose without a doubt. Originally thought that Yi Yuan would feel despair. Didn't expect that he actually smiled faintly and said, "It's too bad, you only comprehended to the second stage."
Suddenly, Y Yuanes aura abruptly erupted.
Origin Spirit 9 Transformations. Under Fiery's assistance, Yi Yuan's essence energy instantly skyrocketed and actually reached half-step boundless realm all at once. At the same time, a streak of sword intent surged towards the skies.
Yi Yuan's
sword intent was released without holding anything back. Nalan Chu's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, "Fifth stage, this? How is this possible?" Nalan Hong beneath the stage stood up abruptly. On his face was similarly a look of disbelief. This was Yi Yuan's first time showing all of his strength in front of everybody. It was a 5th stage supreme true intent, including that time dealing with Han Feng previously. Yi Yuan merely used 2nd stage supreme true intent. One had to acknowledge that Nalan Chu was very powerful. The 2nd stage light supreme true intent, this power level could absolutely show disdain for those in the same generation. But it was a pity that who he ran into was Yi Yuan. But to be able to force out Yi Yuan's full strength, he could be sufficiently proud too. Before this, Yi Yuan was not planning on exposing his full strength. According to his plan, using 3rd stage strength should be adequate to deal with Nalan Chu. But he did not expect that the supreme true intent Nalan Chu comprehended was actually this powerful. Even he also had no choice but to bring out his full strength. Even though Yi Yuan used Origin Spirit 9 transformations, he was still a major boundary lower than Nalan Chu in terms of cultivation realm. Rending the sky. Sword intent surged to the skies and charged over towards the specks of starlight. Sword chopping stars. One sword descending, the darkness in this stretch of space instantly vanished. Without a trace. Light returned to the world once more. The crowd was flabbergasted. Many people could not discern the rank disparity between supreme true intents. But this did not hinder Yi Yuan giving them a shock. A supreme true intent that was able to invert day and night. There was no need to think deeply about it, and one could already tell the person was an extremely powerful existence. Furthermore, this was even Nalan Chu's first time displaying his supreme true intent in front of the public. Didn't think that it actually ended in defeat. Yi Yuan's might did not require explaining at all. Fifth stage supreme true intent. It's actually a fifth stage supreme true intent. Ha ha ha. This Yi Yuan really broadened this old man's horizons. First, Elder was incredibly agitated. He estimated previously that Yi Yuan's supreme true intent was very likely at the third stage. The possibility of being at the fourth stage was very low. Matching up against Nalan Chu, it should be more likely a defeat than victory. Nalan Chu's light concept, he was aware of it. The power was naturally extraordinary. But First Elder never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually comprehended a fifth stage supreme true intent. A genius like this absolutely lit the world on fire. This boy, just how did he cultivate? At his age, how is it possible to comprehend a fifth stage supreme true intent? This is too preposterous. The elder at the side was speechless. He was thoroughly stunned by Yi Yuan. What preposterous? It happened right in front of you. Can it still be fake? First Elder said unhappily. No, I didn't mean that. It just feels too inconceivable. The elder explained. I lost. Nalan Chu was very calm and did not have a sense of loss from being dragged down from his throne by someone as imagined. You didn't lose. If this was a life and death battle, it's hard to say who the victor will be. Yi Yuan said. Nalan Chu shook his head and said, lost means lost. I won't find excuses for my own failure. Furthermore, I know that even if this were a life and death battle, the one who wins in the end would definitely be you as well. Nalan Chu could sense the bloody aura in Yi Yuan's sword intent, indicating that the battles Yi Yuan experienced before were definitely much more than him. Suddenly, Nalan Chu turned around and said to the high platform with clasped hands, First Elder, from today onwards, I'm withdrawing from this selection. Competition. What? Nalan Chu wants to withdraw from the competition. What kind of joke is this? Even if Nalan Chu lost, he's at least number 2 as well, right? Furthermore, what he comprehended is the extremely rare light. Supreme true intent. The Holy Land should be grooming him heavily. He actually chose to withdraw. This guy wouldn't have been triggered due to losing this time, right? Nalan Chu's decision caused an uproar among the crowd. Although Nalan Chu lost, the degree of his genius was indisputable. But now, he actually chose to withdraw. This Nalan Chu was also too much of a glass heart, right? But thinking about it wasn't strange either. After all, a genius like Nalan Chu had never lost before until now. Looks like the impact this defeat had on him was rather huge. First Elder mused for a moment and said, Why? Nalan Chu wishes to leave the Holy Land and go out to make my own break. Hope that First Elder will grant it. Nalan Chu said firmly. Period of silence again. Nalan Chu was not anxious either, awaiting First Elder's reply. After a long time, First Elder slowly opened his mouth and said, Go then. Remember, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land is your home. Nalan Chu bowed down and thanked. Many thanks to First Elder for granting it. Finished talking, he turned around to Yi Yuan again and said, What you said is right. I've indeed never met true geniuses before. Yuan, thank you for thoroughly beating me awake today. One day, I'll definitely defeat you, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Okay. I'm waiting for you. Nalan Chu being able to comprehend the light supreme true intent it could be, seen how high his talent was. If he kept on huddling up in Crimson Afterglow, his talent would be wasted. The Crimson Afterglow Valley was a lucky chance, but it might not be Nalan Chu's lucky chance. The paths of a powerhouse were many, but being trapped in a corner lording over others was definitely not the path of a powerhouse. Therefore, Yi Yuan naturally admired this decision of Nalan Chu very much. Moreover, Nalan Chu was different from geniuses like Wu Jiantong. He was not afraid to lose and was adaptable too. He was bound to have accomplishments in the future. Nalan Chu left the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land just like that. This was what everyone all did not expect. Before the competition started, Nalan Chu was already internally decided as the candidate for first place. In the end, he actually took the initiative to give up the competition. But Nalan Chu's withdrawal also made the struggle for the top 10 become even more white-hot. In the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Hall, an elderly silhouette appeared. Rather lonely. First Elder stood by the side, his expression clearly quite agitated. Holy Lord, your current body, sending 3 people in is already the limit. How can you send 3 more people in? First Elder gritted his teeth and said, this old silhouette was actually the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's Holy Lord. It was just that most likely no one could have thought that the Holy Lord was actually old until such a state. Hearing First Elder's words, the Holy Lord turned around and looked at him, and said with a smile, I already don't have much time anymore. Take this opportunity that this bunch of old bones still has some use and strive to preserve some successors for the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. I to you am incompetent to actually let the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land be ruined at my hands. The selection competition this time indeed discovered a few fine saplings. If they can remember the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's kindness with gratitude, the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land might be able to be rebuilt in the future. First Elder's tears ran down his old face when he heard that and said, if Holy Lord didn't deal with that holy follower in order to save the few of us back then, how could you have forcefully executed the chaotic essence singular Qi grand technique, resulting in a great loss of longevity? The calamity of today is not Holy Lord's fault, but the fault lies with us. Tuyu smiled as he waved his hand and said, this matter had already passed. No need to say anything. Sending a few of them in, I only lose some longevity. I will not pass away immediately either. You don't have to be like this. Chun Qin had tears in his eyes and did not speak. But the self-reproach in the depths of his heart was anything but little. Holy Lord! Just what background was that holy follower? His strength was actually so formidable? Clearly he only had phaseless realm strength, but even you weren't a match for him either. Chun Qin saw that Tu had made up his mind and could only change the topic. Tu revealed a solemn expression and actually said with some fear, regardless of what background, it's not what we can afford to provoke. These few years I spent considerable effort and only just probed out a tiny bit of information as well. These recent few decades the holy artifacts stolen were not just our Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, just these few regions nearby our White Valiant region. Their figures appeared several times before. It's just that this kind of incidents are happening daily in various corners of the divine realm, so no one cares about it. Chun Qin was startled inwardly when he heard that. He didn't expect that Holy Lord was actually inquiring about the other party's information in the dark. These few years. And he actually knew nothing about it too. Chun Qin knew that Tu trusted him very much. But this incident he was kept in the dark from beginning to end. That only meant one thing. This matter was absolutely very dangerous. Most likely, the Holy Lord expended a considerable price in order to probe out this tiny bit of information. What did Holy Lord discover? Just what background was that whatever holy follower. Chun Qin could not hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked. Regarding this holy follower, he hated to the bones. If there weren't for that incident back then, Holy Lord would probably have broken through to second level Tao Profound, and the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land would have already become a rank 8 Holy Land. But now all hope was lost. Even whether the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could be preserved or not was a question. The Holy Lord gave a sigh and said, in these recent few decades there were quite a few major forces holy artifacts that were stolen or snatched away. Among them there was no lack of rank 8, rank 7, even rank 6 holy lands. Of course, there were also some small forces. And at the back of these incidences all had those black-robed people's silhouettes. Their forms of address were different, but all carry a holy word. There are holy follower, holy soldier, even holy general, and among them the holy followers with the weakest strength has late-stage phaseless realm strength. Chun Qin was greatly alarmed when he heard that even a holy follower had such terrifying strength. Then how powerful would the strength of that whatever holy general be? One had to know that that holy follower which appeared in the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land was merely just late-stage phaseless realm but forced the first-level Tao Profound realm to you to forcefully display a cultivation art, which reduced longevity, resulting in his foundations to be utterly ruined. The strength of this mysterious power was simply too terrifying. This kind of power was completely not what their Crimson Afterglow Holy Land could afford to provoke. In order to inquire about this intel, I paid an extremely heavy price and almost implicated the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. So later on I also dispelled plans on taking revenge. This kind of force is completely not what we can provoke. Therefore, that's why I would organize the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition this time to preserve some successors for the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. Tuyu said with a slight sigh. Right on the second day Nalan Chu left, news came from the Holy Hall. The quotas for entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley this time increased from 3 to 6. The moment this news came out, it immediately blew up. According to the Holy Hall's news, the Holy Sons and the Quasi-Holy Sons would each pick 3 people to enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. This meant that one just had to enter the top 3 in the Quasi-Holy Sun selection competition and they could enter the Crimson Afterglow Valley. One spot was indeed too difficult for these geniuses, unless their strength reached Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu's level, otherwise don't even think about it at all. 3 quotas, it was clearly providing a chance for Han Feng, Wu Jiantong, these second-tier geniuses. On the 15th day, these geniuses were all acting as if being injected with stimulants, desperately attacking their opponents frenziedly on the stages for the sake of obtaining victory, especially those geniuses in the top 5. Apart from Zhang Tianyi, who had yet to taste defeat, most of the others lost 2 to 3 matches. Therefore, the battles between them appeared especially important. As luck would have it, during the competition on the 15th day, Wu Jiantong ran into Yi Yuan. On the arena, Wu Jiantong's expression was incomparably ugly but kept delaying. And dare not make a move. Yi, why aren't you making a move yet? I remember that you seem to have said not to let me bump into you on the stage, or else you'll make me die. Very horribly. Now that we met, why are you not making a move instead? Yuan said, derided. Up until now, Wu Jiantong lost a total of 2 matches. 1 match was lost to Nalan Chu, and the other was lost to Zhang Tianyi. This battle result was still not bad. The ranking was also very close to the front. But if he lost this match to Yi Yuan again, his situation would be very bad. But having witnessed Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu's great battle, how could Wu Jiantong still dare to make a move? He did not wish to give Yi Yuan a chance to humiliate himself. Gritting his teeth, Wu Jiantong said, I admit defeat. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised expression and said with a smile, very wise choice. Otherwise, you might not be able to go down the stage standing. Wu Jiantong gave a cold snort and went down the platform directly. Conceding this match, he would have to put up a desperate fight with Han Feng. Later, apart from Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi, the ones with the greatest hope of entering the Crimson Afterglow Valley were Han Feng and Wu Jiantong. Although Han Feng comprehended a supreme true intent, his cultivation realm was a little low. It was only at the 7th level intent boundless realm. If not for so, Wu Jiantong could withdraw straight away. The Li Zongtao, whose performance was very eye-catching, previously lost battle. After battle repeatedly later on and already basically withdrew from the Crimson Afterglow Valley contending fights. After Nailan Chu withdrew, all of the focus right now were on Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi. This Zhang Tianyi was very abnormal. He clearly did not comprehend a supreme true intent, but his strength was unexpectedly formidable. Up until now he had yet to taste a single defeat. The genius martial artists who fought with him before all felt somewhat baffled after losing and actually did not know what happened. Then they were defeated. Even someone as powerful as Han Feng also suffered a great deal under Zhang Tianyi's hands. Of course, this was also that Zhang Tianyi's luck was good and did not bump into Yi Yuan and Nailan Chu until now. With Nailan Chu withdrawing, these two people's battle naturally became the struggle for first place. Finally, Yi Yuan and Zhang Tianyi met on the 18th day. Yi Yuan, I know that your concept's comprehension is very high, but in front of me, it's also useless no matter how high your concept's comprehension is. Nailan Chu's withdrawal is also considered him keeping his face. Otherwise, he'll definitely be someone who is defeated at my hands. Yi Yuan's strength was already universally acknowledged terrifying. Yet, Zhang Tianyi seemed to pay no attention to it. Facing such a provocation, Yi Yuan had always chosen to disregard it. It was also useless no matter how fiercely one bragged. There was only the showcasing of one's true abilities. A guy who did not even comprehend a supreme true intent, Yi Yuan did not feel that he posed any threat to him. Talk this sort of big talk again after beating me, Yi Yuan said coolly. He, as you wish. Zhang Tianyi gave a cold laugh, wielded his sword, and advanced forward. His speed seemed slow but was fast in reality, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in a blink of an eye. But this sort of speed had not the slightest bit of threat to Yi Yuan at all. Two swords intersecting, intense metal clashing sounds burst out. Zhang Tianyi's attack was indeed not bad, but to talk about power, it seemed like it was still a little weaker than Han Feng's. But right at this time, a stream of bizarre power crept up from the sword body, surging straight for Yi Yuan's divine soul. This kind of offensive power was not strong. It seemingly did not have a great effect on the divine soul too. But being attacked by this bizarre power, Yi Yuan's movements involuntarily paused. And right at this time, Zhang Tianyi suddenly switched moves, swinging away Yi Yuan's shining sword, and headed straight for his abdomen. Regarding Zhang Tianyi's series of offensive tricks, Yi Yuan had long heard of it to some extent. He would never compete in big moves with others. Once the competition began, he would immediately entangle his opponents and not give his opponent the opportunity to launch a big move at all. And once being tangled up with him, the other party would not have the chance to use an ultimate move anymore. In the end, they would not even know how they lost. Very clearly, Yi Yuan also fell into this strange circle with this. Yi Yuan's leaned sideways and barely avoided Zhang Tianyi's sword. But the next instant, Zhang Tianyi's sword light arrived again, akin to a bone infesting maggot. Yi Yuan's shining sword swung, and he blocked Zhang Tianyi's sword once more. Right at that instant, the two swords intersected. There was another stream of strange attack which attacked towards Yi Yuan's divine soul. Starting from the first sword, Zhang Tianyi's sword did not leave Yi Yuan's surroundings 1 foot, virtually making people unable to catch their breaths. Furthermore, his sword art was incomparably exquisite, seemingly a martial technique specialized in close combat. No matter how Yi Yuan shook it off, he could not get rid of it either. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people all had their jaws drop. It's here again. Could it be that even Yi Yuan can't break Zhang Tianyi's curse as well. Even though Zhang Tianyi did not comprehend a sword intent, his sword move is, indeed, incomparably exquisite. Unless one has extremely powerful close combat martial techniques, otherwise they won't be his match at all. Yi Yuan is already being utterly suppressed by him now. If there are no accidents, the die is cast. I really didn't expect this. Yi Yuan even defeated Nalan Chu and actually can't win against Zhang Tianyi. This Zhang Tianyi completely can't feel where he's strong at, yet everyone can't beat him. Really sinister. Speaking of which, Zhang Tianyi's way of winning made people very unwilling to concede. Each time he won others, it was not like Yi Yuan and Nalan Chu his battle was neat and direct. Unless it was those kind whose strength were slightly weaker, otherwise it was fighting up to 100 rounds every time, even several hundred rounds before barely defeating his opponent. Therefore, those who fought with Zhang Tianyi and were defeated all felt very unconvinced when they thought about it afterward, feeling that their strength should not be weaker than his. But in the end, why were they the ones who lost? This selection competition was already approaching the end. But until now, everyone did not figure out how Zhang Tianyi could win battle after battle. Repeatedly, when Zhang Tianyi saw Yi Yuan teetering on his feet, an appearance of almost could not hold on anymore, he was very proud of himself in his heart. So what if it was supreme true intent? Can't use moves, what did it matter no matter how strong their concepts? Zhang Tianyi was currently being pleased with himself when a surge of true dragon aura abruptly erupted. Clank! Yi Yuan actually forsook the sword and used his fist to forcefully receive this sword of Zhang Tianyi's, blasting away his long sword.